Farming Life in Another World Volume 1, Chapter 1, Desire to be Transferred in a Different World. My name is Michio Hiroku. After graduating from college, I began overworking my body in a black company in my 20s and lived in the hospital in my 30s. Male age at the time of death, 39 years old. And now, I'm meeting God. Reincarnate to a different world? No, it's transition. Transition? I thought that I died. That's right. Therefore, I'm going to revive you in another world. My body is. I'll be getting rid of your illness and regenerate your rotten organs. Otherwise, you'll die soon. I'll also make you younger after that. Thank you. No need to thank me. I will benefit from sending you to another world. So to speak, you will be resurrected in another world for me. Indeed. So, do I have to do something there? No, just live there. Gently enjoy your second life. Is that so? Do you have any complaints? No. How obedient. But are you really fine with it? Yes. I have lived on the hospital bed for nearly 10 years. There is nothing to complain about being younger and having a healthy body. Is that so? That is. I have no excuse for pressing you on my own convenience, so I will grant your wish. My wish? For instance, I can give you special skills or a fate with only good encounter. Then, please give me a body that does not get sick. A body that doesn't get sick? Yes, I suffered from my illness. If possible, I do not want to experience that kind of thing again. I understand. Then, a body that does not get sick. I'll give you healthy body. Thank you. I'll ask you for another one. But just say it. Then, can you do something that would make me live in a place with not so many people if possible? A place without people? Yes. When my parents died, there are various people who introduce themselves as relatives. Also, even in the company I entered. Therefore, I distrust human a little. Well, it's kind of different. Perhaps, I think that communication with people is not so good. I think that I must go over it immediately, but, therefore, a place without other people? I understand. I'll consider the place I'll transfer you to. I don't mind if there is another one. Just say it. Let's see. Oh, that's right. Please make sure that I'll be able to speak the language of the world I'm going to. The vicinity is safe. You'll be able to speak with basic human beings. It's a kind of beginner's pack. Yeah. Come on. Tell me your wish quickly. Even if you say that. I've been on a hospital bed for a long time, so I'm already happy to be able to move. The thing I wish for the most has come true. Then, that's it. Is there something you want to do? The destination is a world of swords and magic, which is common in games you know. Do you want to become the world's best adventurer? Do you want to become a magi with the rarest ability? Or do you want to be a king somewhere? No, those are all too heavy for me. I got it. There is something that I wanted to do if my body can move. That is. Really? Say it. Farming. When I was a child, I always remembered having a hoe on an on-site training. I am interested for some reason. That's why I want to do farming. Is that so? Farming. Is it useless? It's not useless. Although it's not useless, your wish is outside my jurisdiction. Wait a minute. Yes. When I was waiting, the god in front of me took out something like an old cell phone and started to speak with someone. I can hear the words, but I completely don't know the meaning. Is the language different? It seems that the one he's talking to is very excited. I kept you waiting. Let me give you this. That said, he passed a hoe. The handle part is wood, only the blade part is made of iron. All-purpose farming tool. Bano. It means all-purpose, but it can also mean omnipotent. Omnipotent? I think this hoe is surely excellent, but an omnipotent farming tool is overkill. It looks like a hoe, but if its master imagines it, it can transform according to the application. Transform? For example, think that it will be a sickle. It is likely to be a sickle. You can also use it as a saw, hammer, crowbar, and shovel. Furthermore, that is for your exclusive use. It will always be by your side. Even if you throw it, it will come back. Highly efficient. By the way, you can store it in your body, so you don't have to worry about the storage location. You can put it in and out as you wish. Try it. As I was told, I put the all-purpose farming tool in my body, and try to get it out. Awesome. Take good care of it. Yes, I'll take care of it. Now it's time to move on. Are you ready? It's okay. Thank you for everything. Amu. Then stay healthy. While I was listening to those words, I felt like my body is melting. And when I noticed, I was in the forest. Body check. My body. It moves freely. There is no pain. It is a healthy body. Although there is no mirror, I know that I became younger from my hands and feet. Early 20s? No, late teens? Anyway, there is no problem. Clothes. I am wearing clothes I'm not familiar with. It looks like a villager that appears in fantasy games with my rough coat and pants. Underwear is a trunk bound by a string. Anyway, it was nice not to be dead. I wonder if this is one of the beginner's pack that God said. Next, I put out the all-purpose farming tool. A hoe appears in the grasp of my hand. Thank you, God. Speaking of which, I have not heard of God's name. I don't know who to pray to. Well, the feeling of gratitude is what's important. Now, I stand up and look around. It's a forest. Even if I look at the front or back, all I see is a forest. Even if I look at the left or right, all I see is a forest. I'm hoping to be transferred to a place with few people. But this place has no people at all. Chapter 2. Different World. What should I do? Although I became healthy, in this situation, I'll die. First, water, then food, place to sleep after that. It's the basic of survival. First of all, I'll move to seek water. I want to move but the trees are in the way. No, I can move but I can't see far because there are too many trees. In addition, the trees are thick, their trunk diameters exceeds 1 meter, and I feel that it's the same everywhere. The place where I am now is open for some reason but it is still not enough to see a far place. I'll probably get lost if I move. Well, I just can't come back here even if I'm lost. Being troubled can't be helped. Anyway, water. If I don't look for water, I'll die. As for now, I'll try to believe in my ears. Is there a sound of flowing water somewhere? It is useless. I can hear only the sound of eerie wind and cry of a beast which seems to be dangerous. Moreover, the cry of the beast felt like a scream. That means there are beasts attacking that beast. Deep breath. For the time being, I need to move one step forward. I felt an awful sense of incongruity. It is the feeling of taking a step on the ground. The open ground earlier is not like the normal ground I know. How can the trees grow in this stiff ground? Not really stiff but hard. Too hard. The ground is so hard that it seems to be a piece of rock. To think that great thick trees and tall grasses can grow roots in such a place. The vitality of plants are impressive. However, this hard ground is bad. I don't know much about my now younger body but my feet will hurt if I walk all the way on this hard ground. The surprising hardness of this ground is unexpected. And one more thing. Can I farm in this hard land? Maybe this forest has the only hard one and other places are all right. I set up my all-purpose farming tool in the form of a hoe and tried it down. Success. The blade of the hoe surprisingly entered deep into the ground without problem. Pull out and repeat. Sakasaku SFX. TN. Sakasaku is a sound effect for something crispy. The ground is easily plowed. Ooh. This is fun. Sakasaku. I thought that it was dangerous. A thick tree root was lying on the way and I have swung down to it. I was prepared for the shock to come in my arms but it did not come. On the contrary, the response was still crispy. Looking at it, the root was plowed. The part that comes in contact with the hoe became sawdust. No, not sawdust, but soil? Looking at it, I feel like it would be a good fertilizer. Let's see. I kept swinging the hoe as it is. The root of the thick tree completely assimilated into the ground. The only thing that remained was the ground that was plowed. Ooh. And surprisingly, I'm not even tired. Perhaps I won't get tired while using this all-purpose farming tool. As expected, the tool God gave. Something flashed on my mind. If I move while plowing, will I get tired? It tried doing it. I was right. Thank you, God. Since there are neither food nor water at the transition place, I thought that I was terribly neglected but it was thought of properly. I continued plowing while thanking him again. Anyway, I have to find a place where I can secure some drinking water. Because I'm plowing while advancing, my movement speed is slow. Moreover, I thought about the width that I should plow. The place where I plowed will be flattened, so I thought that the width should be around 5 meters for visibility. Besides, I can plow without minding trees. I mean tree roots. Therefore, I advanced around 50 meters in an hour. Isn't that dangerous? I don't know what time it is now, but what should I do when the sun goes down? It's good that I'm not tired, but shouldn't I be worried about my vision? No, vision is important because a beast may come out of the forest. Moo. God help me. Suddenly relying on others is useless. I looked at the all-purpose farming tool in my hand. It is in the form of a hoe. It has an effect of turning the place it plowed to soil. Speaking of which, it is said that it has other forms. For instance, saw. My all-purpose farming tool became a saw, so I tried it to a nearby tree. No, saw is not the one that should be used to cut trees. I transformed it into an axe and swing it to a nearby tree. I cut the tree like tofu. Moreover, unlike with the hoe, the tree remains a tree. I thought so while looking at the falling tree. What I should do is not to look for water but to utilize this all-purpose farming tool. For instance, I transformed the all-purpose farming tool into a drill and pressed it against the 10-meter wide trunk of a gigantic tree. The drill punctures the trunk of the gigantic tree. Within 5 minutes, I created a 4 meters square, 2 meters high space inside, which is 1 meter from the entrance. Can't imagine? Here is an image from the manga. Because the inside was rind, I transformed the all-purpose farming tool into a file. Rubbing the file once is enough to level and smoothen it. I threw away the small pieces of woods outside while thinking that it looks like a huge squirrel nest. With this, I secured a place to sleep. Next, water. I turned the all-purpose farming tool to a shovel and dug the ground. Rather than searching for a river, I dig a well. If you think about it, finding a river would be better because digging a well needs an overwhelming labor, but in my case, I have the all-purpose farming tool. I can dig it fast, digging straight down. After digging about 5 meters, it became impossible to take out the dug soil. After that, I wondered how I would get out of the hole. I need to dig diagonally to get out. No, wait. A vertical hole. What about oxygen? Dangerous. I could die. I panicked and dug up a hole diagonally to escape. Reflecting. Next, I dug while thinking about air passage. Basic, slanted digging. I dig air holes from time to time to secure oxygen. The most important thing is that there should be airflow. This is different from what I imagined of a well, but there will be no problem if I keep digging like this to the bottom. The water came out in the estimated depth of about 10 meters. All right on target. Moreover, because the ground is hard, the water flows from the side of the hole like a spring water and begins to accumulate at the bottom of the hole. Can I drink it? There is no choice but to drink it. For the time being, I won't drink it immediately and leave it for a while because I'm using the all-purpose farming tool. I'm not thirsty yet, even if it's a truly hard ground. The water is dirty because I just dug it. With this, I have a place to sleep and, although uncertain, have a water source. Now, it's food. Should I aim from the source of the beast voice I heard from the forest? Impossible. I've never hunted. In addition, the sun begins to set. What? I forgot the fire. How do I make fire? Rubbing woods. For an amateur like me, it won't go well. All-purpose farming tool. Lamp light, electric light. It's useless. It doesn't change. The all-purpose farming tool, like what its name indicates, only transforms into farming tools. Well, it is questionable to call a file and a drill farming tools. However, it transformed to it. It also became scissors and spoon. However, I imagined a chainsaw to cut trees, but it was useless. Motors and electric grass cutters etc. were no good too. Machine-related things are no good. With this, I assume that those having a few parts are okay. So, a tool that creates fire. Magnifying glass. Success. I can make fire with this before it gets dark. I gave up and crawled to the tree hole I made as a sleeping quarters and decided to transform the all-purpose farming tool into a knife to make accessories until the day rose. For now, glass, plate and tray and knife, fork, and chopsticks. I used the tree I cut down with the axe earlier as the material. While I was using the all-purpose farming tool, I did not feel thirsty, I did not feel hungry, and I did not feel sleepy either. However, since there is no fire, I made those under the moonlight. This is truly a different world. There are two moons. Chapter 3 All-Purpose Farming Tool. The all-purpose farming tool is a tool that can transform, and I can freely put it in and out. While using it, my throat doesn't get thirsty, my belly doesn't feel hungry, and I don't feel sleepy at all. However, is there a limit in using it? For example, if I transform the all-purpose farming tool into a hoe then swing it on the ground, what will happen if I don't pull it out? In other words, it can be said that I should continuously swing the hoe. This is the same with most tools. But, for example, I hit a post with a hammer. While I'm striking the post, it can be said that I'm using it, but if I move from that post to another, I'm not using it. When I'm making small items with the all-purpose farming tool knife form, it is exerting its effect while I'm working with it, but it doesn't exert its effect after I finished it and move to the next article. Even if those are just a moment, it will be a considerable amount since it stacks up. In other words, right now, I'm thirsty, hungry, and sleepy. After bathing in the morning sun, I went to the diagonal hole well I had dug yesterday. I took out the wood cup I made with the knife when I stand vigil until the morning. Because the depth was about 1 meter, I draw water from the clean upper stratum as much as possible. I can drink it. I should be able to drink it. I have no choice but to drink here because I am thirsty. A man should be courageous. I tilted the cup a little and tried putting some in my mouth. I am surprised that it doesn't taste strange. I think that it is an ordinary water. I want to think it is. Because I'm thirsty, I resolved myself and drink it. Delicious. Later, if I won't have a stomachache, then there is no problem. I have no choice but to wait for the passage of time. Next is food. Before that, I need to confirm the current situation. I made a place to sleep on the trunk of a large tree. The surrounding soil has become soft because I plowed it with the hoe. I dug a diagonal well in a place slightly away from my place to sleep. And there is the 5-meter wide road I plowed from the place I was transported to. I didn't mean to do that, but the road is visible. The distance might be about 100 meters. On my hand are the all-purpose farming tool and the small items I created when I didn't sleep. The small items I made are cups and plates that were created by shaving wood. Because I made it overnight, a moderate amount was made. For now, I need to move around while swinging the hoe and look for something to eat. A nut tree is ideal. I would be happy if I'll find apples or grapes. Then, I immediately thought, I should lit a fire first. I will not repeat yesterday's failure. I collect the wood chips which came from the time I was making the small room in the tree to sleep on. I transformed the all-purpose farming tool into a magnifying glass to ignite it. Then, stabilize the fire by adding dry woods. It took more time than I expected, but I managed to secure the fire. I was able to do it, but I'm scared to leave. I'll be in trouble if it caused a wildfire. Because of that, food search is done in the range where I can see the fire. In other words, I will plow the surroundings to expand my place. I worked hard. I continued using the hoe to expand the place with the tree I'll sleep on as the center. I worked too hard. I expanded my space around 200 meters from the tree I made a place to sleep in. After all, using hoe is fun. On the way, I thought that I would have wood problems if I turn all the trees to fertilizer, so I cut down the trees using all-purpose farming tool axe form. I discovered at that time something like a crowbar to hook the trees. It seems that I can transform the all-purpose farming tool with just image even without knowing the name. It was possible for me to move the trees with the crowbar without feeling the weight of the tree. The all-purpose farming tool is convenient. In the back of the tree where I'll sleep in is a large tree of about 1 to 2 meters diameter. With that, I won't be troubled with woods. Thanks to that, my searching for food completely went off my head. Good luck or bad luck? Something happened. When I was plowing the surroundings, an animal appeared to the place where I shook the hoe. The animal looked like a rabbit. However, the size is about the size of a medium-sized dog. Its eyes are showing hostility, and although a rabbit, it has two long fangs on the edge of its mouth like a saber-toothed tiger. Isn't this a rodent? In any case, I was not able to stop the hoe from hitting the rabbit when I swung it down. It was done in with a single blow. The hoe hit the neck of the rabbit that is bending forward. Then a crispy sound. The part from the neck to the top became fertilizer, but the body remained. I was shocked from robbing the life of a living thing, but my belly is honest. I got the food I wanted. Pray, let's eat. I transformed the all-purpose farming tool to a knife and dismantle it. Even if I say dismantle, I don't know how to dismantle it. I cut the fur. However, I panicked when I noticed the internal organs in the middle of it. I don't think that it's good to throw the internal organs. Apart from the heart and liver, the things that the rabbit ate are in its stomach and intestines. Thinking about how it shows hostility to me and thinking about its fangs, it doesn't seem to be the type to eat grass. There is no way it eats grass. Yeah, the intestines are not long as I thought, so it's carnivorous. I worked hard removing it while avoiding damaging it and throws it away. After that, I took off the fur. I was able to turn the all-purpose farming tool into a frying pan, but I gave up using it since I don't want to put it over the fire. After cutting the meat to small bite-sized cut, I skewer them into a wooden stick and hangs it to the fire. I'll barbecue it this time. After this, I'll process a stone and make it into a stone plate. I can afford to do that because I was able to secure food. I thought about it in various ways. Because I'm currently eating the burnt meat, not good, but it can only be said as natural because I grilled the meat with fire. There is no seasoning, but this is at least edible. I only tasted hospital food for a long time because I was hospitalized for nearly 10 years. The last one was an intravenous feeding. Thinking about it, this is a meat dish I cooked myself. I became teary. There is no reason not to eat this. No matter how much I revise it, the result is a burnt bloody meat. I can't deceive myself. I must do something about the food. Renewing my desire, I ate it for the time being. Still, there's only a little food remains. To make it not rot, I need a cold place. I can only think of a well, but I would like to use something as clean as possible. Since there is no other method, I decided to grill them all to preserve it. It seems that the meat will become hard you grill them, but it is better than leaving them raw. After that, I plow the internal organs and the fur with the hoe form of the all-purpose farming tool to turn them into fertilizer. My stomach is still not painful, so I judge the water of the well to be safe. For the time being, my belly has swollen. Chapter 4. Toilet. When people eat something, that something needs to go out. I wonder if I should do it around here. I plowed around my tree crib, so I'm troubled because my prospects are good, and I think that doing it in a place I plowed will feel different, but doing it in a place where I didn't flow is troublesome if I consider plowing there in the future. Feces and urine will eventually become fertilizer, but the thing right after secretion is not yet a fertilizer. It must be fermented first. No, if I plow it with the hoe form of the all-purpose farming tool, it will definitely become a fertilizer, but I'm somewhat reluctant to plow my excrement. So, I have a place to sleep, water, fire, and food. The next thing I want to obtain is a toilet. For now, with my tree crib on the center, I choose the opposite direction from where the well is. It is a little far away because it will be troublesome if the smell comes out. Think about the future. I dig the ground diagonally for about 2 meters. I learned that I can't get out if I dug straight. I dug out the inner part wider to secure space. This will be fine for several years. Probably, it will be troublesome if the stored filth contaminate the groundwater, so they hit the floor and the wall with a hammer to harden it. As I thought, the soil solidified like concrete. This will be fine. Next, the above ground part. First, I block the hole which I dug diagonally with a wooden board. The wooden board is a thing processed by the saw and chisel form of the all-purpose farming tool. I don't feel the difference with the things sold in a hardware store. The wood will crack later if it won't be dried, but it seems that there is no need to dry the wood after using the saw and chisel form of the all-purpose farming tool. The all-purpose farming tool is convenient. This passage will be the doorway to retrieve the filth from the toilet. Next, I dug a hole straight to the estimated middle of the space I made underground. I transformed the all-purpose farming tool like a huge corkscrew. Because the length was around my height, I was worried whether it would reach the underground space, but as I turned the huge corkscrew, it safely reached the underground. Shouldn't I have done this when I dug a well? At any rate, I arranged a wood board to block the hole and to act as a floor. Then, I made a hole on that floor. I made a toilet seat and adjusted it to the hole on the floor and on the ground. The toilet seat was made by cutting a good-sized tree and making it into a cylindrical shape. It is not a Japanese style but a Western style. It is a small sit-down type. In order for the toilet seat not to slip, I processed the wooden floor and the seat to lock them together. Next, wall. I transformed the all-purpose farming tool to a hammer and hammered pillars surrounding it in all directions. I felt the lack of my height when hammering the pillar, but since I made a wooden foothold, there is no problem. The height of the pillars is about 2 meters. Since the distance between pillars is about 2 meters, I think that I have made a space of a 2-meter square. Isn't this too wide for a toilet? No. It is better than being narrow. Full open is embarrassing, so I guess it's a little wide. TN, full open is written in English. Yes. I carved a groove into the wooden pillars and processed wooden board to make wall by putting them on the grooves. I made a wall on all sides and secured a doorway by removing a part of the wall. I did not prepare a door, so I arranged some woods side by side like a blind in a not far away place. Yeah, that seems sufficient. And the ceiling? There is no ceiling. I have a feeling of openness. Let's make that later. For the time being, I drew water from the well using a large cup which is smaller than a bucket. I sit on the freshly made toilet. I was able to fetch water for hand washing, but where should I let it flow after using? I made a blunder. I did not prepare leaves as toilet paper substitute. It was dangerous. I ran into the forest and looked for leaves that feel good that I can use to wipe my butt. I did not find any good leaves, but I found a grass that feels good, so I decided to use it. I hope that this is good enough. My defecate was close to the extent that I could not afford to experiment. Good enough. What a relief. After that is the creation of the ceiling. Because I don't have the technology to make a slanted roof, I put a normal flat one. A height of 2 meters is unexpectedly cramped. Thinking about it, making a 2-meter sliding door is a little too high. Next time I build a building, I'll consider the height a little more. It was so dark and troubling when I built the ceiling, so I made countless of small windows on top of the walls for lighting. For lighting at night, I processed the wood in form of a brazier and laid ash on the part of the hole. Since the brazier is made of wood, I'm worried whether it will burn. I'll make some improvement later. I want to prepare a tank-like thing for hand washing and toilet flushing. I don't have the technology to create a water tank as a water reservoir, so I cut a large tree. Thanks to the all-purpose farming tool, I was more tired going back and forth to draw water to the tank-like thing than when I was making it. Not being in a civilization is hard. In any case, the toilet was completed. I'm satisfied. Chapter 5. Food Security. After completing the toilet, I went back to bed and slept. I don't think that it is a good idea to sleep in daytime, but I'm really sleepy. I think I fell asleep for about 3 hours, but the sun has not set yet. Present condition assessment. Bed, water, fire, toilet, and food is fine for today. However, if you think about tomorrow, food is a problem. Right now, I only have the rabbit-like creature meat that I luckily obtained. If I continuously use the all-purpose farming tool, I won't get hungry. That will extend my food supply for about 5 days. I would like to search for new food till then. However, I should think about the night before that. It is natural for someone to sleep at night, but the forest is scary. The rabbit with massive fangs is hostile. If the rabbit is already like that, what more if it's a bear? Isn't this dangerous? I have fire, but I never heard about wild animals being afraid of fire. Regardless of what will come, I need to prepare. For the time being, I need a door to block the entrance of the shelter that I made from a trunk of a tree. I cut a tree with an appropriate size with the all-purpose farming tool and create something like a door with a knob. This is somewhat heavy. Won't I have trouble using this? When I closed the door, the inside was pitch black. It was troubling in various ways. If I use fire here, I will die of oxygen deficiency. Let's challenge this in the future. Next, the fence. I'll build a fence that surrounds my shelter, the well, and the toilet. I cut down straight trees and removed their branches with the help of the all-purpose farming tool. Even if I say fence, since there are no nails, it's just some sort of enclosure. I surrounded the place with logs. I won't be able to move these trees if there is no all-purpose farming tool. Even if the height is only about 1 meter, it will at least be a hindrance for the beasts. Because I insisted surrounding my domain with a fence, I had a good feeling when I was able to enclose a wide area. I think it is around 100 by 100 meters. Did I overdo it? Anyway, because the log fence was completed, I decided to sleep because it was already dark. I closed the door. It's pitch black. It is impossible to do any work, so I guess it's good. Air holes. Dangerous, dangerous. Because it's dark, I panicked a little when I can't find where the door is. I managed to open the door, put some air holes in the door, and then go to bed. Phew. Next morning, I dig at the outer side of the log fence with the hoe. I am uneasy about the log fence alone, and because of that, I woke up in the middle of the night several times. I want to dig hard with the hoe for a sound sleep. The width is about 1 meter and 50 centimeters and the depth is 2 meters. Measurement. When I was making the log fence, I was able to not put log in a place that will be an entrance, but I already surrounded the place with a moat. So, I made a bridge with a board. This board is too heavy to move, but because I have the all-purpose farming tool, I have no problem with the current conditions since there is only me. Yup, completing it made me feel good. Now, this place is safe. It might be safe. Yup, I want to think that it's safe. Well, the shelter security is secured, so next is food. Digging has taken quite a bit of time and the sun has inclined. Is it better not to overdo things? This would be the last today. I thought so because this is not the time to joke around. If I don't use the all-purpose farming tool, my physical strength will decrease. Therefore, I decide to plow the place to make it a field using the hoe form of the all-purpose farming tool until sunset. Anyway, what I wanted to do is farming. I set up the hoe and started plowing. Was there a standard size for a field? Well, I can't take measurements even if there is. So I decided to make ridges in a place that is about 50 meters square. All job was done using the hoe. It's quite fun. The field was completed quickly. In order not to accidentally trample it, I raised the perimeter of the field slightly. It feels good. Then, I just have noticed, there are neither seeds nor seedlings. There's no point in making a field. I made a field all through the night. I stayed up all night. The moonlight is bright, so I was not worried about darkness. I shook the hoe and built up a field. Here are carrots, here are potatoes. Cabbage is over there and I wonder what should be over there. It was a complete escapism. With the use of the all-purpose farming tool, I don't get thirsty, I don't feel hungry, and I don't feel sleepy. If you keep using it, you can move infinitely. I noticed that it was morning and looked at the log fence and the moat that surrounds my shelter. Ha ha ha. I wonder if there are vegetables that can be raised in the forest. I had no choice but to start plowing the forest. It is convenient to move while using all-purpose farming tools. By doing so, I might be able to encounter vegetables that can be raised. Anyway, both grass and trees that are hit by the hoe form of the all-purpose farming tool become fertilizer. I am not skillful enough to swing and observe the surrounding at the same time. Thus, I was able to hunt rabbit with fangs. Ha ha ha. I have done it again. It's a rabbit. What is this? Is it a habit for the rabbits around here to jump up in front of me? Moreover, while showing hostility like the last time, the head becomes fertilizer and the body part remains because the hoe hits its neck like last time. I decide to receive it gratefully. Although I had plowed into the forest until nightfall, I did not encounter any vegetation that can be planted, but I obtained 3 rabbit bodies. I have encountered 4 rabbits. I said 4, but one only has its head remained as its body became fertilizer. With this, I confirmed again and again that the part in front of the hoe will become fertilizer when hit. I put my hands together and prayed for the head. The bodies of the rabbits was a lot of trouble to carry because they have the same size like a medium-sized dog, so like what I did with the tree, I carried them with the hook form of the all-purpose farming tool. One of the various ways of using the all-purpose farming tool. While expressing my gratitude in various ways, I ate a rabbit and decided to sleep well today. Chapter 6: Opportunity and Encounter. I woke up. I washed my face and eat the roasted rabbit for breakfast as usual. I'm all fired up today. The immediate objective is to obtain something that can be grown in the field. I took the all-purpose farming to start plowing in high spirits. And I was surprised to see the field. There were small sproutlings on the ridge. Moreover, in a regular interval. Did somebody sow seeds? Who? Even if someone sowed them, they've grown too early. Is it God? I looked at the all-purpose farming tool in my hand. I ran into the forest, took a large wood, and carved the figure of the gods I met before I came here. Thinking about it, one looks young but feels old and the other one looks old but feels young. This is mysterious. They are not perfectly made, but I feel that their images are similar. Speaking of which, the god who gave me the all-purpose farming tool is different. I don't know how he looks, so I carved him using my imagination. Because he is the god of farming. Is he plump, since farming is tough? Is he slender? As a result of various thinking, I made a statue that resembles Hanazaka Jisen. Hanazaka Jisen is a Japanese folklore of a man that can make a withered tree blossom. I made an altar with the excess part of the tree I cut down and enshrined the wooden statue of the gods there. Thank you, God. After a long prayer, my goal changed. I need to protect the field. For now, let's assess my present condition. A big tree shelter. Well, fire, toilet, log fence and moat that's around them. 150 by 50 farm fields around it in all directions, 12 in all. The size of the residential space is about 4 of those. Image. Last chapter was one chapter too early. There are sproutlings in every field. And it is up to me to protect that field. First, I need to prepare a fence around the current field. I won't let anyone approach. Beast. I'll make a fertilizer out of them with this all-purpose farming tool. Foo. I made a fence with logs and enclosed the field in high tension. I also dug a moat. Furthermore, I plowed and smashed the place that was close to the forest. Though obtaining wood will be troublesome, it can't be helped considering that one might invade from the tree. I prepared boards to act as bridges since I made an entrance from all directions. It took 5 days to do those work. Meanwhile, as the sproutlings grew rapidly, 6 rabbits with fangs and 1 puppy-size rat invaded the field. They became fertilizer of the field. I didn't even think about making them food. It's because there is already a huge boar for food. Its height is about 2 meters as seen from the front and its width is about the same. Its total length is about 4 meters. I was pretty scared, but as it approached the field, I resolved myself. I transformed the all-purpose farming tool to a hoe and cut its neck. Its meat is delicious. Foo. The present things I have are substantial. I'm happy. For the time being, my anti-beast measures are thorough. However, the enemy of the fields is not only the beast. There are birds and insects. Unlike the rabbit, rat, and wild boar, I haven't seen any birds or bugs, but I'm sure they exist. They are not putting their hands on my field yet because they still don't see its value. But when they start to bear fruit, they'll attack. Somehow, I need to decide a measure. Speaking of which, what kind of produce are they? They are the same in one field, but they are of different types for each field. It is something you can eat. I want them to be something that can be eaten. If those are ornamental plants, I'm confident that my knees will collapse. And, should I support them with a splint? It is I who want to try farming, but my knowledge is too insufficient. I should have studied more than I sleep when I was in the hospital. There is no meaning in regretting it now. I'll just do what I can. Anyway, as a measure against birds, a scarecrow. While I was thinking, I heard sounds from a beast from the field. It sounds like a dog. It feels like the dog is trying its hardest to bark. I approached the sound while holding the hoe form of the all-purpose farming tool. There was a big dog on the other side of the log fence and moat that surrounds the field. It's a black dog. Its size is similar to a large breed dog. I felt like my heart is as high as my head. If it manages to cross, it will surely get me. That big black dog is barking at me. What is it? I wonder why, but I don't feel any hostility. There was another black dog of similar size behind that black dog. Looking at them closely, I noticed that the two of them are full of injuries. I opened the nearby entrance and put the board over the moat. The barking dog shuts up and stares at me. I am a little scared, but as I'm holding the all-purpose farming tool, my heart calms down naturally. As I calm down, I looked at the dogs again and noticed the dog behind is female. It even has a big stomach. Is the dog in front a male? That means they're a couple. Let's see. It is no good to drive them away. The female dog walks unsteadily like it was dizzy. The male dog sometimes looks back anxiously while glaring at me. Dogs are farmers' ally. When I was a child, I wanted to have a dog but I never got one. Thinking about the reasons to take in the dogs, I relaxed my posture, put down the hoe form all-purpose farming tool. It seems that the dog understood and stopped glaring at me. I don't know if they understand words, so for the meantime, I invited them with the use of gesture. Chapter 7 Dogs. Two dogs are accompanying me from behind as I walk. They are quite obedient. They crossed the moat and the fence and went inside my place. I invited them near the bonfire as it is, but they did not get near. Does it mean that beasts are scared of fire? I thought about such a thing, but it seems that the reason is different. The two of them approached the body of the wild boar that I knocked down. Because the wild boar was large, I only cut a necessary amount and left it. Are you hungry? I think it's decreasing. Wait. Wild boar meat was more delicious compared to the rabbit meat. I'm not going to give it all to you. I quickly cut the wild boar meat with the knife form of the all-purpose farming tool. I secured the thigh part for the time being. Then, the sirloin afterward is there. Ribs. It was easy because I felt no resistance when using the knife form of the all-purpose farming tool. I wrapped the meat I secured with large leaves and carried it to my tree trunk crib. These large leaves were discovered at the outer part of the field that I reclaimed. I gave the leftover meat and the bones to the dogs when I was done. The two of them started eating wild boar with great momentum. I thought about cutting it into smaller pieces so that it will be easier to eat, but it didn't seem necessary. Anyway, I understood what I should work on next. There is no table. Thinking about it, I have been using the ground up to now. I should have noticed it sooner. I took a moderate-size log and split it into two vertically. I then scraped the top of the half circle a little flat so that it won't move. The table of wild design is now complete. In addition, I also prepared log chairs. I feel that the cultural level has risen up. While working on those, the dogs were chewing wild boar meat. They ate a considerable amount. I think that they have eaten more than their body size. Well, I guess it's better for them to eat it than be wasted. I leave the eating dogs and thought about building a hut. Once I harvest something on the field, I need a place to store it. It's a storehouse rather than a hut. I had the feeling when I made the toilet. Even if I had poor knowledge, I have the all-purpose farming tool. However, an above-the-ground house is too difficult for an amateur. In the end, I only can build something like the toilet. The only difference would be the size and the floor. The size is around 8 tatami mats. It is going to be a storage place, so I want it to be on a reasonable size. By using thick trees as pillars on four corners, there will be no problem in strength. The floor is not made of woods but the ground. Considering that it is a crop storage, I thought that it would be better for it to be exposed to the cold ground. After this, I'll make shelves where I can place the crops. By the way, by the time I tried getting woods to make shelves, the dogs had finished eating. The wild boar has become bones. What's with her stomach? I thought about it when the female dog screamed in pain. Did she eat too much? I tried to approach it in a hurry, but the male dog howls and obstructs me. I thought it wouldn't be the case, but the female dog wandered around and screamed again. What's this? By chance, is she going to give birth? Outdoor? She'll give birth in such a place? No. A place where she can give birth to. In my tree trunk crib? I kept the meat there. If that is the case, I induced the two dogs to go to the just-made storehouse. It's better than an open field. I guess the female dog thought so too and obediently entered the storehouse. She came and fall in the corner. The male dog is looking at me anxiously. Childbirth. Childbirth. It is useless. I don't have a single fragment of knowledge about it. For the time being, the day draws to a close. If the sun goes down, the temperature goes down too. I decided to lit a fire in the storehouse. I lightly dig the ground near the center of the room and make a simple fireplace shape. I spread ash over it. After that, I put woods on top of it and lit it up. Smoke escapes from the lighting window. There is no door too, so they will not be fumigated. After that is drinking water. I instantly scrape a log to an improvised bucket and carried water there. It seems that I didn't make a mistake because the female dog gulps down water immediately afterwards. She gave birth here. The puppies will fall on the ground. Is it alright for them to be directly on the ground? However, I don't have a blanket or anything similar. If I knew that this would happen, I should have secured the rabbit fur or the wild boar hide. From what I have seen on TV before, horses gave birth on straw. However, there is no such thing as straw in this area. It might be possible if I enter the forest and collects grass, but it is already dark. Even if I keep on plowing, collecting grass in the dark forest is an arduous work. Can't I do anything? While thinking about it, the female dog takes action like digging the ground. I put out the all-purpose farming tool and transform it into a shovel. The difference between a shovel and a scoop is a part where you can put your foot on. For me, scoop is something that can be used with one hand. I imagine a shovel, then hold it with both hands. It doesn't matter. I dug up a corner of the storehouse with a shovel. Originally, this area is soft because it has been plowed by the hoe. It's softened more now that I'm using the shovel there. I softened an area about 1 tatami mat in the corner of the room with the shovel. The female dog understood what I had done and dug a hole in that soft place and hardened it using her paws and body to make it the birthplace. I only watch her afterward. They are probably feeling vulnerable since they just met me. I left it to the male dog and left the storehouse. The day has fallen completely and it was already awfully dark outside. I hope you give birth safely. I can't go to sleep as it is and decided to make accessories near the bonfire near my crib. By the way, the wild boar's bones looked scary at night, so I plowed it with the hoe and it had become fertilizer. Chapter 8. Life with Dogs. Morning. 4 new lives were born in the storehouse. There are 4 black puppies similar to the male dog and female dog. A female dog might have had a hard time, but I felt like it is a simple delivery. Am I too much influenced by TV? It can't be helped because I could only watch TV when I was confined in the hospital. In any case, the female dog seems to be safe. That's good. Well, it's breakfast. Anyway, as a celebration for puppy birth, I'll give the good part of the wild boar meat which I secured yesterday to the dogs. I call the male dog and hand over the meat. He then took it to the female dog. No way. Is he dominated? No, I think it is normal for a man to take care of her woman. Besides, it is just a proper act since the female has just given birth. I add woods on the bonfire and replenish the drinking water in the storehouse. I wonder if I should extinguish the fire, but if they are troubled by it, I think the dogs will take some action. Since they have done nothing this morning, I judged that there is no problem. But if a newborn puppy will burn itself, I'll feel sorry. I should make a fence around the fire. It will increase the fireplace impression. I should also have breakfast. Toilet. Speaking of which, the body of the 2 of them were badly bruised. Are they going to be okay? When I look at the male dog's body, it's certainly full of scars, but it's healing. Seeing their state yesterday, do they have high healing ability? Anyway, since they don't mind it, I guess there is no problem. I'm going to look for food. I'll leave this place to you. I said that to the male dog and decided to head for the forest. I divided the wild boar meat into 2 so they'll have food. There is still rabbit meat, but I preserved it by roasting it so it's unreliable. I can get over with it using the all-purpose farming tool, but those 2 can't. Well, they have lived even before coming to my place, so they might be able to do something about it. Wait, those 2? I'm planning to keep the 6 of them including their newborn puppies, but what plan do they have? Did they just come to me, give birth and plan to leave when the puppies grow up? If so, I feel somewhat lonely. I want them to leave me at least 1 puppy cause it was cute. I guess it will not be possible. No, Wait, it is not yet certain that they leave. For the time being, let's have them think that my place is a good place. And, if possible, I want them to help me protect my field. Therefore, I need to secure food. I have to show them that I'm a resourceful master. 10 days have passed since the puppies were born. The 2 dogs and puppies were completely taken care by and were indebted to me to look for another place. I hope that they can assist me with my work. Surprise number 1. The 2 parent dogs are able to lightly jump over the log fence and moat that I made. They can jump at the height of about 2 to 3 meters and a distance of 5 to 6 meters. Then why did not jump over when they came here the first time? It is because of their injuries? Or is it because the female dog is pregnant? Well, the parent dogs move around without permission and come into the forest and hunt rabbits etc. I wonder why they did not eat it as it is and brought it before me. Do they recognize me as their master, or are they ordering me to remove the fur? Well, I'm saved because they secure food. Also, because I'm a bit uneasy, I expanded the width and the depth of the moat. Still, parent dogs are jumping over without minding it. Surprise number 2. The growth rate of puppies. The puppies' bodies are getting really big. They are small and cute in the early days, but in just 7 days, they stop drinking milk and start eating meat like their parents. If you look closely, their teeth are beginning to grow and the fangs are also showing. However, they still have that cute atmosphere. Surprise number 3. The dogs, both parents and puppies, are guarding my field. To be precise, they were driving away the birds that are approaching the field. Moreover, when they found suspicious bugs, they bark and call me reliable. Also, I was worried about the dog's excretion for a while, but I was thankful that they are doing it in a specified location. These dogs might be highly intelligent. By the way, I focused on securing food and building a new storehouse these past 10 days. The reason for those are more mouths to feed, and the dogs are treating the previous storehouse as their house. I did not have a hard time securing food because of the all-purpose farming tool. Since I already have an experience in building one, the new storehouse is more steady. Is it more comfortable living there? My crib is built by making a hole in the tree trunk. Because it is in a tree, I can't use fire in there. Should I make my crib the storehouse and make this my new shelter? After considering it, I made a floor by arranging wooden boards on the ground of the new storehouse and decided to live there. Afterwards, while looking at the state of the field, I secured some lumbers and started making small items. Specifically, plates and cups. The plates and cups that I used until now will become the dogs. Compared to the time I first created one, I became able to make the new ones remarkably well. I think that it is a level that I can sell them. However, I am not satisfied with that, and now I am challenging uniting woods. Up to now, the only process I could do is cutting from a big wood, and its disadvantage is being a little too heavy. He is basically saying that he is going to try making tools made by a union of different wood parts. So far, all small furniture he made are solids, which are either carved or cut from a single trunk, though plates and glasses are just fine. Things like buckets that can store water are heavy and hard to use. I have the all-purpose farming tool so I can pick them up using the hook, but I don't want to rely on it on everything. If I can make something by uniting different wood parts, I can make something lighter. The end goal is a tub. I'll try making a bucket for the time being. How can I prevent water from leaking? I'm also securing leaves. Its main use is as wipes for the toilet. Next is bed. I found grass and collected it for the purpose of using it as toilet wipes, but after using it, I understood that I shouldn't have, so I just keep it as it is. If you enter the forest, it is hard to look for something because it grows to some extent. So, I started collecting them in order to use them as bed, although I'm surprised that I gathered more than expected. They are not heavy, but it is quite a labor to take the grass I mowed from that place just to make a bed. But the result of that hard work is wonderful. By the way, the puppies are the first to get a bed. It was scary to have a grass bed near an open bonfire, so I cleaned up the doghouse first. I put the grass bed because of the delivery, but at least they won't be cold now. I wonder how long this grass bed will hold. It is a little depressing thinking that it is necessary to collect again when it withers. Can't I do anything about it? It is really early, but the growth of the bud on the field is good. By the way, I began anticipating what was growing up. Carrot, potato, cabbage, tomato, pumpkin, cucumber, eggplant, radish, spinach, corn, watermelon, strawberry. Those are the crops I'm imagining when making the ridges. So the crops you pray for when making the ridge will grow? I want to experiment, but for the time being, I don't want to do something again until the crops in front of eyes can be harvested. Anyway, I haven't raised a crop until now. I don't even know how much water is good or bad. Moreover, the crops that I know of do not bloom this quick. In other words, these might be plants unique to this world. So, I divide one side of the field. I plowed around the perimeter of the ridge using the hoe form of the all-purpose farming tool on one side. I put some fertilizer and water the other, and did not do anything on the next. Let's predict how it will affect the harvest. One thing that is common to all crops is insect extermination. Because it did not know how to make agricultural chemicals, I thought about using fire, but thinking about how it will influence the crops, I didn't do it. Thinking about it, insects dislike water, so I changed the form of the all-purpose farming tool to a watering can and sprinkled water. I discovered that the insects hate water when I was watering the crops. After that, when I found a pest-like insect, I transformed the all-purpose farming tool to a watering can and water it to eliminate it. By the way, the dogs did not try to eat insects at all. It seems that they're good with the meat of beasts. Chapter 9. Dogs' names. I decided to give the dogs a name. It's not good to call them male dog and mother dog forever. In fact, I already named the 4 puppies. Because they are black puppies, I named them Kuroichi, Kuroni, Kurosn, and Kuroyan. Kuroichi is curious and active. Kuroni is cautious and is always near Kuroichi. Kurosn is the strongest of the 4. She's the only female among the 4 of them. Kuroyan has his own pace. He does things differently from the other 3. While I was calling the 4 with such a feeling, I incidentally thought of the names of the parent dogs. I thought Kuro Papa and Kuro Mama are acceptable. But when I called them that, they had a very sad face, so I decided to think firmly. Choices: Kuro, black; Schwartz, TN, German; Noir, TN, French name, can be read as Noir; Nero, High; Kuro Taro, Kuro Mayu. I was a little embarrassed by my lack of naming sense, but I decided to write the name on the ground for the moment and let him choose. I intended to write Japanese, but it was converted into a strange character. However, I can read it without problem. Is it the influence of the beginner pack that God said? Until now, I have not talked to anyone and I did not realize that because I haven't write any letters. Anyway, I let him decide the name. Once Kuro Papa decided his name, I'll think of a matching girl name for Kuro Mama. At this time, I reconfirmed the high intelligence of the dogs. Are they able to read the characters I wrote? Kuro Papa chose Schwartz, but Kuro Mama protested and pressed his head over Kuro. Did you lose the protest? Kuro Papa touched the character Kuro unwillingly with his paw. Are you okay with that? He heard it, but he did not answer. Kuro Papa's eyes seemed to tell me I can't disobey my bride. I'll let you eat something luxurious tonight. It has been decided that Kuro Papa's name is now Kuro. Then, how about Kuro Mama? Choices: Shiro, Yuki, Tjurara, Mizo. After thinking for a while, Kuro Mama seems to have decided on Yuki. He seems to wonder why I tried naming her Shiro. It's because she's Kuro's bride, although that would be like me disregarding her fur color. TN, Kuro equals black, Shiro equals white, Yuki equals snow. Kuro seems to be thinking that his naming sense is probably better than mine. I feel like he's looking at me wanting to say that, but I want to think that it's just my imagination. In any case, Kuro Mama's name has been decided to Yuki. Kuro, Yuki, Kuroichi, Kuroni, Kurosn, and Kuroyan. The name Yuki seems out of place, but let's not mind it. Kuro and the others are basically free. They go to the woods and look around the fields. However, one of them stays near me for some reason. Are they doing some guard duty system? Anyway, my loneliness from working alone has decreased a little. When I had some free time, I made a flying disc with wood. If you have dogs, you should have this. I tried throwing it to play with the puppies, but it appealed to them more than expected. Not only the puppies, Kuro and Yuki also compete. They're quite serious. The puppies don't give up either. I'd like it to be more harmonious. I had no choice but to make one for each of them and throw them in turn. The fight between dogs ceased, but I want you to stop bringing me your flying disc when I'm free. The dog's physical abilities are so great that I have to give my best throat to satisfy them. My arms hurt. Chapter 10. Dog. 30 days after the puppies were born. The puppies grew considerably big and they looked like Kuro and Yuki now. And a new discovery. Horns started to grow from the puppy's forehead. When I look at Kuro and Yuki, I see that they have broken horns on their foreheads. It is probably the reason why Kuro and Yuki let me stroke their backs but not their heads. From around the time when the horns of the puppies began to emerge, they let me pat their head, but their broken horn is painful. Will it grow again? Are they really dogs? Well, I don't particularly care about the horns growing. This is a different world. I don't mind if they grow horns. Maybe they are enduring pain with a smile. Ha ha ha. Since you have horns that are shaped like a knife made of metal, I want you to stop rushing to me head on. The crops in the field are growing up quickly and healthily. Most of them are fruits. The strawberries and tomatoes are already turning red and seems to be harvestable already. Carrots and potatoes are leafy, which is something good. It will be able to harvest soon. These are the fields that I took care of when I divide the fields. Then growing up fast might be a result of me taking care of them. In other words, it will be better to give water and fertilizer to them. Next one would be the fields with crops that I gave fertilizer. Then fields with crops that I water, and fields with crops that I did nothing at all. However, there are still crops in the fields that I didn't do anything with. Is that how this world works? Or is it all thanks to the all-purpose farming tool? Anyway, when I thought about harvesting, I thought of a troubling situation. There are too many to harvest. I transformed to all-purpose farming tool to knife or scissors and harvest them. Even if I didn't get tired harvesting them, just remembering it makes me feel dizzy. The Kuros did not help me harvest. I harvested those all by myself. I don't hate it. I don't dislike it. I have to do it. I did my best. I managed to finish it somehow, but it took me 6 days to harvest 12 fields. I intended the tree trunk to be the food storage place, but since it didn't fit, I began putting them to my own house. Problem number 1. Because the tomatoes are already ripe, they should be eaten in a hurry. Fortunately, the Kuros ate them happily. Problem number 2. The strawberries are also ripe already, so they should be eaten in a hurry. Not all Kuros liked them. Kuros and Yuki ate them with pleasure. The females like them, but it seems that the males don't. They ate them happily. Problem number 3. We have to eat them soon before they get rotten. TN. Problem 1, 2, and 3 are the same. Problem number 4. There is no seasoning. Problem number 5. There is no cooking utensil. Foo-fa-foo. My life won't get better with just farming. Without salt, even boiled corn is tasteless. And I want to make a rice paddy next. Yes, if it's rice, I can eat it just by cooking it. Cooking utensils. Problems are piling up. After harvesting and eating the harvests, I started making cooking utensils. As for the pumpkin, it's hard when raw. I made a stone board for grilling. I cut a large rock with the all-purpose farming tool, hook it and carry it, then arranged it in a way that I can put fire below. Looking at it, it seems like a table made of stone. It is possible for the all-purpose farming tool to cut the rock thinly, but it will be difficult to ascertain the limit because the rock can crack by its own weight. It was completed, but I think it would be useless unless the stone board was heated for a long time. This might be the limit for now. Next, kitchen knife. I can cut crops with the all-purpose farming tool, but I want to make a kitchen knife that can cut meat. It will also be made of stone. I shaved a stone of moderate size into a kitchen knife and sharpened the blade part. It cuts the rabbit meat with ease, so it might be good enough. I thought about making spares, so I made 3 of them. And a pot. I begin making it by scrapping a big rock. It will burn if it is made of wood. I easily made one using the all-purpose farming tool, but it's heavy. If I discovered clay someday, I'll make a pot. At any rate, the pot was completed. I also made a matching lid made of stone, but I imagined using it when it's hot and abandoned it. I decided to make the lid with wood. It became a little troublesome because the Kuros got excited when they thought that it was a new flying disc. Chapter 11. Kuro's Side. I don't have a name. I am a creature that wanders through the forest and lives the days of my lives by hunting. I have always lived like that, and I thought that I will still live like that in the future. However, there was a fated encounter. A female with the same form as me. While thinking how good of a female she is, we were attacked. I don't know what it is, but I counterattacked, but I can't do anything. I was confident with my fighting power, but I was not able to do anything with the enemy. When I was prepared for my death, female ordered me to cooperate with her, and we were triumphant in the end. I was not able to do anything about it alone. I have lived alone ever since, but now, there are two of us. When a male and a female are together, the female's stomach will grow because they have done something. I'm going to have a family. Well, I don't feel bad about it. While we are spending our daily lives in the forest, when she was about to give birth, we met the worst enemy. The inhabitants of the forest could only hide against it. Grappler bear. It is the king of the forest. Its ridiculously big body match its power. Even if its movement as a whole is slow, the movement speed of its limbs is fast. Normally, if we meet it, we should escape immediately, but female is pregnant and won't be able to do that. It is impossible to run away. I used myself as a shield when the grappler bear was about to attack female. Scary. I found out that it is impossible. However, we can't escape. I have to earn her time to escape. I thought so and stepped forward in a moment. The grappler bear's arms mowed down the nearby tree when it attacked me and female. The splinter hits female, but she was able to protect her belly. It can't be helped, so I shielded her with my body and was blown away. Overwhelming. My whole body was tattered with a single blow. Female got wounded too. I faced it full of determination, but the grappler bear disregarded me, like ridiculing my resolution. Is it a whim? I really don't know, but it must have already had a full stomach. Irritating. It's irritating, but I can't do anything about it. Rather than that, we should move before it changes its mind. We left that place with me defending female. Several days have passed since then. My injured body is so heavy that I can't hunt. Knowing our condition, it is hard to catch a prey, hit and kill it. If I grow excited, I won't get anything. It will only make me hungrier. In any case, I, at least, need to feed female. I'm concerned about the pup in her belly. While thinking that I have to do something, we arrived at a strange place. Trees were lined up in front of a soil that was dug up. Apart from the dug up part, the trees that are laid down are trees that even I can't scratch. They are called unfalling large tree. Beside it is the same type of tree. How many of it are lined up? For the time being, I tried barking. Due to hunger, my voice was more miserable than I thought. However, it was not useless. A human came out from the other side of the tree. I did it. It is a Isekai, a prey. The moment I thought so, bad feeling attacked my whole body. I felt fear much stronger than the time we faced the grappler bear. That feeling is coming from the guy in front. Thinking about it, even if humans are meager, they are surrounding the outer part of the forest and do not go deep. To be able to live alone in the depth of the forest, you need to be stronger than humans. This is such a place. Yet, he's here. I must not judge him with his appearance. Now, I just thought that we're in a very dangerous situation. I was convinced when that human took out a stick and took a stance. I only barked, but I have summoned such a person. It's too late to regret it now. It seems that female, who's behind me, had prepared. She lining up behind me now. When it comes to it, I'll just do what I can. If possible, I wish he would at least spare female, but such a convenient thing will never happen. I looked at female's face. When I thought that this is the end, I got scared. However, it is not the end. The human invited me and female. I did not feel like escaping for some reason. When we followed the human, we saw a great boar. It's a big boar. It is one species who competes with us for the hegemony of the forest. Even female and I can't beat it together. It's down. No, it has become meat. I realized the strength of this human. After that, human gave us the great boar and gave us a place for female to give birth to. In addition, he can easily hunt prey in the forest for us. I should give him my thanks. In my mind, whatever happens, I don't want to go against him. No, female, and I recognize this human is our master. Though our pups don't understand it yet because they were just born, but I don't want to oppose master if possible. Yoshi Yoshi Yoshi. There is a problem. Master treats us like dogs. I, female, and pups are species called Inferno Wolf. Will it be alright? I'm a little scared if he ever found out that we're not dogs. Chapter 12. Reconfirmation. There are too many insufficient things. I already know it, but I was conscious about these again. Currently, I want at least a seasoning. Salt, though the crops are delicious the way they are. I want saltiness. Besides, salt is necessary if you are thinking about cooking and preservation. However, there is no sea around. I plowed around the area of my residence, but all I see at the distance are mountains in every direction. It seems like the place where I am is similar to a basin. Because of that, finding a sea is hopeless. My only hope is finding rock salt, but will I be able to find one? It would be pointless if I don't look for it. But before that, I need to plow the field again after finishing harvesting and raise the next crops. I can produce my desired crop if I think about what crop do I want to grow in it while making ridges using the all-purpose farming tool. Because there is a limit of storing crops, I will not make much this time. I would like to do an experiment to understand what I can do and what I can't do. Because of that, I tried designating a part of the field for fruit crops. It is easier to preserve fruits and I don't have to panic in harvesting too. For the time being, they will be apple, pears, tangerine, orange, persimmon, and peach. Fruit crops came from trees, so they don't need ridges. I tried making assumption if I planted the seedlings here. Although I intended to plant them in one field, I got a bit uneasy, so I put 4 on one field. I used 2 fields for them. If the fruits grow well, I'll plant more. Next, the churros liked tomatoes, so I planted them in 2 fields. And I also tried planting rice on one side. It seems that rice grows from seedling, then plant them in a paddy field. I don't know the details about it. I have to try various experiments. In addition, I'm worried about whether I can make rice paddies using the all-purpose farming tool. Currently, if I try using the water from the well for it, my physical strength will be wasted. But I want to eat rice. Rice seedling is just phase 1. Let's experiment on creating a paddy field. After that, I want oil, so I'll also plant rapeseed. If it goes well, I'll need to devise a method to squeeze them. Can I transform the all-purpose farming tool into a squeezing tool? Does that kind of tool even exist? Will I be alright later? From the squeezing idea, I planted sugarcane on one side. Apart from salt, if this goes well, I can produce sugar. In addition, I also tried plating soybean and wheat through this empty field. I think I'll experiment rice paddy here. These cost me 2 days. I feel rejuvenated. I head for the forest in search of new things. When going to the forest, at least one of the churros is accompanying me. In some cases, my escorts increases. I'm delighted, but I want them to guard the fields. I tried advancing on various directions, but nothing particularly happened in 10 days. No matter where I go, nothing changed. It's still forest. We encountered the usual fanged rabbits, big rats, and big wild boars. The encounter rate is 30 to 8:1. It seems that there are many fanged rabbits in this forest. I saw a tall weasel-like animal, but it ran away as soon as it sees us, so I don't know how exactly it looks. Thinking about it, the churros are aggressive, so animals don't get near us. However, it is a pity that I didn't find anything new. Maybe it is not good that I advanced only to a degree where I could return to my residence by nightfall. Although the directions I plowed to can be considered as mapped, I don't think the soil will be flat again soon. If I keep doing this, the forest surrounding my residence will be done for, and it will be harder to secure woods. I wonder if the day will come that I'll need to secure wood somewhere else. I thought about it while eating boiled spinach, radish, and carrot. I want salt or other alternative seasoning. I'll look for 10 days more, but if I can't find anything, I'll work hard for wood security. By the way, in the 10 days where I was exploring, The rice and wheat germinated and small seedlings show up from the fruit crops. I hope that I'll be able to harvest fruits without any problems. Plowing while searching. I thought of something. Should I really need to plow, thinking that I need to secure woods? In other words, I should try using the all-purpose farming tool other than the hoe. A tool that is easier to move with other than a hoe. Wheelbarrow? Is it possible? It is. Oh, if there is a space where this wheelbarrow can advance to, I'll go there. Since I only need to push this thing and doesn't have to plow, my movement speed also increases. However, I thought of something. I never got lost in the forest because I'm moving while plowing. If I don't plow, I'll get lost. Should I give up on the wheelbarrow idea? When I thought about that, Kuroyan, who's accompanying me today, came into the wheelbarrow. It's not heavy, as expected of the all-purpose farming tool. Kuroyan is wagging his tail as if he got a new toy. That's right. If I'm with the Kuros, I will not get lost. Why? The Kuros are always entering the forest alone and come back with hunted rabbits. Oh, it's really a great idea. Let's go with that. By the way, since it can transform to a wheelbarrow, I tried transforming it to a bike or a mountain bike, but it was not possible. Chapter 13. River. Exploring using a wheelbarrow made me lose my way as I thought. However, thanks to the Kuros, I was able to return to my residence, so my explored area has expanded dramatically. On the 5th day of my exploration, I saw a river. It is river where there are rocks all over. I think the width is about 5 meters. When I walked upstream at the riverbank a little, I found a big rock wall with waterfall. Even if I say that it's a waterfall, it's not really a waterfall. It looks like a cliff with 60 degrees slope, but it is quite high, about 7 to 8 meters. It's a spectacular scenery. It's beautiful. I tried catching the water flow with my hand and it is quite cold, and the water is clean. This should be drinkable. Kuro, who's accompanying me today, is gulping water, so it seems to be alright. After finishing drinking water, I asked Kuro about the whereabouts of my residence. Kuro turned his head without hesitation. I changed the wheelbarrow form of the all-purpose farming tool to a hoe and began plowing towards that direction. I need to make a road that connects my residence to the waterfall. I used the hoe until it was about to get dark. I changed it to a wheelbarrow and went back to my residence for the time being. The next day, I asked Kuro the direction of the waterfall and plowed from my residence to that direction. I also made various things, so it took me 15 days to complete the path. The waterfall is located about 5 kilometers west of my residence. That's pretty far. The river with waterfall is curved and it seems to be flowing from north to south-southwest. Will I find something downstream? Well, let's think about it some other time. I made a road all the way to the waterfall in order to secure water. I have been using water from the well for drinking and watering the field, but it is difficult to carry it because it's from underground. However, the waterfall has a certain height. In other words, if I can make a waterway from the high waterfall, I can secure a lot of water. It will be for watering fields and rice paddies and bath. Though I thought of bath a while ago, it is difficult to carry the amount of water needed from the well, so I kept on postponing it. However, it will be difficult to make a waterway all the way to my residence. Although the Kuros are here, there are a lot of dangerous animals in the forest. If I build a waterway using the moat before the log fence, there is a possibility of something crossing and invading us. Okay. Let's make a big reservoir outside the moat and log fence that is surrounding the field. The size would be 100 times 100 meters. It will be like an inverted pyramid where it will be deeper towards the center. The deepest portion would be about 5 meters. I've also done other things, so it took me 10 days to complete. Next is to dig drainage on the ground. This is not so difficult since I just need to direct it to the downstream side of the river. It took time, but I managed to inaugurate it a few days later. Now, all I need to do is to make a waterway towards the reservoir. How should I make it? If I can't take water from the upper part of the waterfall, water won't flow. In other words, I need to make it to a certain height. Idea 1. Make it using wood. Advantage: easy to make. Maybe. Disadvantage: fragile, useless. Even if I can process woods using the all-purpose farming tool, I have to assemble it. Even if I manage to complete the waterway made of wood, I don't have nails or ropes to stabilize it. This is not feasible. Idea 2, make it using rock. Advantage, hard to break. Disadvantage, hard to make. This is harsh. I need to arrange rocks in order to let the water to flow. It is not realistic to arrange rocks from the waterfall to the reservoir. I've already plowed everywhere before, but I was not able to find big enough rocks for that purpose. The rocks I need to use for this must be at least 1 meter tall, and that height must be maintained for a distance of approximately 5 kilometers. Idea 3. Earth. Why don't I make it with earth then solidify it? If I hit the earth with the hammer form of the all-purpose farming tool, it solidifies like a concrete. That's it. Earth is everywhere and I just need to dig one like what I did with the drain too. That's a really good idea. I'll execute it. Now, let's go back to business. Chapter 14. Waterway making begins. Waterway making has only advanced a little. I piled up soil from the waterfall to the reservoir and hardened it with a hammer. Although I'm not getting tired since I'm using the all-purpose farming tool, I'm the only one working on it. Moreover, I also need to take care of the field. I spent 10 days to advance 500 meters, only 1/10. Moreover, I need to increase the amount of soil used as I go towards the waterfall. I don't think that it will be completed after 90 days. Should I disregard night and day and work on it non-stop? But if I do that, the churros will be affected too. Meanwhile, my planted tomatoes, rapeseed, and sugarcane can now be harvested. Because of that, my waterway work was interrupted. I focused on harvesting. As usual, the churros' favorite is the tomatoes. They eat it happily. Since the rapeseed needs to be squeezed to take oil, I only harvested and stocked them. I'll take them out after for squeezing. As for the sugarcane, the odor and sweetness spread in my mouth as I chew it, tasting sweet after a long time. I've teared a little. When I was chewing a sugar cane, the churros looked at me as if they want one too, so I gave it to them. It seems that among them, Yuki and Kurosuna are the only ones who liked it. Just like with the strawberries I cut and gather, wheat and soybeans need to be threshed, so I'm a little troubled because I never thought about threshing at all. There's nothing I can do as of now. For the time being, I'll just cut it all and think about something later. As for the rice, I intended to do something about the seedlings, but I left it halfway because I prioritized looking for salt and making waterway. I was not able to experiment on paddy fields too. I made the reservoir for the rice paddy and I need the waterway for it. I thought that they would be useless, but I was wrong. The seedlings grew up and grains showed up. Since I did not plant them in a paddy field, is there a problem with the yield? Or is it some different variety? I only yearned for farming, but I realized that I don't know anything at all. In any case, I also harvested all the rice. The fruit crops are now big trees but not enough to bore fruit. I guess it will take more time. However, the growth rate is quite different from normal. And, thinking about it, is it possible for me to plant cedar? Am I worried about securing woods? I should not panic. I need to do one thing at a time. After finishing harvesting, I planted tomatoes on 2 fields and let the other vacant. Even if I can do a lot of things, there's a limit to what I can do. First of all, I need to complete the waterway. I resumed working on the waterway. I'm endlessly working on it because it is depressing to do only that. I searched the forest for a change. I haven't given up on searching for rock salt. However, rock salt is a crystallized salt. I probably can't find any of it near the river, so I decided to look for it in the opposite direction of the river. There's no result. At the 30th day, I noticed that the tomatoes I planted on 2 fields are almost ready for harvesting. The temperature is falling. Season? That's it. I never thought about the possibility of winter because the rate of growth of the crops is fast. I've been careless. There seems to be season in this world too. Perhaps this is not that strange different world. How many days has it been since I got here? I harvested twice and it will be the 3rd soon. It takes 40 to 50 days from planting to harvesting. Considering 40 days, about 120 days. It has been 4 months since I started raising crops. I thought that it was spring when I arrived here. I died on May. If that is the case, then it is September now, or should I consider October? If this place is the same as Earth, it will be cold for some time. Should I consider that the cold days will be for about at least 90 days? For the time being, I need to secure food. If it snows, it will be impossible to go outside. Dangerous. This is not the time to make waterway. I should farm in a hurry. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, radish, and carrots are storable for a longer period of time. And, I need fire to protect myself from winter. I need firewoods to make fire. Originally, firewoods are dried woods, but using the all-purpose farming tool, the trees it cuts can be used as firewoods immediately. I'm thankful for it. I stacked a large amount of firewoods on the back of the large tree where I used to live in. Chapter 15. Winter Preparations and New Resident. I completely forgot about the possibility of winter. Though I said I want to be a farmer, but I definitely made a blunder. The crops should have notified me, but because of the out-of-the-norm crop growing speed, I never noticed what season it is. The weather too. So far, there were only 2 to 3 days heavy rains where I won't be able to do anything outside. The rest are just light rains. Those totally made me careless. Though there is only one human, I need to consider securing foods for the Kuros too. In order to store meat, I made a basement that would act as a refrigerator. It will turn cold just by being in the underground. I should have made one sooner. And hunt rabbits with the Kuros. If you're looking for something, you won't encounter them easily. Though I was not able to hunt even one. The Kuros hunted steadily. Because of that, I was in charge of blood draining, internal organs, and meat processing instead. Blood draining. I'm working to remove the blood of the prey. The bloody smell of the meat decreases as I drain the blood. I remember the rabbit meat that I ate after I drained its blood was as delicious as the boar meat. Because of that, I tried draining blood as much as possible. As for the internal organs, several parts are scary, so I throw them away. The Kuros are like, why are you throwing them away? They look sad. Internal organs are easy to rot, so they should be eaten immediately after processing. Also, depending on the part, feces, urine, gastric juices. I also saw melting big insects and frogs with mysterious colors. I don't think I can bring myself eat something that contains those. In the previous world, the only meat I eat is herbivores. I better not eat internal organs of omnivores and carnivores. But, aren't these valuable nutrition source for the Kuros? I never heard any wild animals that avoid eating internal organs. Rather, they eat internal organs first. My knowledge from my previous world is working, so other than the digestive system, I gave everything else to the Kuros. What about this stone-like thing near the heart? Is this gallstone? But this is not a rabbit-exclusive thing, since the boar also has one. Is this common for the animals of this world? Is this thing can be eaten? I tried giving it to the Kuros and they gladly munched, crushed and ate it. Is that delicious? In any case, the internal organs are exclusively for the Kuros, and they should eat it on the same day. There's no way I'll stock it until the next day. By the way, Kuroichi, Kuroni, Kurosn, and Kuroi are now still smaller compared to Kuro and Yuki, but I think that they are already fine adult dogs. At the center of their foreheads, there are red, knife-like horns growing. Anyway, I left the Kuros to be in charge of meat security and just concentrate on supporting them then. They managed to lure a big boar. Did they want me to take care of it? Are they depending on me, or did they give it to me because I can't hunt at all? Anyway, I can't let that invade the field, so I hit it in the neck using the hoe form. Then, drain the blood and take off the internal organs. If I'm alone, this amount is more than enough for me for the winter, but the Kuros can eat more than expected. I want a few more boars. I want it. I collected grass as well. I obviously use them as wipes for buttocks, but they are also important for bed making. Considering that it will be cold because of winter, I want to keep a lot more. As a result, the grass bed I made was tattered in 10 days. As for wiping buttocks, I have to let them as fresh as possible. I even made a separate storage for them. Though it's easy to mow grass, it is hard to collect and carry them. I tried experimenting, have the Kuros carry it. I tied them to the Kuro's body, then have all of us move together, considering that the Kuros can't remove them alone. After that, I realized that I should do it alone. I would like the Kuros to continue hunting. Now, clothes. Because the Kuros have their own fur, they have no problem, but my top and bottom are just ordinary villager's outfit. I won't last at winter. I took my eyes on the rabbit and wild boar furs. I peeled them off. But what should I do next? They should be tanned. But how do I do that? According to the survival manga that I read a long time ago, it should be chewed to soften, but as I saw on TV, after washing thoroughly, the remaining fat on the fur should be melted and stretched it. I experimented on a rabbit fur. After spoiling 4 of them, I gave up. Impossible. It is impossible for an amateur to tan fur. I intended to completely hibernate and just stay in the house during the winter. I went into the shed that I will turn into a house and made several measures against cold. For lighting, I made a dormer window. I made sure to make the window cover to surely fit the window. I double-plated the wall and put grass in between. The door I made so far a lean type door, so I tried my best to make an ordinary door. Lean type door means the door rests against it, not a thin door. The difficult part is the hinge. Since I have no metallic parts or nails, I gave up. I just directly hinged the door to the pillar. Though there might be a problem with durability, it will at least last this winter. This shed looks like a house now that a door was installed. Yes, civilization. Are these all the measures against cold for a house? If I ever need to move out, I'll rely on the all-purpose farming tool. Now, what should I do to the toilet? The toilet also needs protection against cold. When I was doing variety of things, Kuroyan, who had gone out to hunt, came to call me. Is there another boar? When I ran after Kuroyan thinking so, we moved to the place near the under construction waterway. Is the waterway broken? When I advanced while being a little anxious, I saw Kurosan waiting. Near Kurosan was a black, flat object, a black cushion. Looking at it closely, it's a big spider. Great. Its body is about 2 tatami mats in size. It's not a cushion but a futon. It has 8 legs to its left and right. If it stretched out its legs, it's probably about 6 tatami mats. Though I'm not knowledgeable about spiders, its legs are not so long. Its feature? It is covered with hair, not just the body but also the legs. The spider beside Kurosan is acting gently. What does it mean? It doesn't look like they want me to hunt it like the wild boar. Kuroyan looks like he's satisfied, as if he performed a big task. When I was a little troubled, Kurosan barked at the spider as if saying something. As if that was a signal, the spider spits threads from its buttocks and began to skillfully fumbling it with its 4 legs. What is it? After about 5 minutes, the spider wove a sparkling cloth using its own thread. The size of the cloth is about 50 centimeters square. Handkerchief? It folded it into 4 and put it in front of Kurosan. Kurosan grabbed it and brought it to me. Gift? When I check the cloth brought by Kurosan, it feels better than my clothes. Moreover, there is spider-like embroidery. Kurosan bit the hem of my trousers lightly, so I looked back at the spider. By chance, can spider make clothes? Kuroyan barks joyfully as if I said the correct answer. I see. I do not detest spiders. Spiders are beneficial bugs. If it is not a venomous spider, then there is no problem. It is not venomous. That's what I want to think. In society, it is give and take. It is the same with animals and insects. There is no unilateral exploitation or service. It is give and take. Spider will live with us. It will live on the big tree, which is my former crib. It can eat anything, but it seems to prefer potato. It eats potato. Maybe because it's a different world spider, and it makes clothes. Moreover, it can customize the form of the cloth and then make it directly into clothes. Amazing. It took my sizes by looking at me. This spider is highly intelligent. When I asked it, it made me curtains for my dormer window and door. My measures against cold progresses. And there are more amazing things about the spider. This spider managed to use and work on the fur I had given up on. It's totally more dexterous and more knowledgeable than me. Moreover, it combined the fur and its thread to make new clothes. In regards to that sense, It is absolutely better than me. I can't part with it anymore. I also gave it a name from its first impact. Zubaton. TN. Zubaton means cushion. Our new resident. Chapter 16. Zubaton. Spider not making sound seems to be the same in this different world. However, spider in this different world seems to make sound using tools. Can. It is the sound of the tree being beaten by another tree. I turned back to the direction where the sound rang. This time, it sounded thrice in a fast rhythm. South. Zubaton lives on the big tree where I originally lived. It is the highest place around since I already plowed the surrounding area. It is twice as tall as the fruit trees growing in the field. There, one can see the surroundings better. If there is an incident, sound of beating wood will ring to let me know. Moreover, it tells the direction too. One beat is north, twice is east, thrice is south, and 4 times is west. It's really good. By the way, in case of southwest, the tree will be beaten by 3 times first then 4 times after that. As I proceed in the direction Zubaton pointed out, Kuroni is already driving a beast in my direction. It is something large and this is the first time I've seen it. What is that? Big weasel? No. It's different from what I've seen before. Tanuki. TN. Tanuki is a dog that looks like a raccoon with claws like that. This is the most atrocious tanuki I've ever seen. Anyway, it is being driven away by Kuroni, so it is full of hostility. It waved its 4 claws to me. Since it attacked me, I transformed the all-purpose farming tool to its hoe form. With the all-purpose farming tool in my hand, I'm very calm. I feel that my physical abilities are also rising. I avoided its 4 claws and hit its neck with the hoe. It lost its head. Kuroni barked, so I patted his head to praise him. It is not much as the wild boar, but securing meat feels good. I used the all-purpose farming tool to carry it to my residence. Zubaton came down to help with the dismantling. Because Zubaton is hanging on a thread, it was quite easy to drain its blood, take the internal organs, and remove the fur. The way Zubaton peels the fur is definitely way better than me. After that, it returned to the tree with the fur. As of now, there should be a large amount of fur on the tree already. It is getting terribly cold. Perhaps it would have been dangerous if Zubaton did not make new clothes. I also asked Zubaton to make a big sack. I packed grass in it and it became my bed. I should request for a comforter in order to warm me up at night. When I was about to harvest the potatoes, sweet potatoes, radish, and carrots I planted on the field, there is already snow. It seems like this place is cooler than expected. I hurriedly finished the harvesting. After storing the harvested produce in the basement, I thought that the fruit trees should have anti-cold measures. But I don't know any measures for it. I'll leave it this time. I'm sorry. It seems that the Kuros understood that the winter came. They didn't go to the forest so much to the point that they shut themselves on the former warehouse that became their doghouse. By the way, I also installed several measures against cold on the doghouse. Although they can't use fire, I put some cloth that Zubaton made in it to prevent wind. The Kuros are snuggling while sleeping in order to keep warm. They're quite lovely. I think that it is still possible to do something even if it's winter. For the time being, I think I should make accessories by carving woods and stones on my hut is winter. As of now, I still haven't made anything that doesn't leak water. TN. Remember, he can only make solid objects in order for water not to leak. He can't make something like an assembled basin since water will leak. How can woods hold each other tight? Perhaps I need things like adhesives? I should think about it a little more. Should I make it with wheat flour or corn flour? I should make mortars and stone mills. Well, there are also other things I wanted, so I guess I won't be free this winter. Chapter 17. Winter is coming. The real winter came. The snow has not piled up yet, but the considerably cold wind is blowing. Zubaton shut itself on the tree and rarely shows up. The Kuros stayed in their doghouse and just waited near the fire the I lit for them. Were prepared, so there is no particular problem. But if I need to say something, going to the toilet is troublesome because the toilet is in a different place from my residence. I have to leave several times a day. It is pretty cold outside. I shut myself to my residence for 30 days and snow started to pile up, though I'm still fine now. If the snow accumulates more, I need to remove it. After 10 more days, even if it snows hard, it will only pile up for about 1 to 2 centimeters. After that, it melts quickly then disappears. I was relieved a little. For the time being, I'll try making stone mill. I am unsure if I can actually create it. I should not panic. Let's do things little by little. 30 more days. The chilly wind has stopped blowing and I think the weather is already becoming spring-like. 2 days later, I was surprised by the blizzard. Snow has piled considerably too. The spring has yet to come. 10 days later, my body was able to sense the rise in temperature. Although there is still undissolved snow in the shade, I think spring is close. 5 days later, yeah, it got warmer and warmer, and the Kuros came out to go to the forest. Unfortunately, they were not able to catch any prey, so it can be said that spring has yet to come. 3 days later, Zubaton, who didn't show up, showed up for the first time in a long time. It has been so long, so I tried to approach it, but I was surprised. There were a number of fist-sized spiders surrounding Zubaton. A2. Are they her children? She was female? Then, where is the male? I don't really get it, but the spiderlings love potatoes like Zubaton. The number of my cohabitants increased. Yup. Spring has come. Chapter 18. Spring has come. The horn of Kuroichi, Kuroni, and Kurosan suddenly fell off. I was surprised to see the place where the horn has fallen from. However, it will probably grow again like what happened to Kuro and Yuki. Kuro and Yuki's horn were also like that last year, but now, they have horns again. I collected the horns of Kuroichi and the others and probably display them in the doghouse as commemoration. Their horns look like knives and are quite beautiful. I wonder if it will happen again in the future. Anyway, let's resume my activity. First of all is the field. During the winter, the crops are considerably consumed. During the winter, I thought of various things. There is no seasoning, so the crops don't taste that good. Garlic, onion, leek. I don't plan on giving the Kuros those. I just want to enrich my meal. Also, tea. I should have thought about it earlier. I planted 2 fields each for tomatoes and potatoes. Since the fruit trees are already occupying 2 fields, there are only 2 vacant fields. I was troubled at first, but I decided to plant cabbage and spinach. Greens are important too. After taking care of the fields, I check the log fence and the moat enclosing the fields next. I was worried that something will happen to them during winter, but it seems that there is no abnormality on the log fence. In the moat, there is a fanged rabbit, but it seems dead. Did it plan to attack us? Thinking about hygiene, I guess it's impossible to eat it. In the end, I decided to make it a fertilizer. After that, I checked the waterway and the reservoir. The waterway aside, I was surprised to see that there is some water in the reservoir. Thinking about it, is it because of the melted snow? I hammered the bottom of the reservoir with the hammer form of the all-purpose farming tool. It must be the reason why the water was not absorbed. Will it go bad? I want to drain the water, but the drainage is much higher than the current water level. I can't do anything about it, so I just left. This probably won't be a problem. I decided to resume making the waterway to take water from the waterfall that was interrupted for a long time. Though working at it after a long time feels good, there's still a long way to go. The amount of soil I need to pile up increases as I approach the waterfall. I'm a bit worried about the angle, since if there will be a problem, it will be hard to correct it. Before I noticed it, it felt like I'm building something similar to the Great Wall of China, the waterway that connects the waterfall to my residence. It really looks like a wall. Won't this break if a wild animal tried crossing it? This will definitely inconvenience anyone who'll try to go to the other side of the wall. Let's just bore a hole once it's completed. Yeah, there is no need to rush things. I thought so, but still bore several holes for traffic. A real man loves holes. Chapter 19. Kuroichi and the gang's journey. One day, the cold disappeared completely. It became warmer and it feels good. Kuroichi, Kuroni, Kurosan, and Kuroan are looking at me seriously while lining up in front of me. What happened? The snow completely melts and a certain part of the forest has grown more brilliant than before. As if the representative, Kuroichi barks and they began running in certain directions. What is it? This is strange. As I'm getting upset, Kuro and Yuki rubbed their bodies against me. E2. When I looked at Kuro and Yuki, they got close to each other as if showing something to me. Ah, I get it. Kuroichi and the others went out to look for partners. I see. I give them my blessing. Though I feel lonely. Ooh. The next day, Kuroichi and the others didn't return, so Kuro and Yuki cheer me up, though they did not say anything. I'm thankful that they are tried to. My heart hurts. I also want a bride, because Kuroichi and the others are not here. The custom of having one of them accompanying me did not continue. Though Kuro and Yuki tried to stay by my side, I asked them to hunt instead. Zubaton's children worked hard on the field watch. Their ribbon-like thread hunts and scares birds. Moreover, I appreciate them eating the insects that are trying to infest the crops. The hard thing is, I have to pay attention to where I step to as I enter the field. Although they are as big as a fist, it will be dangerous if I accidentally step on them. I don't want them to walk on the ground. I want them to be in a place as high as possible. When I thought so, I asked them to move about 5 meters above the field, and if they need to do something below, they'll just have to bungee jump. Amazing. I was surprised seeing the large number of Zubaton's children. They seemed to exceed 100. I gave up the naming of children of Zubaton. My activities are the following: taking care and harvesting the fields, processing the prey Kuro and Yuki hunted, and making waterway. I want to find rock salts, but I don't want to overdo it because Kuroichi and the others are gone. I'll build the waterway for the time being. It is for the paddy field and also for the bath, especially now that Zubaton was able to make a towel-like cloth. There was no fabric until Zubaton came, so I used to use leaves to wipe my body. However, thanks to Zubaton, I can now wipe my body with cloth, so my desire for bathing became stronger. I'll do my best to build the waterway. I worked hard. It has been 60 days since Kuroichi and the others left. The waterway is halfway done. While I'm doing it, Zubaton's children shed their skin. They become bigger, about the size of a magazine. They helped me in building the waterway. They mainly carry soil. Those are the soil I softened and scooped with a shovel. I put them on big leaves which they carry. The amount they carry are small, but because of their numbers, it can't be considered as a stupid idea. Also, until now, I alone have always been the one softening, carrying, packing and solidifying soil. However, thanks to Zubaton's children, I can now concentrate more on what I'm working at. I'm grateful at Zubaton's children, and I'm sorry for not being able to name them. However, these children of Zubaton does not resemble Zubaton. They are somewhat similar since they also have hair covering their bodies and short arms, but they look like a different species because their pattern is different. Is it because they are yet to mature? I wonder if they will become bigger by repeated shedding. Is there a possibility that they have a further I don't know of? In any case, since they are helping me a lot on the field works, I'll have them eat potatoes. Building waterway and field work. It is hard to do both. When I was thinking about it, Kuroni came back from the south. Accompanying him is a black dog bigger than him. Did you found your partner safely and return here? Tears have fallen a little. Kuroni's partner tried to intimidate me at first, but when Kuroni, Kuro, Yuki, and Zubaton got in between, it became gentler. I wonder if they persuaded her. Thanks. At any rate, it is good that Kuroni is safe. He doesn't seem to be injured. He also seems to get along with his partner too. I wish his partner could get used to safety now. Also, how should I call her? Because she's Kuroni's bride. Kuronum Tn. Yo means a lady wedded to a household. That's terrible. Ja, she's a female, so Yukini. Kurosan is a female. When Kurosan returned with her partner, what should I do? Moreover, Yuki is also pregnant, although it is not obvious if you look at her stomach. I'm pretty sure because Kuro is working harder than usual. I am worried. After a few days of worrying, Kurosan came back from the west. Her partner is a black horned dog which is about her size. I am surprised that Kurosan's partner is full of wounds. Thankfully, Kurosan came back safely. He's walking steadily on his feet, so I guess he's fine. When I looked at Kurosan's partner anxiously and tried to ask her what happened, she has the I don't know anything face, so I thought of something. Could it be that Kurosan is the one who did it? I like you. Be my husband. Did Kurosan said that then attacked? No. Kuro-san probably has a lot of suitors, so he was injured because of that. Yes, that's it. Kuro-san nodded as if agreeing. Do your best. A few days later, Kuroichi returned with his partner, and on the afternoon of that day, Kuroyan returned with his partner. Everyone returned? Kuroichi looks dignified, so his partner watched and followed him. It seems like he's boasting his partner, so I pat his head. Kuroyan is full of wounds and has the atmosphere similar to Kuro-san's partner. Was he attacked by his partner? No, that's not it. He was challenged to a fight for his partner and won in the end. I want you to make a happy family. I'm glad that they returned, but I'm troubled about the names. Should I give up on that idea like what I did with Zubaton's children? Anyway, each of them will give birth after this. Considering that one couple could birth 3 to 5 animals, this is troublesome. Thinking about that food, should I need to expand the field? Let's do our best in various ways. I refreshed my heart. Chapter 20. Kuroichi and the gang's partners. Kuroichi's partner is Aris. Kuroni's partner is Iris. Kuro-san's partner is Yuno. Kuroyan's partner is Eris. I decided those names to avoid mistakes. I made them to Ayuo order. Ayuo is Kana's syllabary order. Kuro-san's partner is not Eris since Yuno is a male. By the way, Yuno is the one who became the most familiar with me compared to the other newcomers. When I'm playing with the Kuros, Kuro-san bites Yuno's neck to drag him. During those times, Yuno has an "I don't care anymore" face. Hang in there. The newcomers have begun living like the Kuros after a few days. However, it seems like Kuroichi and the gang's partners don't want to enter the doghouse where Kuro and Yuki are residing. They prefer sleeping outside. That is why my first job was to build a shed for them. I thought of expanding the fields for future needs. On the opposite side where the river is, I made a large space that can fit 16 fields, a 4x4 field, and enclosed it with log fence and moat. Thinking about the future, the number of their children will increase, so this space is necessary. I left the log fence between my place and the new one, but I fill up the moat on that side. They might feel that they are isolated if they left the moat as it is. Because I'm using the AFT, the supposed to be hard work became easy. It's tiring to always type all-purpose farming tools, so I'll use AFT from now on. I'll make sheds for each couple to live in. The place where the Kuros are currently living is supposed to be a warehouse. Considering Kuroichi and the others with their future pups, they won't need such a large place. Even if I say that, the size of the Kuros are large, I guess they need a room of at least 4.5 tatami mat. Thinking about the entrance, I should consider the height too. I'll be troubled if they started fighting, so building their sheds has been my priority. In the future, will the number of sheds increase? I'll think about it when the time comes. I also dug a well in that place considering Kuroichi and the others drinking water. Although building the waterway is progressing, it is still a work in progress and it is difficult to bring water to this place. I dig in a downward direction with a gentle slope so that Kuroichi and the others can drink by themselves. Similar to the first well, water came out after digging for about 10 meters, so I was relieved. As for their toilet, I dug shallowly in a certain place and prepare some partitioning screen. Wolves want privacy too when doing their business. If it accumulates, I'll just bury it and prepare another one in another place. I have seen Kuro discharging a really big one by accident and the atmosphere between us became awkward for a while. Besides, during winter or at night, the Kuros usually go to the forest to do their business, so this won't accumulate easily. I thought about the pups that will be born. This place will be for those new dogs, so I decided to call this dog area. I asked Kuro and Yuki to move in the dog area, but they refused. I'm glad since I'll be lonely. No, I forgot about Zubaton. The newcomers Aris, Iris, Yuno, and Eris seem to like tomatoes too. It is probably a racial thing. At some point, Eris got impatient and accidentally ate an onion, but there seemed to be no problem. I heard that onions are dangerous for dogs, but is it different in this different world? Onions contain an ingredient called thiosulfate, which is toxic to cats and dogs. The ingestion of onions causes a condition called hemolytic anemia, which is characterized by damage to the red blood cells. Onion toxicity can cause the red blood cells circulating through your pet's body to burst. No, I shouldn't be careless. Let's warn them no, not eat it as much as possible. Looking at it, it seems like Eris likes onions, so she was troubled a little. The newcomers also liked the frisbee. They're crazy for it. My arm got tired. I drink tea for a change of pace. The tea was growing too quick that it caught me off guard. I made tea by picking up the buds. In addition, I forgot that I had to roast it first. My first tea tastes like leaves on hot water. As for the buds, since they grow too fast, I was able to harvest buds on a regular basis. In regard to roasting tea, because I don't know anything about the roasting condition, I can only use trial and error method. As a result, the taste can't be considered a tea, but if you don't compare it to the tea of my previous world, it is still drinkable. At least it's better than hot water. The problem with the tea is the lack of tools such as tea strainers. I have to put the tea directly to the cup, so I can't drink to the last drop. Let's make a tea ceremony set next winter. Chapter 21. Field Expansion. I have to expand the field because the number of mouths to feed increased. The completion of the waterway is still far away. Presently, we can survive with what we presently have now, but I have to plan various things, especially when I thought about winter. Also, when they gave birth, the amount of food consumption will increase. When I first met Kuro and Yuki, they managed to eat a big boar with just the two of them. It will not hurt to be prepared. On the south of the current field, I made a 4x4 field which is similar to the size of the dog area. Let's call it New Field Area. I'm already used to field works. First step is to use hoe to make ridges on regular intervals, then water them. Zubaton and her spiderlings play an active part in bird and pest extermination. By the way, Zubaton's spiderlings and Kuroichi and the gang's partners get along well. I was surprised when I saw Zubaton's spiderlings getting on the back of Ares. Ares seems to be helping Zubaton's spiderlings on moving around. I thought Ares is eating them at first, so let's keep that a secret. I'll utilize this one as a whole field. However, I plan on using it mainly for experiments. If I plow even if I don't have a clear image, will anything grow there? What will happen if I plant seeds and seedlings to the place I plowed? Those are some things I want to experiment on. The crops have grown in the new field area. There are fruit-bearing trees, but they don't have fruits yet, although they now have flowers. It is impossible to expect anything this year, but it will perhaps have something next year. Zubaton's spiderlings also helped with harvesting. They can't harvest any root crops because they can't pull them out. They help harvesting tomatoes, eggplants, and cucumbers. Moreover, they put it in a box that I prepared. I occasionally see them still eating, but I overlook it. I'm grateful for their help. Upon seeing Zubaton's spiderlings helping the harvest, the Kuros tried to help too. However, they can only use their mouth to harvest. Moreover, I feel like they are eating more than they harvest. They gave up after eating grandly. Of course, I got angry. I find the reflecting appearance of the Kuros interesting when I yelled at them. The waterway building has not advanced. It was because my time was taken by the dog area and the new field area. In addition to those, Yuki and the others are going to give birth soon. As Yuki and the others' stomach became obvious, the female camp began to stop hunting. On the other hand, the male camp works harder in hunting since the appetite of the females who are about to give birth is high. They hunt and hunt until they can catch no more. The large amount of fur goes to Zubaton. With that amount, even a part of the floor of my residence has fur covering it. In any case, it took some of my time to dismantle the prey they hunted. Even though the Kuros can eat it as it was, they asked me to dismantle them. I guess they got accustomed to the taste of processed meat without blood. When the big stomach females come to me with begging faces, it becomes impossible for me to refuse. I was treated like a butcher of the prey the male camp has hunted. The rush delivery came. The first one was Eris. She gave birth to 4 pups. Then Aris began giving birth. After that, Kurosan, Yuki, and Iris also gave birth in a dash. Until now, we usually eat near my residence, but aside from Yuki, the others gave birth to their sheds in the dog area, so it becomes impossible for us to be together in a while. Because of that, I decided to set tables in 2 different places. The Kuros prefer cooked meat rather than raw meat. That was unexpected. I have an image of them liking raw meat. Well, when I first met them, they were fascinated by the meat of the wild boar. It seems that Yuno began to look manly when his pups are born. That's what I thought because he hunted a huge wild boar alone. Great. He managed to hunt it, but he came to call for me to carry it. I went fishing in the river for a change. It is because I wanted to eat fish. I discovered a certain fact there. The AFT can't transform into a fishing rod. Why? Perhaps there are rules. For fishing, an all-purpose fishing tool is needed. Although this seems to be a wake-up call, I did not mind it and became apologetic to the AFT. It had helped me sufficiently so far. I don't have any complaint about it. Besides, although I can't transform it into a fishing rod, I can make traps using the hoe or shovel to catch fish. There is no problem at all. Other than the thing that I was not able to catch any fish. Feeling defeated, I assume that fishing activity is beyond me. It seems I can't catch different world fishes unless they are in a place without water. It seems like I can't use my common sense here with regards to fishes. Also, there were fishes with fangs. I was scared a little. Several days later, I improved my trap and caught several 30 centimeters long fishes. I ate them right away and it was bad. They smell like mud. When I caught a fish, the Kuros did not show any interest at all, so I thought that it was strange. Regrettable. Chapter 22. Winter Preparation and a Naked Girl. I have begun feeling the chilliness in my residence. As for Kuro and the others' pups, they are still cute, but there is already a horn growing in their heads. I became a little melancholic since winter will arrive soon. The fruit tree did not bear fruits yet. I expect it next year. I have stored a considerable amount of food, to the point that I have to build more underground storage. You can call it thorough. I have raised and harvested more crops now. Thought the waterway is still incomplete. In addition, I haven't secured salt yet. Will I be alright? I feel like I haven't tasted any salt salinity ever since coming to this world. I have only eaten either produce or hunted animals and now, fish. Can it be supplemented by animal meats? I'm not quite sure. I roast them. However, it is not possible for me to eat them raw, though my physical condition might worsen in the future. I can't do anything for now. Let's make it my objective next year. I'll make it my top priority. Why does it seem like he urgently needs salt? Salt plays a crucial role in maintaining human health. It is the main source of sodium and chloride ions in the human diet. Sodium is essential for nerve and muscle function and is involved in the regulation of fluids in the body. Next is waterway building. I want a wife. Sleeping alone at night is lonesome, especially when I see the harmonious family of the Kuros. Zubaton suddenly consoles me. Thanks. My plan for winter. I decided to make various things with wooden stones this year, so I collected materials. Currently, I managed to unite woods without water leaking on them. I'm currently using resins in order for that method to succeed, but now I'm aiming for no water leak even if no resin is used. Devising the angle by carving the wood where the parts joins, I managed to prevent water leak. It prevented water leak, but when more load was put in it, it cannot take the water pressure, so I devised the carving to strengthen the unification. Perfect. I utilized it presently at the water container in the dog area. This is one step closer to the bath. The fruit trees are also giving me a good feeling, so I'm thinking of planting cypress. For the sake of the bath, Kuroichi and the others' children don't have names except for one. It is because there are too many of them. It is also difficult to distinguish them. I'm thinking of asking Zubaton to make scarves with names. I named Kuro's 4 new pups: Kurogo, Kuroroku, Kuronana, and Kurohaki. Kurogo and Kuroroku are males while Kuronana and Kurohaki are females. This is not discrimination. They are living near my residence, so there are a lot of chances for us to meet. A pure white puppy is born among the new pups, and it is the pup of Eris and Kuroyan. I named it because it's completely distinguishable. Fubuki. I think it suits her because she looks like snow. Fubuki equals blizzard. She's female. At the time when the horns can be clearly seen on the forehead of the puppies, Zubaton informed us that there was an incident on the north side. It seems that the urgency is higher than usual, so I have a bad feeling. To affirm my hunch, I was surprised to see the Kuros running all together on the north side. The puppies also acted similarly. Why did a dangerous guy come? I took out the AFT and followed the Kuros. When I arrived at the place where the Kuros surrounded, I saw a naked girl. She looks like in her lower grade of elementary school. She has silver hair and an outstanding pretty face. In the future, she'll absolutely be a beauty. However, her body was full of scratches made by the Kuros. She's currently being confronted by the Kuros with a big tree behind her. The Kuros are attacking her one after another, on one place after another. She was blown in succession. Even if the girl is an enemy, why are the Kuros not holding her down even though their difference in physique is clear? No, wait. They have to calm down. However, even though I already clapped my hands, the Kuros are still hostile. The surrounded girl noticed me. Help me. Good. I can understand what she said. I felt something after hearing words after a long time. All right. I passed through the Kuros and came in front of the girl. Chapter 23. Savage. When I came in front of the girl, I had the Kuros fall back and take off my jacket to temporarily cover her body. It seems like it gives the girl a breather, so she approached me. Don't be scared. As I said that, the girl bit my neck and sucked my blood. The girl grows rapidly. Until a while ago, she looks like a lower elementary schooler. Now she looks like in her upper grade. Her body, which is full of injuries, recovers in a dash and becomes glossy. I was surprised when the girl suddenly sucked my blood and it made me unable to move. Kuro made his move and took the girl away from me. After that, the dogs attack the girl. Wait. It's a misunderstanding. Stop attacking, please. Fubuki dashed. The girl was thrown in the air and was attacked by the dog again before she hits the ground. When the girl fixes her posture in the air, another dog jumps higher and slams her on the ground. It's a body slam. Seeing that, I regain my composure. Wait. I stopped the Kuros. The Kuros obediently followed me, but they are still in their attack mode posture. As for the girl, the Kuros badly bruised her again and she returned to being a lower grade elementary schooler. No, she's smaller now compared to earlier. Are you an enemy? No. Please tell these fellows to calm down. You sucked my blood but you're not an enemy? The girl before me might be a vampire. I don't have any idea if there is anyone else can do that. I apologize for sucking your blood. I would have died if I stayed in that state any longer. When you suck blood, you recover. Yes, that's why the Kuros attacked her. She immediately sucked my blood as soon as I let my guard down. Will there be any effect now that you sucked my blood? I heard that if a vampire sucks your blood, you will turn into a lower class vampire. It should have had a charm effect, but it looks like it doesn't work on you. It has no effect. Will I also become a vampire? Will I become an undead? You won't. If you dislike it, I won't ask for your blood anymore. I see. In other words, I won't be facing any problem with what had happened. Yes, I only drank your blood to recover. I apologize for the sin I committed unto you, so please overlook it. Let me think. For the time being, do you want to suck a little more of my blood? It seems like the girl and the Kuros were surprised with my proposal. Is it all right? I don't mind. You're not an enemy, right? The girl bit my neck while being modest. Chachu, she's sucking it. The girl's body grows from a lower grade elementary schooler to an upper grade elementary schooler and finally into a junior high schooler. The wounds on her body disappears beautifully too. A mysterious spectacle. Phew. The girl shows a satisfied expression. I checked my body. Though my blood was sucked, there is no effect. In my previous world, I understand how bad you'll feel if blood was extracted from your body. But I don't feel like my blood has decreased. How about a little more? I asked her to suck more. It's okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. The girl sucks my blood. From a junior high schooler, she grows into a high schooler. As expected, I don't feel like losing blood at all. Good. Can you drink a little more? I can. The girl sucks my blood further. From a high schooler, she became a university student. Phew. Any more than this? The girl says that as if hesitating. No, she is not a girl. Beside me is a beautiful woman. She can suck that much blood without me being affected thanks to the gift God gave me when I came into this world. Healthy body. This might also be the reason why the charm has no effect on me. Anyway, before me is a beautiful woman. Moreover, she's naked. I told the Kuros to disperse and decided to invite her to my house. What? Did I act like a savage? The number of residents increased. Chapter 24. Lu. The name of the vampire is Lulo. She equals Lu. I have tried calling her in a number of ways but it eventually becomes Lu. By the way she addressed me changed from savage, erotic beast, bastard, village chief, and now husband. Because I accepted Lu, the Kuros accepted her too. I was careless, so when she met Zubaton and her spiderlings, she fainted. Although she's a vampire, she's still a woman. One would normally be surprised if she saw a giant spider with a lot of big spiders. After she recovered, she somehow accepted my explanation. However, she was startled when Zubaton sneaked behind her. Lu doesn't necessarily need blood. She can also eat the foods that I eat. She especially likes tomato. Though she fought with the Kuros, they got along well as they have similar taste. Zubaton requested me for potatoes, so I cooked using tomatoes and potatoes. A shocking truth was found out because of that. It started when Lu ate what I cooked. You didn't add salt? There is no salt. I looked for it but can't find it. I would never forget Lu's expression during that time for the rest of my life. I accompanied Lu to the well. It is the first well that I dug diagonally. I thought that we're going to the bottom but we stopped somewhere near the entrance. She knocked on the wall and tried to cut off a part of it. The ground around there is hard. Really hard. Therefore, she just shaved off the rock-like wall. Lu and I returned and boiled it in a pot with water. If you boil it like this, salt will come out. Once all the water boils, what will be left is salt. I obtained the salt that I desire. A few days later, we finally made salt. The food now has saltiness. It seems that in this area, there is no rock salt but there is a layer of soil salt. The depth is about 50 centimeters from the ground. Is the whole forest covered with that? Well, the plants in this forest seem to be special. By the way, thanks to the AFT, the crops are growing in the fields, but because of it, we won't be able to extract salt from the soil in the fields. I offer my prayer to the shrine I made near the big tree. Changing the topic, I checked the surface of the reservoir if there is salt soil there. There is. The salt layer might dissolve into the water, so I took some soil from another place to cover the layer of salt soil and beat it with a hammer. I beat it again and again to harden it. Lu seems to be able to make her own clothes using magic. The first time I met her, she was stark naked. It seems that she needs magical power to maintain the clothes. She was wounded that time, so she was not able to. Magical power. Magical power. I was impressed when I saw Lu making fire with magic. Going back to the topic, Lu can make clothes with magical power, but now she's wearing clothes made by Zubaton. It seems like the clothes Zubaton makes are better than the nobles have, so Lu likes it a lot. By the way, Lu can freely change her body size. During the day she makes her body smaller, similar to a junior high school student. As for the reason why she's bigger at night and smaller at day, it seems like in order for me to be prudent. In short, MC won't lay his hands on Lu when she looks like a lily. So she wants me to be prudent. I'll be prudent. A little. It seems like erotic beast San doesn't have much self-control. Well, since the residents have increased, I need to prepare more for winter. Will be in trouble if I don't. But since I already have planned various things since spring, it won't change that much because the population only increased by 1. Conversely speaking, I'm glad that the number of people who can harvest increased, since Zubaton's spiderlings can't harvest root crops. No way. That's dirty. Lu seemed to oppose doing farm work in the beginning, but after 2 to 3 days, she no longer minds it. Her adaptive power is over 9,000. Supposed to be she has high adaptive power. After eating, before sundown, I asked Lu if she can teach me magic. I managed to understand the theory but I can't use it. Lu said, I'm a person with no magical talent. Regrettable. It seems that people with no magical talent can learn magic in about 10 to 20 years, however, the magic they can learn is limited on lighting a bonfire. Well, it's not worth the effort. Lu can use variety of magics. It seems that she's a famous mage before she comes here. In short, she can use variety of magic because she studied different type of magic. Among them is light magic that is useful in daily lives. In the darkness of the night, the place where she casted magic will be moderately bright. It seems like if it is casted before the night, it will roughly last until dawn. Moreover, the insects won't go near the light magic compared to a bonfire. It's really convenient. The downside is that it requires magical power to turn it off. I currently find it useful in lighting the toilet. I can use various powerful offensive magic. When morning came, I also asked her to lit the fire. No, you don't have to cast something at that level. Winter has come. I worked hard in various ways until spring. According to the trailer and Lane's illustration, the vampire's name is Lu. After 2 chapters, I'll also follow the trailer and will name the angel tier. Chapter 25. Winter was short and spring has come. I feel that the winter this year was short. Is it because Lu is here? In any case, spring has come. This year's goal: completion of the waterway. Let's do our best. The first thing I'll do this year is to plow the fields. I decided to make a new field on the north side for fruit trees. The size of the new area is a 16 4x4 square fields which are 50 meters each. The fruit trees I've planted will not bear fruits yet, but I know that they would as they grow up. Besides, fruit trees don't need much attention. Since Zubaton's spiderlings are working hard for pest prevention, my hardship is only at the beginning. The bodies of Zubaton's spiderlings have become bigger, so I think that the trees around here will become their new home. The trees I initially planted are apples, pears, tangerine, orange, persimmon, and peaches. In addition, I also tried planting grapes, pineapple, banana, cherry, and chestnut. After that, I planted a lot of tea trees too. Lu and I consumed a lot of tea, so the supply unexpectedly decreased. I will struggle making tea later, but that's another story. The Kuros went to the forest and began hunting. The first prey of this year is a huge wild boar. As usual, they call for me since they can't take it home. I'm sure they won't have any problem consuming it in the wild. However, securing meat gives a good feeling. If they continue like this, won't the preys around here disappear? Isn't it better to adjust their hunting pace to some extent? I'm a little troubled. While worrying about it, the horn on the Kuro's head began falling. Will Kuroichi and the others' pups go out and find partner too because of this? I'll be happy if they could come back safely. While thinking about it, I think the pace will increase and it will be bad. Well, I'll think about it when the time comes. At any rate, before the pups of Kuroichi and the others leave to find partners, Zubaton's spiderlings had gathered in front of the hut where Lu and I lived. Why this atmosphere? Perhaps Zubaton's spiderlings lifted one of their legs and waved at me, then spit threads from their butt and flew away one after another. Are they going out to look for partners as well? So sudden. I made the fruit area for you. Unlike with the Kuros, tears fell from my eyes as I felt that they would not come back. Zubaton came in front of the crying me and raised one of her legs as if trying to comfort me. Behind Zubaton, there are still many spiderlings who had not left. You guys, is that so? You'll stay? And further behind were countless spiders as large as a fist. I see. Spring has come. After the spiderlings left, Kuroichi and the others' pups left to search for partners as expected. It is unexpected that some of them stayed. Looking at it, it seems that the ones who stayed are couples. I see. All of Kuro's pups, Kurogo, Kuroroku, Kuronana, and Kurohaki, left. It seems that they understand and naturally avoided being partners with blood relatives. The Kuros are clever. Fubuki, the only named pup of Eris, stayed with her partner, which is Zara's pup. Ara's son is tattered. Well, get along well. Given that there are new couples, it has been my daily routine to construct a shed at the dog area. Considering future expansion, it's impossible to construct a detached house for each one of them. Because of that, I made a long tenement type sheds. I feel like I'm making horses stable. Well, I think that's not bad. Thinking about the number of pups who looked for partners, I made a lot of sheds. As it gets warmer and warmer, I wear the new clothes that Zubaton made. As usual, her fashion sense is better than mine. The clothes she made are results of trial and errors, so as a way of thanking her, I made wooden mannequins. The mannequins I made for her are of the same size of Lou and me. I'm looking forward to your future works. By the way, I also made several pieces of wooden hangers that can be used to store clothes. Zubaton's spiderlings who stayed seem to be able to make simple things like bags, but it is impossible for them to make things with complicated shapes. I put some grass into those bags to make something like a cushion. Lou seems to like the cushion. We usually sit on things made of woods and stones, so she wanted something soft. Lou has been trying hard to make an O-shape cushion for the toilet. Because of that, I suggested her to make a U-shape instead of an O-shape. She was pleased. And, it seems like Zubaton's spiderlings are looking at me with eyes full of admiration. This is somewhat embarrassing because the idea came from my previous world. After that, I made some things like a sofa. Lou said that I should have made a bed first. I see. Is that a night invitation? I'll do my best. Chapter 26. Tendon. A woman with wings. Kuroichi's pups are about to come back. I was informed by Zubaton about an abnormality in the north. It's the same when Lou came. The Kuros all ran to the north at once while me and Lou chased them hurriedly. No way. Is there a naked girl again? Lou is enough for me. When we arrived at the place where the Kuros are, there was a trembling angel surrounded by the Kuros. Angel. She has blonde hair with a lovely face. She looks like a high school student. Her chest is really noticeable and she really has an appeal of a woman. She has large wings on her back and is wearing a pure white dress. Unlike the time with Lou, I don't think she'll suck my blood. She was bitten in her hands, feet, and wings, and she was also knocked down. As expected, I entered the scene to intervene. Wait. It's exactly like what happened with Lou. After the Kuros fall back, the judge that she was saved when she saw me and began crying. My desire to protect her stirred up, but I already have Lou. I tried to leave things to Lou, but the angel got furious when she saw Lou. So this is where you have been, you rotten vampire. The Kuros respond to the rage and beat her up. For the Kuros, Lou is already a friend and a family. While feeling glad for confirming their feelings, I intervened again. Thank you very much. As expected, she's bleeding all over that it's dropping on the ground. She's pitiful. Thinking of what I could do for her, the angel manages to do something with her own power. With magic, she heals herself with healing magic. She stops the bleeding and cleaned her body and clothes with magic that I don't understand well. Is it cleaning magic? When I thought how convenient it is, Lou's competitive spirit lit up and says that she can also do it. Now, should I ask her to clean up the excrement that accumulated under the toilet? Though I can take care of it myself, I don't feel like doing it. I'm still not motivated enough. When the timing is right, I'll try asking her as a favor. As of now, I know that it will be of no use. Vampire. Why are you hiding here? Lou and the angel seem to know each other. Looking at it, it seems like they have a hostile relationship. Well, various things happened. Are you alright? That's quite painful. I'm okay now. It is no longer painful. I understand because I also almost got killed. You too? Yeah. They're merciless. Magic is also ineffective since they can evade it. It's alright. You are safe now, but it seems different now. It seems like there's a strange empathy born between them. I apologize for what happened that time. Therefore, let's stop the dispute here. You're apologizing. I understand. Let's stop our dispute. Thank you. Then, let me introduce you to my husband. Lou suddenly introduced me. A2. I'm Hiraku, Michio Hiraku. It has been a while since I introduced myself to someone, so I somewhat stuttered. Nice to meet you. I'm Tia. As you can see, I'm an angel. Angel race. There is such a race here too. I came here in pursuit of Luloshi-san, but pursuit? Yes. Luloshi-san acts violently in a town and she even has a bounty. I should look after Lou. Ahaha. I somewhat overdid it a little that time. It's not a little. Even though no one was injured, it crushed the face of the nobles. Ahaha. Lu adds, I came here because I wanted to escape from her. Escape? I have known Lu's character to a certain extent. She's not the type to escape. Lu answers my question. She's a little stronger than me because of affinity. Luloshi, you've changed. If it's you from before, you will absolutely not say that I'm stronger. Fufu. I realized my powerlessness. Ah, I see. I agree. Your self-conceit will really disappear. Tia and Lu looked at the Kuros at a distance. That number is foul. Yup. Ma, since they will no longer fight, let's welcome her. Anyway, will you come to our house? It's a poor shed, but it's better than standing here. Right. Come in by all means. Lu unexpectedly invited her enthusiastically. Is that so? Then please excuse me for intruding. I disbanded the Kuros and headed to the shed where Lu and I sleep with Tia and Lu. As we enter the shed, Lu incited the three of us for some reason. Why you swindled me, you vile vampire. My body can't take it alone. Please do it with me. No one is fool enough to go with that. Release me. I'm already satisfied with Lu. Didn't I just say that my body won't last? Horror. Now the number of resident increased by 1. An tendon is a comedic term. It means repeating the same gag or silly line. Chapter 27. The number of residents increases. This has been the 10th day since Dear started living with us. She experienced everything Lu experienced and everything was settled now. She also fainted upon seeing Zabuton. Is it normal for women to faint upon seeing Zabuton? She's not that scary. Your body certainly won't last with that. Right. I was saved when you came. The two of them, who got along rapidly, are eating cucumber and tomato savorily. Tia seems to like cucumber and she's munching it grunchily. Tia looks erotic while Lu doesn't look suited for cucumber. You can escape violilification, but I don't have the ability to do that. We need to consider other methods, like increasing the number of partners. You know husband's character. We want to increase our numbers, but he'll definitely get mad if we kidnap someone. Right. But don't worry, we don't need to kidnap someone. What's on your mind? I happened to see some before coming here. I'll take a leave for a while. If you run away, I will chase after you. I will not run away because my husband is here. Tia, after calling me in various ways, like Lu, called me husband. Several days after Tia went out for business, Kuroichi and the others' pups started to return. Some of them were tattered. Yoon, do your best. The dogs who got here for the first time shows vigilance against me and Lu but became friendly when the Kuros mediated. There is no trouble at all. One of the returning pups is a little special. He brought back 3 partners. 3. It is one of the male pups of Iris. The 3 partners he brought home are all females. He looks weak but he doesn't have any injuries. It seems like he gets along well with the 3 he brought back. I thought they are strictly one man one wife. Am I wrong? Ma, as long as there will be no trouble I will not say anything. Like Fubuki, I also named him Masayuki. It is the main character of a rom-com, battle manga from my previous world. He never decided who his partner will be and in the end, he impregnated all the female characters. It made a big commotion in the net. The legendary man of harem, Masayuki. I don't yearn to be like him because it will take too much vigor. Don't I already like that with Lu and Tia? I decided not to think about it. When all of Kuroichi and the others' pups returned safely, it feels like density rose up in a dash. It seems like the tenement-style sheds I prepared was not that bad. Well, it is better than sleeping outside. And breeding will probably start. They go out to the periphery of the forest to hunt together and come back with prey on their mouth. I became busy with taking out blood and dismantling internal organs. In addition, they knocked down boars several times and called me to carry it back. Since I still need to take care of the fields, I've been working hard every day. Tia came back. Accompanying her were 7 women. Chapter 28. Hi Elf. I'm Ria. I'm Riss. I'm Riri. I'm Riff. I'm Rikoto. I'm Rise. I'm Rita. Ria, Riss, Riri, Riff, Rikoto, Rise, and Rita. All of these women, who introduced themselves, were all of the same race with long ears. Elf? We're high elves. But we don't mind if you call us elves. I don't really know the difference. Tia-san recommended us to come here. Please, let us live here. 82. When I looked at Tia, She placed her hands on my shoulders and looked straight at my face. I will explain their tragic past. The High Elf women had lived in the village north of here about 200 years ago. They got involved in a war involving humans and their village was destroyed. Because of that, their race scattered and began wandering to find a place they can reside. We've been living while moving in the forest for a long time. If we can't find a place to settle down, we won't be able to increase our population. Please, I beg of you. The 7 of them lower their head. It seems like the custom of lowering their heads is something they don't know, but Tyr taught them in advance as a way of asking favor. I have never experienced something like this before. 7 women lowering their head before me makes me feel a bit shy. They can also be considered as manpower, so please. I also think that it's a good idea. I heard that high elves are smart and they look good too. Also, you are still young, right? Tyr strongly pushes the idea and Lou approves it too. I'm the oldest. I am a little over 400. I'm the youngest. I am around 300. Rhea is the oldest and Rita seems to be the youngest, but I don't understand their standard. Every one of them looks like university students. Some might even think they're high school students. All of these elves are beautiful, or their race is like that. Anyway, they are looking for a place to settle down. To be honest, I'm glad with the increase in manpower. There are various races cohabitating here. I don't mind as long as you don't start a fight. Therefore, I gave my permission. Thank you very much. I'll do my best. Please take care of me. Voices of joy came out from the 7 women. The 7 of them fainted upon seeing Zubaton. Then, fainted again when they saw the Kuros. This is the first time I saw someone fainting after seeing the Kuros. I wonder if they are not good with dogs. Afterward, a shed was built to secure residents of the 7. I decided to make a big one where the 7 of them could live in and not per individual. It's a big shed, so I guess it's a cottage. Let's just call it a house. As expected of a house that can accommodate 7 people, it can't be completed in one day. I'll just have Rhea's group to sleep on tents for now. The cottage construction site is located in the south of the reservoir and west of the new field as requested by them. That will be southwest from my residence. They have requested to construct it there, but it's a little far away. Why? The size southwest area is similar to a 4x4 field and they requested it to be built in the center. They might feel lonely because there is nothing in the surrounding. Well, let's just hope they won't, since they are the one who requested it. Let's start the construction as planned. After that, I also made log fence and dug moat surrounding the southwest area. There is a moat that is in contact with the new field. I'll leave it for now. Defenses for places where people live in should be firm. After that, we decided the location of the well and the toilet and constructed it, thinking about the future development. We also made a basement and a dump site. I can turn all garbage into fertilizers using the AFT, but they can't do it. That's why they need a dump site. The digging and cutting of trees are my jobs, and the 7 of them are the ones processing the woods for construction. Compared to me, they are more powerful and more skillful. I watch them processing the woods, especially their method of uniting them. I feel like I'll obstruct their job if I help them, so I leave it to them. I dug holes, compact the ground, and gather wood according to their instructions. After 10 days, a fine log house was completed. Furthermore, it is an above-the-ground floor type and 2 floors. I'm slightly jealous, but I learned the method of their construction. Fufafu. It might be a good idea for me to make a new house. The log house is a horizontal rectangular type. Upon entering, you'll be in the large hall and dining area at once. It seems like a place where everyone can work or eat. There is an enclosure at the center of the room where one can lit fire. Is this hearth on the ground? It looks like it. There are doors on the left and right side of the hall. If it were me, I'll make them into kitchen and bath, but they made it into warehouses. There are also stairs on the left and right side of the hall towards the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, the rooms are on top of the warehouses and there is only one corridor that connects the left and right part. Because of that, the hall feels very open. The doors on the 2nd floor are lined up at a regular interval. Each one is a private room. Each room is a slender type. Inside is a bed, a cabinet, and a small desk and chair. All of them are made by me. Thanks to AFT, they are more dexterous than me, but they can't be faster than me since I have the AFT. If they don't like my works, they probably make one for themselves. There are 4 rooms on each side, so a total of 8. It seems that one room is vacant, with the futons, cushions, and curtains made by Zabuton and her spiderlings. I'm sure they won't have a problem sleeping. That's good. It seems that they have been accustomed to the life here by the time the log house was completed. They were especially impressed with the taste of the crops in the field. Their favorites are pumpkin, radish, eggplant, and for some reason, garlic. Visually, I want them to stop eating garlics like snacks. They also sometimes go hunting with the Kuros with bows in their hands. Since the Kuros don't seem to dislike their company, they are probably quite skilled with Zabuton and her spiderlings. They can be relieved regarding clothing. Please, tell me if there is any problem. I understand, Village Chief. By the way, they call me Village Chief. I resisted, but it was futile. At first, they called me King, then Feudal Lord Sama, so I guess it's a good improvement. It took me a hard time to remove the Sama from Village Chief Sama. The next night after the completion of the log house, Ryu and the others flocked to my bed. What are you doing? To my question, they answered me as if everything was happening as it's supposed to be. Breeding. For the sake of our race, thank you. Tia-san said that if we settle here, we'll receive good seeds. I'll do my best. I asked Lu and Tia for help, but it was in vain. They knew it. So that's the reason why they built the house in the middle of the southwest area. Propagating the future. The population will increase because of breeding. I resisted, but it was in vain. Go on, abuse the weak me. Afterwards, the female camp discussed the rotation. They didn't ask me for anything. Consoling me, who's sitting in a triangular manner, is Kuroni and Iris Pop, Masayuki. Each field is about 50 by 50 meters in size. The river is 5 kilometers to the west. TN. Light novel and manga version of Southwest area is below. Web novel version of Southwest area is smaller. Just like what is written in this chapter. It is only about 4 by 4 fields in size. Chapter 29. Regarding the elves. Let's rewind the time a little. I was surprised when Ria's group arrived. You use fire to cook meat? By chance, is it prohibited to use fire here? No, that's not the case. I thought elf is a race that lives one with nature and hates fire. Ha ha ha. How are we going to live without using fire? With the power of nature. Can you give an example? 2. You get up as the sun rises and sleep as the sun sets. Your food came from trees. You treasure the forest and don't use iron in order to not damage the forest. 8. Feudal Lord Sama, how many times do I have to tell you to not call me Feudal Lord Sama? So please don't underestimate nature. If we live like that in the forest, we'll die soon. We might not even last a day. Why yes, that's right. I nodded to agree with Ria, who answered wholeheartedly. I abandoned the image of elves I had in mind, though I intended to abandon it. You can do blacksmithing and mining work too? Yes, we can do the blacksmithing work, but the forge. We'll rely on you for that. Please help us with that. Once you complete the forge, we can do various items made of iron. That would be great. Smithing. Is there any problem? No, it's just I didn't expect that you can smith. But if we can't smith, we can't make knives or hatchet, especially arrowheads. Dwarves won't have their turn. Yoon. I followed Ria's instruction and started making a forge. A good chance to learn. They have been traveling for as many as 200 years, so it seems like it is possible for them to do most things. The only thing they were not able to do is to settle down and to breed. In order to settle down, food security is a must, and they will only start breeding when they found a permanent settlement that is not dangerous. Now that they found a settlement, the problems are that there are no men. Do they intend to recruit somewhere? Let's not ask for the details. In reality, I'm in the position of the recruited man. Ria's group are also great in terms of harvesting. They are especially good at processing wheat, which I postponed some time ago. This is your wheat? Well, yes. I thought that the ear of wheat I harvested before are already completely dry, but it seems like that's not the case. After drying them more, they were threshed then milled. It seems like the flow is similar to processing rice that I heard about. Ria's group threshed the stored wheat and milled them into powder. Only then we were able to bake bread in an open fire. This is necessary for making bread. Riff showed me the necessary thing that is inside the pot. Inside of it is something like a fermented fruit, according to my memory from my previous world. I heard that it will not swell without yeast. This, though you never settle down, you know various things in details. I'm already doing something like this before we became wanderers. I see. I'm glad that we can help you with your field. May I ask if we can also have fields of our own? I don't mind. Do you have seeds you want to raise? Yes. The truth is, we collected them when we were wandering around. Is that so? Then, I will assign you to a place where it can't be affected by other crops. We will not raise anything that will affect other crops. We will start planting at our backyard first. If we will encounter any problem, we'll let you know. All right. The AFT is convenient and its only limit is imagination. Thinking about all the things I've done, my own strength will never be enough to be a self-sufficient farmer. For now, I want to work one step at a time. I know Ria's group wall potential and they also cooperated in my waterway making. Together with Zabaton's spiderlings, we became very efficient. If this continues, we will be able to complete it within this year. It's that hard. Anyway, the season is good and Ria's group house was completed. By the way, the Kuros gave birth this year too. I can't figure which is the parents of the pups. In short, without being accompanied by their parents, I can't distinguish which pup is it. I would appreciate if they can stand out like Fubuki. They are all black. You can only individually distinguish them using their forehead, more specifically, the shape of their horn. You can identify them individually through the color of their horn, the shape, and how shiny it is. Unfortunately, the newborn pups have no horns. I'm also having trouble identifying them when the season changed and their horns started molting. The Kuros are clever, so they sulk when I make a mistake with their names, and those who don't have a name yet stir up in order to have one for theirself. No, as expected, there is a limit. Anyway, the mouth needs to feed increase again. Let's work hard. I extended the new field area further down south. The new field area became a 4x8 field. One field is 50 by 50, so the new field area is now 200 by 400 meters. That makes an area of 80,000 square meters. Since 1 hectare is 10,000 meters, it is 8 hectares. I'm not sure if this farm area can be considered as big or small, and because I'm nurturing it with the AFT, I can harvest 3 to 4 times a year. Me, Lu, Tia, Ria, Riss, Riri, Riff, Rikoto, Rise, and Rita, the Kuros. More than 100 heads. I use head to count Kuro's descendant. However, the puppy has yet to grow, so I'm not sure how to count them in Zabaton. Countless of spiderlings. The population increased, so it is doubtful if the harvest will be enough. Moreover, I'm worried if we exhausted the surrounding animals in the forest because of hunting. If the Kuros find crops, other than tomatoes, they like, I'll plant them in large quantities. When I began to feel the coldness of autumn, the fruit trees I planted for experiment bears fruits. Although the amount can't be considered as good harvest, there are still a moderate number of them. Apples, pears, mandarin orange, persimmon, peach. While I was thinking if they'll take a liking to it, I was surprised that they are all popular. The Kuros are eating peaches skillfully and left its hard seed. I thought of eating the mandarin orange during the winter, but Tia already ate them furiously, turning her hands yellow. Given her momentum, it will not last before winter. Ria's group loves apples and pears. When I cut an apple into the rabbit shape, they were troubled whether to eat it or not. Lu is competing with the Kuros in eating peach. If possible, I want her to eat in her adult form. When she was eating in her junior high school form, my desire to protect her stirs up. By the way, a fraction of the harvested fruits is handed to Zabaton and her spiderlings. The result of my fruit experiment is thanks to Zabaton and her spiderlings. All this time, I only planted trees as experiment, but next year, I'll do my best for the fruit area. It is popular after all. By the way, I love persimmon. I like its texture and the kick of its flavor. I feel good about the persimmons I just harvested. Chapter 30. Engagement with different world objects, reversi, and chess. Tear's wings are not just for show, she can use them to fly. So under her white dress is a pair of trousers. Unlike manga and anime, there's no one who flaunts their pantsu. Pata pata pata. TN, SFX for flapping wings. Although traveling by flying is fast, she doesn't fly frequently because it consumes too much stamina. There were also times where she was caught with the threads of Zabuton and her spiderling's web when she tried flying in the field. She was caught and was exposed in an ungraceful appearance that happened 3 times already. She can freely hide the wings on her back. They can be withdrawn and retract as she wishes. I don't understand how she was able to do that, so I decided to not think too much about it. In this different world, I can be considered as an ant in terms of magic knowledge. Similarly, Lu can fly too. It seems one can fly even without wings. However, she said that she's not proud of her flying ability, and I believe her. She's practicing in some other place when I was not around. By the way, like Tia, Zabuton's thread also caused her trouble several times. With regards to cooking, Lu, Tia, and Ria's group are sisters in arms. Basically, all they know is roasting or boiling. It seems that the crops here taste much better than any other place, so they never complained. On the contrary, they praise it. I'm happy, but it is all because of the AFT. I pray again at the shrine under the big tree. I have no plan of forcing them to my belief, but when Lu saw me, she also put her hands together and pray. By the way, what is the religion of this world? Tia should be well informed with that, right? She's an angel after all. I'll ask her in my spare time. I know steaming, deep frying, baking, and simmering. In addition, I can also stir fry. I also tried different methods of cooking. I remember as an experiment. There's only a few cooking utensils and seasoning. Moreover, there are no milk or eggs, so the thing I can do is limited. Well, what I'm trying to say is, I'm the one who's frequently in cooking duty. I don't mind, but there are a lot of women here. Why aren't they trying to learn from me? That aside, I became aware of my own mistake. Pepper. That plant. It is possible to raise it using the AFT. It will not make it in time now, but I have to get pepper next year. In addition, I also want lemon, wasabi, sesame seeds, capsicum, olive, etc. Thinking about it, seasonings are crops too. Winter. I shut myself in my house and carve woods and stones. Because Lu and Tia are living together with me, it feels crowded. I made it thinking that I'm the only one who'll live in it. Let's make a house that will become our new residence next spring. Lu and Tia are doing some sort of magical preparation that I don't know of. Looking at it, they're doing something to the medicinal herbs. Those herbs are gathered during summer and autumn. They seem to have preserved them in the basement. By the way, the two of them also feel crowded in our present situation. They asked me to prepare a laboratory in the new house. We are now discussing the layout. Ria's group also shut themselves in their new log house during winter. Since they already prepared food and firewoods before winter, there should be no problem. If there is any, they can report it to me. During winter, Ria's group are making accessories made of grass and straw. They mass-produce baskets and bags because the trays and boxes I made are heavy. I'm thankful for what they did. The Kuros are relaxing on their sheds. I don't see Zabuton, so she's probably hibernating. However, she made a lot of clothes and towels before hibernating, so I'm saved. Is she encouraging us to be dirty? Also, during winter, it's boring doing only the side job. Entertainment is also necessary. Lu and Tia are now here. Ria's group also came, so we can do a lot of things. A staple for another worlder like me. Reversi. I felt good when I made one. Ria's group took a liking to it. I also made chess and it was popular with Lu, Tia, and the Kuros. I don't know how, but the Kuros understand the rules of chess. They also seem to understand the rule of reversi, but it is impossible for them to play it since they find it difficult to pick a piece with their mouth. Because of that, the chess becomes popular to them since they can move it with their mouth. Looking at it, I made the Kuros their own version of chess, one that they can easily bite. Sometimes, I found them surrounding it during a game. It seems that a moderate number of them are enjoying it. Watching the situation. Perhaps they are better than me. Maybe it's better to not challenge them to maintain dignity. The Kuros are smart, so they might beat me. If that happens, I think my mind will break. It seems like Lu and Tia are evenly matched in chess. Hey, Lu, it's probably not a good idea to challenge Kuro. You will be beaten up mentally. She was depressed for about 3 days. During winter, when the weather is good, I go out for a change of pace to check the log fence and moat. Since Zibit on the lookout is not available in winter, it is better not to let my guard down. The Kuros themselves can jump over the log fence and moat. Should I make a higher wall surrounding the elves' residence? They can go to the forest to hunt in order to procure meat, but they didn't do so. Recreation activity really changes the pace. I collected the piled up snow and built a snowman. Tia looks at the snowman with shining eyes. After that, whenever there is a chance, Tia builds a snowman. I got worried that her hands will have frostbite, so I made her gloves using the extra cloth. Chapter 31. The spring when the slime came. Spring has come. This year's goal is the completion of the waterway. New house for me. Also, cleaning the cesspool of the toilet. The place where the excretion is stored. I know that if dust piles up, it will turn into a mountain. I consulted Lu and Tia if they could do anything about it using magic, but it seems to be difficult. It seems to be possible to ferment it to decompose. Thus, they casted magic to ferment it. However, the smell became terrible that no one wants to go close to it. This is troublesome. The odor can already be smelled above, so immediate measures are needed. Then, the idea of slime was presented. Since they can digest and absorb things like that, they are also used in urban areas. I see. So there's such a living thing too. Slime. They are not uncommon in fantasy world, but their ferocious characteristics depends on the title. There are those kind who are part of the initial training of the hero, but slimes that pops up in dungeons should not be approached. In this world, it seems like slimes are convenient sewage cleaner. Where can he catch a slime? I think there are some near a marsh or a pond. Can you capture some? Please leave it to me. I'll catch some in 10 days. I decided to leave it to Tia because she seems to be confident. I ask of you. And we abandoned the current toilet. I closed up the smelly hole and decided to build a toilet in another place. It is difficult to endure its smell for 10 days. Building a toilet is just like drilling a hole. It's easy. I feel relieved. The slime that Tia brought back was small. It's about the size of a fist. Is this the average size? This is the right size for those who are living in the wild. According to my image, it should be a bit bigger. It feels like a soft baseball because they eat corpses and excrements. They are also called forest cleaner, plain cleaner, or dungeon cleaner. She brought back a dozen of slimes using a pot. Is it okay to leave them be? It's basically okay. However, Tia looks like she's having a difficulty to say it. What? I'm afraid that the Kuros or the spiders will eat them. I just thought of it when I was capturing them. When she went out to capture some, the only thing on her mind is to reduce the smell of the toilet. I call Kuro and Zibaton for the time being. Will you eat this? Kuro and Zibaton seem to say no to my question. Since the atmosphere and the food in this place is good, they seem to have no interest in eating slimes. Do they think that the slimes are bad? I mean, since the slimes are eating something they don't want to eat. They are our new residents. I want you to get along with each other. Tell your children too. Kuro and Zibaton showed their acknowledgement. They're smart. Tia brought back a total of 17 slimes. 2 in the new toilet, another 2 in the toilet of the elves. 3 were placed in the toilet I made in the dog area. The 10 remaining were thrown in the sealed old toilet. The smell was really strong when I opened the hole, so I felt guilty. Especially because I think they're cute. Please take care of me from now on. The bad effect of slimes. I needed to have courage using the toilet since I know they were down there. The others seem to be unaffected, but for me, I'm having a bit of difficulty in getting used to it. Chapter 32. The Kuro's marriage proposal and mushrooms. Zibaton's spiderlings will again go on a journey this year. I feel lonely. However, there are also those who'll stay, and there are new hatchlings too. I already prepared myself to some extent, so I probably won't cry. The first batch of Zabuton's spiderling who stayed has already reached the size of 1/4 of Zabuton. That's already a considerable size, and I think it won't be long before to catch up to Zabuton. At that moment, I thought that they would probably bear child of their own. Should I consider expanding the North Fruit area? The Kuro's horn has begun to molt. I had a hard time picking them up at every corner. I want them as decorations, but they are too space-consuming. Though I'm reluctant, I stored them in the basement where I store food. When their horn grows, they'll be leaving on a trip to find a partner, so I'll play with them a lot until that time comes. The flying disc. As I throw it, it suddenly becomes a fierce battlefield. Because of that, I prepared a wooden ball wrapped with beast's skin. It became considerably popular. Even if I'm not there, they're still playing with it. I'll make about 30 pieces and pass it to them. They leave the place in order to play but come back at night. They're smart. Oh, I also carved a big tree into a wild boar so that they can practice hunting. It didn't even take a day before they tear it off. Maybe I should have made it bigger. After making the boar, Kuro somewhat appeals in front of me. I'm thinking, why then I finally found an answer to my question. He's telling me to carve him too. So I carve him. I emphasized wildness. It is possible for me to do so. Kuro seems satisfied. The problem is where to place it. I placed it like a guardian dog at the shrine under the big tree. I also tried to carve Yuki to make them a bear. Why? I intended to carve her normally, but it feels wilder than the Kuro's sculpture. I wonder if my ability rose. Although the one who requested me for his sculpture is Kuro, I smiled when I saw him being startled at Yuki's sculpture. While building the waterway, I'm thinking whether we can use fish for food. I'm still thinking of how to remove the smell of mud, but it seems like Ria know of a solution. To remove the smell of mud, I need to put them on pure water for a few days. So, they are similar to shellfish that were pulled out from the sand? Anyway, I tried it. I carved a big rock to make it a fish tank, and put river water there. Won't this method be useless unless, since I'll use the water from the river? The water from the river is drinkable, but using the water from the river is fine. The important thing is for them not to eat anything. I see. White fish. It is a delightful taste. I'm glad that I obtained salt. Let's catch fish regularly and throw them in the fish tank. It is a good thing to enrich the food we eat. Kuro's pups, grandpups or great-grandpups, those who'll search for their partners are going on a journey. A considerable number of them went on a journey, but they are less than expected. About half of those who were born last year stayed. And before they left, I finally witnessed it. The method of females securing males. First step is courtship. If it didn't work, they will fight each other and the defeated will follow the winner. When there are several females interested in one male, they'll either discuss it between them or fight against each other. During the process of discussion or battle, the females are cooperating with each other in order for the male to not run away. In short, the female is dominant. Males are basically the one waiting, but they also appeal to the females with either emphasizing their strength in bed or hunting. If the male is courted by a female he likes, they'll immediately be partners. If they don't like the other party, they'll fight against each other, and if the male wins, he'll wait for someone else. However, the chances of males winning is relatively small. There are cases of males courting females. In that case, if the other party refused, it will not turn into a fight. I understand now, however, the way I see it. Their fight will not reach to the level of inflicting injuries or death. Their horns are just currently growing and don't seem to be damaged either. Then, where did Kuro and Yuki got their injuries when I first met them? Yuki is already pregnant that time, so it's not a battle of courtship. Once they become partners, they will be working hard for each other. Are Kuro and Yuki attacked by something? From what I have seen from Kuro and Yuki so far, they are considerably strong. There are probably strong life forms outside. To make this to retreat, what kind of living creature is it? Though I'm currently surrounded by Zabuton and Kuro's descendant and is currently living a relaxing life, I have to be prepared. I better be careful. Let's talk about mushrooms. Ever since I first stepped into this forest, I haven't touched those. Those mushrooms. Mushroom. I have two images of them. Edible and poisonous. Even if I found mushrooms I recognize, I have to be careful. I have seen unknown mushrooms of different shapes and colors in the forest. I usually plow them with the AFT since I can't bring myself to eat them. In other words, I have abandoned mushrooms. Mushroom is something I can't plant in fields. Suddenly, an idea flashed in my mind. It came to me when I saw mushrooms from a lumber I cut down. Using the hoe form of the AFT, I can plant any crops in fields. Then, what will happen if I use the AFT on a fungal bed? Will I be able to plant mushrooms? Will it be Matsutake mushroom? But I want shiitake. I tested it with various lumbers while requesting shiitake. The result, though I wasted a lot of lumber, I succeeded and tested it again for verification. The most important thing for successfully utilizing the AFT is image and base. I should have a very good and clear image and prepare a suitable base for it. As for the base, they are fields and fungal bed. Because I'm greedy, I tried planting Shimeji mushroom. Success. This time, I used the image of Shimeji mushrooms I have seen in supermarkets in my previous world. And Shimeji seems to be a luxury good, but I can't imagine it since I've never seen one. Next, I tried imagining delicious mushrooms. I planted Bunna Shimeji. I failed at something. It was when I tried planting Matsutake mushroom. With this, I noticed, Matsutake does not grow from woods but from the ground. I imagine Matsutake while plowing the ground but fail. I guess the condition has not met. I heard that Matsutake should be planted near Akamatsu. As the base for Matsutake, I have to prepare Akamatsu first. For the time being, although it will take a long time, I decided to plant several Akamatsu. Fufafu. Matsutake. You'll be mine later. Chapter 33. Completion of the waterway and new residents. On a certain day, the number of residents increased. It is because of the recommendation of Zabuton's spiderlings. A big bee is being tied up with Zabuton's spiderling's web. The big bee is about 30 centimeters in length. Perhaps if I met it while it is not tied up, it might have escaped or attacked. Seeing Zabuton's spiderling's gesture, it seems like it wants me to keep this bee. Looking at the tied-up bee's head, neck, and furry limbs, it has an air of majesty. Bees might be helpful in raising crops. But, won't it attack? I need to verify it. If it causes trouble, it should be exterminated. However, the spiderling that catches the bee gestured that it's going to be okay. Since it caught it, it probably really is safe. Okay, where should we keep it? After hearing the bee's request, I made a shed at one corner of the north fruit area where it can build its hive. Though I called it a shed, it is similar to the toilet. It is just something that prevents rain and wind. Zabuton's spiderling brought strawberries for it to eat. It seems to be breeding well. Wait, where did you get those strawberries? I'll overlook it since it is sharing food. After that, I saw some spiderlings taking care of it in turns. 10 days later, a big round hive was made. Looking at it, I feel like it is an enlarged Vespin hive. It is so big, and since it is on the floor, it looks like an anthill. Worker bees keep coming out of that hive. The size of the worker bees is unexpectedly in the size of the bees that I know. After thinking that the queen bee is the only big one, I saw bees larger than worker bees, about 15 centimeters in length, protecting the hive. Are those soldier bees? I hope they won't fight against the spiderlings. In any case, I left the beehive to Zabuton's spiderling's care. If something happened, they'll probably look for me. By the way, Lou and Deer were pleased when they saw the beehive. They are now expecting honey. On the other hand, the elves cramped their faces. Are they bad with bees? The waterway was completed at last. Because it is made up of piled up hardened soil, the waterway is not too wide. However, it can still steadily pour water. There is no water leaking all the way to the reservoir. Seeing it that way, tears flow out my eyes. Great. It is thanks to everyone's cooperation. Let's have a feast today. Now that the waterway was completed, there is a lot of things we can do with the water from the reservoir. The first one is the bath that I've been hoping for all this time. I'll have the elves cooperate with me in building a bathhouse. Let's build a heating area, the place to wash, the bathtub, and the changing room. The heating area is the place for warming water. Currently, I can't build that place yet. Let's just make hot water somewhere and pour it into the bathtub. That said, we made a special stone kiln outside the hut. Hot water from the waterway is boiled in the stone kiln which is sent to the bathroom. I also made another waterway from the reservoir to the bath in order to draw water easier. The bathtub was made in the bathroom. It is 3 meters in length, width is 1.5 meters, and a height of 1 meter. It is considerably big. At the bottom is a water stopper which is connected to a drain. The drained water does not cycle back to the reservoir. The drainage path is connected all the way to the spillway of the reservoir to the river, the one that I made several years ago. Because of Tia's proposal, I put a slime to the drain. Its purpose is to clean the water before it makes its way to the river. Taking care of the environment is important. Having slimes is so convenient, though I noticed that the bathtub is too large that it takes some effort to draw hot water for it. I kept it as it was because I like it. A suitable washing place and changing room are necessary for a big bathtub. The scenery is also important for a bath, so I had large windows installed on the walls of the bath. Now, this has become more luxurious than the house I'm living in. If that's the case, I should build a new house. But now, let's focus on the bath. TN. Manga Chapter 15 Page 4. When the bathhouse was completed, I made some rough preparations in order to teach the residents on how to use the bath, because none of them knew how to take a bath, to clean their bodies. They only wiped themselves with damp cloth. Well, if you think about it, you need a large amount of wood and water for it, so it might be too luxurious. Anyway, I taught them how to use it, because they were not able to get it with words. I reluctantly show it to them. There's no point of being embarrassed in being naked in front of them now. Being gazed by women while washing my body is somewhat nerve-wracking. After that, I soak in the bathtub. That hits the spot. Tears have fallen from my eyes. Large bath, warm water. Because after being admitted to the hospital in the previous world, taking a bath was marked as NG. I am now taking a bath after a long time. I let out a moan unintentionally. The women around was no longer in my mind. I'm currently enjoying the bath. Looking at me, it seems like the girls understood how good it is. No one hesitates to undress before me. Every one of them entered in a dash. Wait, this place is large. That's too much. There's time for that. I was only able to enjoy the bath for a short time. Chapter 34 Bath. With the completion of the bathhouse and everyone's understanding, the equipments were arranged quickly. The location of the bathhouse is on the southwest side of the reservoir. I wanted to build it on the east side of the reservoir, but considering the drainage, building it on the west side can't be helped. Furthermore, considering the future expansion of the reservoir, it gave me no choice but to build it in the western part of the southwest area where the log house of the elves are. Because of that, I expanded the southwest area to include the bathhouse in it. I somehow expanded it to a size of a 4x4 fields. Even if I say that, I will just dig a moat and add log fence so it will be complete in a few days. I made sure that the log fence and the moat will not affect the drainage and waterway of the bathhouse. The bath is also totally exposed, unprotected. If something were to happen, I want it to at least buy time as much as possible. Though I like open-air baths, being too open is embarrassing. Even though we already have intimate relationships, I want to build fences as courtesy. Though it might be okay for now, seeing women bathing defenselessly in the open might cause some sense of immorality. So I decided to fence it. I tried not to block the view from the bathtub as much as possible. My aim is to only prevent someone's intrusion. Next thing I thought is about water drawing. Though I made a waterway to be able to draw water nearby, it still has to be poured on the kiln to make it hot. It is quite laborious. Because of that, I decided to make a device to draw water. It is a water mill equipped with a lot of wooden buckets. It may be easier to understand if you imagine a Ferris wheel. The buckets are the gondola of the Ferris wheel that draws water, drawing water below and pouring them when it reached to the top. It should have been fully automatic, but I'm only an amateur. Certain skills are needed to make it properly. However, At least it's an improvement compared to drawing water manually. After that is making bath equipments, bath chairs, pails, etc. Lu, Tia, and the elves are pleased with the bath and are using it non-stop. How can I use it if you're there? Thinking about it, it seems like I have to make the opportunity myself. Kuro's pups returned. As they came back with partners, their number increased again. Thinking about it, I have to make houses in the dog area again. They came back smoothly this year. However, there is no eye-catching dog like Fubuki and Masayuki. By the way, Masayuki did no leave. I don't know who it is, but his partner is someone's female pup. Then, I noticed someone standing out. They're completely different. The Kuros who just came back brought 5 female high elves with them. It seems like the pups have driven them here for some reason. They were not allowed to escape. They were protected by Ria's group and explained everything while crying. After that, it was decided to have them live here with Ria's group's recommendation. I am Rafa, Raza, Rarasha, Raru, and Rami. It felt like the time with Ria. Their names were similar and they also ran away from their village 200 years ago because they are family. Though this is the first time I heard it. It seems like Ria's group of 7 are also sisters and cousins. Likewise, Rafa's group are also sisters and cousins. For the time being, I had the 5 of them live in Ria's group's house. We have to build a house for Rafa's group as well. We suddenly became busy. It seems like I have to make my house next year. Or so I thought. However, the increase in work speed due to the addition of 5 high elves that survived in the forest was more than expected. A log house similar to Ria's has been completed in 5 days. Given the momentum, we next build my new house. The location was the place where I made my first field. There were suggestions to make it in the southwest area, but I find it difficult to leave that tree. Zubaton, Kuro, and Yuki are also living there. For the new house, I'm mainly the one taking lumbers and processing them. I was not requested during the assembly. They used rope made by Zubaton to dexterously assemble it. This one also looks similar to Ria's log house. As the saying goes, leave mochi to mochi makers, so I leave the assembly to Ria's group. I gather lumber and process them as requested. Perhaps it might not have been completely good to entrust everything to them. I thought of that when I realized how the house is. Chapter 35. My home. It was a big solid house. I wonder why. It seems to be my new house. Why this big? Because I want a room of my own. I have thought that our previous house is small for a long time. It's the village chief house, so it's supposed to be like this. It has already been completed, so I guess it can't be helped. Although it is big, it is similar to a log cabin since it was built without using nails. I guess this is the size limit. It also has the basic rectangular shape. Though it is a big house, it is light and the center square is empty. Houses during the Middle Ages are usually U-shaped or R-shaped. On the contrary, my house is a long house where the long side extends to the east and west. Only the door part bulges a little. The bulging part is the entrance. Immediately after entering is a big hall. The width is roughly 10 meters. The length of the room is about 3 times of that, about 30 meters. The height is about 7 to 8 meters since it goes all the way to the second floor. There are several pillars that are necessary as roof support, but those also give a luxurious atmosphere. We could use this as a meeting place. Rafa sticks out her chest and says that there is a big door in the depths of the hall, and it is not a bedroom door but something like a courtyard. Of course, it is the big tree where Zubaton lives. If you think about it, it feels like my new house is something like a gate protecting the tree, just like Ria's log house. There are doors and stairs that go up to the second floor to the left and right of the hall. The end door on the left side of the first floor seems to be my private room. I thought that I would like it on the right side to be closer to the toilet outside, but it is its own private restroom. There's a slime below it, so use it well. There are 3 toilets on the first floor. 2 are placed beside the stairs and 1 is in my private room. My private room consists of a toilet, a bedroom, and a warehouse. Each of the rooms, except for the toilet, in my private room is much bigger than the shed we have been living before. The curtains and sheets are prepared by Zubaton. Looking out of the window of my bedroom, I saw Zabuton waving its leg, so I waved back. The kitchen and the dining room is on the right side of the hall. Now we can easily cook indoor. There is an exit door in the kitchen where the outdoor kitchen is. The outdoor kitchen has roof, so we can still use it even if it's raining. In addition, there is a stair built in the kitchen for the underground food warehouse. I get up using the stairs on the left side of the hall. Private rooms are lined up there. It seems like Tyr and Lou have one each. But why are they still empty? Let's not think about it. On the other side of their rooms are rooms slightly larger than their own rooms. It seems like they are going to use it either as workshop or warehouse. All the rooms have the same size of window that gives sufficient light. This is a very good house. Spend this winter here and say anything you are discontent with that we can improve it later. I was surprised with how big the house is, and thinking that I requested something like a basement and big pillars made me feel guilty. Let's not think about it. By the way, the log fence between this new house and the previous one was removed and the moat was also filled up. The Kuros can jump over them effortlessly, so I understand that they are not very useful, but still, having them disappear makes me lonely. Those have sentimental value. They are part of the first log fence and first moat he built. Because of that, made the previous moat a flower bed. Besides things to eat, this is like an experiment of what more can I raise. I'm not sure what to raise, so I planted garden rose for the time being. The big house was completed, but the elves were not the ones who actively worked on it. The one with the most contribution is probably Tyr. Tyr created a golem with magic that greatly contributed to the construction. That earth golem she created can divide itself into 30. If strength is needed, she turns it into a fewer number. The fewer they are, the stronger and powerful they are. If the work is simple, she divides them into a larger number. By the way, it seems like when she first come here, she used it against the Kuros, but it was destroyed before I came. I discovered, or you can say that I was not aware of one thing. It is the strength of the trees around this forest. They are considerably hard. They are very excellent building material, but the disadvantage is the logging and processing is very difficult. However, with the use of my AFT, I can cut and process them with ease. I thought that Rhea had me do it for contribution purposes, but I didn't know that my existence is the reason why the house was completed early. It's good that I was useful. The comfort of living in that house was not bad, so I moved at once. My previous house was not dismantled. It will be used as a warehouse in the future. Naruko was installed on the ceiling of the hall of the house. A thread was attached on the Naruko extending to the top of the big tree where Zabuton lives in. This will be Zabuton's signaling device. From now on, instead of beating the tree, the signal will be the Naruko. I'm grateful for it. The puppies have increased a lot this year, to the point that it's impossible to count them. 2 of them are pure white puppies like Fubuki. Is there a certain probability for a genetic divergence to be born? Since those 2 can be easily distinguished, I'll give them a name. Difference of the illustration above from the description in this web novel: no door for MC's bedroom, no door at the back of the hall for the courtyard. Nothing is written here about the rooms above the kitchen. Chapter 36, Construction Rush and the Surrounding Circumstances. Construction continued even after my house's completion. Workshop, drying cabin, and food smoking cabin were made. According to the elves, those food processing places are necessary, especially the food smoking cabin. By smoking meat, we will be able to preserve them for a long time. Regarding the crops, in addition to the regular crops such as tomatoes and potatoes, I planted a lot of seasoning. I was able to harvest pepper. I'm presently drying them. The lemon tree has not bear fruit yet. Wasabi needs a paddy field, so it is not possible to plant them yet. Sesames were harvested. Red peppers were harvested. Gingers were harvested. The olive tree has not bear fruit yet. Next year, I will plant cinnamon, clove, nutmeg, cumin, laurel, etc. I want to cook curry in the future. For the time being, I'm still in the testing phase of the seasoning, so the production volume is still small. I'm still trying to plant different types of them, all for delicious foods. As for the regular crops, the harvest was good as usual. The drying and processing of crops that require them such as wheat and rice are being developed by the elves. I'm saved. After the completion of the waterway and the bath, I'm thinking that I want bamboo as a material for fences, but since bamboo increased their numbers with the influence of the field, it will surely be affected if I raise them in a poor place, so I raise them in a distant corner of the forest. The place is about 10 by 10 meters. I'm currently experimenting on it. I started a while ago just before Arthur's group appeared. When I tried to look at it before the winter, the bamboos are already growing up, but only on the 10 by 10 meters of land that I plowed. They have not grown outside of it. Still, why only at the place where I plowed? Well, the growth rate in the places I plowed is amazing. I think that's good enough. For the time being, I decided to take some bamboo home to make things that use bamboo material. The bamboo cup I just made by only cutting was light, so it became popular. The winter has come. The comfort of living in the new house was not bad. Sometimes, the Kuros come to play because the place is huge. They are enjoying playing chess around the brazier that was installed in the middle of the hall. They are more elegant than me. The elves are making iron products during this winter. I did not participate in any way in the making and processing of iron. I watched them and noticed that I, although painful, can't help them. So I tried hard on cooking. The power of seasoning is great, no matter how busy they are, except to those elves whose turn to use the furnace. We all got together during mealtime at the kitchen. I want miso and soy sauce. I also want dairy products and eggs. I have to think about a method to obtain them. But there is only one way to do so. I must buy it in some other place. Until now, I have never been interested in the place outside, but now that I thought of it, Lu, Tia, and the elves came from the outside. Other people exist. There might even be towns and villages. There is a high possibility that there are cows and chickens there. It might be a good idea to buy cows and chickens from them. Thinking about it some more. I made a farm here without permission. Is this someone's territory? Will they get angry at me? Lu, Nanny? This place. Is this someone's territory? This place. You mean this land? Yeah. I don't think this is someone's territory. But if we're talking about the surroundings sphere of power, we are in the Demon King's sphere of influence. Demon King? Yup. Demon King, as in the Demon King? That's right. Is there something wrong? Ito. Won't the Demon King complain that I selfishly created a farm here without permission? You're worrying about that? It is fine. This place is under his sphere of influence, but he doesn't own this land, so he can't collect tax. Also, they did not lend you a hand when husband is making this place, right? No, not at all. Then, it's definitely all right. Husband made this place alone, so this is husband's territory. Is that how it works? That's how it works. I see. But still, the Demon King. He must be a frightening existence. Thought it makes me feel uneasy. I totally forgot about it when I was cooking. There is no point to fearing the Demon King I never met. I'll just deal with the problem in front of me. The population increased with the addition of 5 elf females. Rafa's group is similar to Ria's group. They look like university students, or maybe high school students. Every one of them is beautiful. Though it might be wrong to complain, but I must protect my chastity. The things that are important, I placed them in my heart. I have prepared my heart several steps ahead. Do your best, me. Chapter 37. Spring. When the wyvern attacked. Spring has come. During the winter, the only thing I can remember is me cooking. Well, it's true. As a matter of fact, I think that my cooking skill has improved a lot. Now I'm thinking, no matter what dish I cook, Lu's reaction is the same. She's saying it's delicious. I want her to tell me if it tastes bad if it's not delicious. I said it was delicious because it was really delicious. Please have confidence. They are really tasty. Suddenly, there's an emergency. I never heard Zabaton's alarm this loud. Something serious might have occurred. When I tried to run towards Zabaton's direction, Lu stopped. Above, Lu pointed out a large flying creature in the sky. There is a creature that looks like a fat lizard with bat wings. It is hard to estimate the size since it's too far, but I think it's about 20 meters. Dragon? No, it's a wyvern. Lu-san, barrier. Tia corrected me, then used magic. Lu did the same. The next moment, the wyvern suddenly stopped approaching and spewed a big fireball toward here. The big fireball was really big. It is probably about 10 meters in diameter. Immediately after it spat, the surrounding temperature increases significantly. The target is the big tree where Zibaton lives. As soon as I saw that, I shouted for Zibaton. The big fireball crashed into something then scattered. The scattered fireball fell into the houses and fields. Extinguish the fire. The elves rushed and ran around carrying water. While Tyr and Lu look impatient, I stare at the wyvern. It seems to be difficult to finish it off without taking damage. They had such expressions. I'm glad that they thought of this place as something important. At the same time, rage was born inside of me. Why did it attack this place? Is it a whim or is it an order from someone? In my hand, the AFT transformed into a spear. I threw it at the wyvern with all my might. If it's just my usual strength, it won't reach such a distance. However, the spear form of AFT that I threw off flew away in a straight line and torn one of the wyvern's wings. The wyvern falls down while being puzzled on my attack. I failed to kill it. The spear form AFT that I threw earlier appeared on my hand again. I threw the spear form AFT once again to the falling wyvern. It pierced straight to its body this time. A loud scream resounded. Tenacious. But it is already over. Before I notice it, I already instructed the Kuros who are waiting behind me. Exterminate it. Hearing my order, all the Kuros ran at once, running to the place where the wyvern fell. While watching the Kuros run off, I tried to cool down. Present condition assessment. How is the fire? It's all right now. It has been extinguished. The damage? The houses are all right. Part of the tomato fields is now useless. Also, Zibaton-san's threads. The thread that Zibaton and her spiderlings built over the field was burnt. Is that so? Lu, Tyr. We're safe because you protected us from the first strike. I did my best. They strangely look stiff. I'm probably making a scary face right now. This won't do. Remembering the irrational attack, my anger swells up again. Is it the work of the Demon King? Demon King? I don't think he's involved. Is that so? Yes, I think that it is a wild wyvern. If it is under someone's control, I don't think that it will attack alone. I see. A wild one. Is wyvern common? In some areas, yes, but in my opinion they are rare. I agree. In addition, you can encounter a fire-spewing wyvern as much as you can encounter dragons. I see. Then, can we consider this encounter as a rare event? Yes, I think so. So it's just a mere misfortune. Calm down. I'll just think that it's a natural disaster. The Kuros are back. They're calling for you. When we went to the place where the wyvern fell, I was surprised again seeing its gigantic figure. Is it bigger than the sperm whale I saw on TV? It seems like it was already dead when it fell, so there is no need for the Kuros to finish it off. That said, what are you doing sitting proudly on the wyvern's body? You're guarding it. You prevented other monsters from approaching. Good. But this is really big. I wonder if we can eat this. I heard that wyvern's meat is delicious. So we decided to eat it. We had a hard time dismantling it, but the tasting how delicious it is makes it worth it. It tasted better with the help of the seasoning I experimented with during winter. We ended up having a banquet. I didn't know about it, but shooting down the wyvern seems to have had various after effect on various places. In a familiar place, Lu and Tyr, husband's attack on the wyvern. Can you defend against it? Impossible. How about Lu-san? Of course I can't. I thought so too. It pierced through the triple barrier of the wyvern, and instead of just stabbing, it cleanly pierced through it. Maybe we are lucky that we were attacked by the Kuros when we first got here. Probably. If it was husband who attacks, just thinking about it frightens me. We must be thankful for that good luck, and for the Kuros too. Though it is frustrating. Demon King's castle. The wyvern of the Iron Forest fell? Don't joke around. It is true. A scout saw it. After the wyvern of Iron Forest spat a fireball, it was hit by some sort of attack and fell. Are you serious? I already reported it on the upper echelon and it became a big fuss. Of course it will. If it comes near this place, We need to mobilize forces comparable to waging war. And a guy that shot it down is somewhere there. Crap. If I'm going to resign, this is the right time. Don't panic. We still have yet to determine if that person is an enemy or not. Indeed, there is a possibility that it was someone from the four heavenly kings. Let's wait and see. Right, the dragon living on the mountain in the south. Perhaps my eyes are deceiving me. Don't worry, they are still working normally. Truly? Yes, I saw it too. Is that so? Yes. What do you think will happen if that attack was pointed to me? It will probably penetrate you cleanly. Really? Then, what should I do? That should be decided by you, Master. Don't say that. Propose something. I ask of you, if I may, before that attack is turned unto us. Isn't it best to tie that person with friendship? I think being hostile against him is a foolish idea. Moo. Though there was variously after effect, meeting those influences is still in the future. Chapter 38. I want sake. I thought about the wyvern's meat at the banquet. I want sake. Sake. What is the raw material for sake? Sake came from rice. Wine from grapes. Right. Good. But how do you make sake? I read about it in a manga and watch something related to it on TV. However, the problem is, I don't have aspergillus. Can I plant that using the AFT? I need to research about it. Maybe making wine would be easier. Making wine is simple. You just have to mash grapes then ferment it. However, if the grapes are not suited for wine making, it will be useless. Presently, the grapes we harvest are sweet and tasty like the ones sold in supermarkets. But can I use it for wine making? There should be a variety of grape that is used for wine making. I prayed to God that the grapes on the farm can be used for making wine. That moment, I realized that I would not be able to get wine immediately. Let's just give up on that. He's giving up on drinking wine immediately, not in making wine. After that, I made a vineyard for wine. Ha ha ha. It is important to put my spirit to it. I expanded the new field area to the east, doubling its size. It became an 8x8 fields. That is a 32-field vineyard dedicated for wine. I'm supposed to have been calmed down, but I got irritated again remembering the wyvern's attack. Reflection. Anyway, I should have planted the grapes in the fruit area. I wonder why I planted them in the new farm area. I returned to my usual work. First of all, I tried planting additional type of seasonings that I thought of in one of the first fields I made near my house since it is empty. Because I don't think I need much of them, I only planted several pieces each. But I want a lot of olives, so I'll plant them in the fruit area. Since the fruit area has become crowded, I expanded it to the north side. The fruit area's size is now 4x8 fields. Speaking of the fruit area, the bees that the spiderlings looking after are growing up well. Moreover, there have been several hives already. New hives were built in 4 places. With the request of Zabaton's spiderlings, I made them to be wind and rain proof. By the way, I will be able to secure some honey from the first hive. The amount is about a can of juice, 350 milliliters. I have put it in a stone jar that I carved, but looking at it, I thought that I want a glass bottle. I wonder if I can make one. It's not good to be greedy. Let's just do things we can do steadily. The honey was well received by everyone and it is now less than half in no time. It is pretty popular. Let's use what is left for cooking next time. The high elf Rarisha had excellent skill. She seems to be able to make a barrel for water. I follow her instructions in making the barrel parts. I mainly cut down and process woods. Rarisha is the one who assembled and adjusted the parts I made. She seems to have been making barrels for the last 200 years, and the first barrel she made here doesn't leak anywhere. Water barrels are expected to be useful in many ways, so we made it in large quantities. The top priority is for making wine. To ferment grapes, barrel is necessary. We've done our best. Meanwhile, when I was cooking the dish she requested, the others started participating. They did not succeed in making one in their first try, but after several failures, they became skillful in it. They are more dexterous than me, though none of them can compete against Rarisha. Their barrel-making skill progressed. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I'll make one once I can make one. By the way, the dish she requested of me is nabe because we don't have katsuobushi. It is impossible to make dashi. I just boiled a small quantity of meat and throw a large quantity of vegetables as nabe. For me, this nabe is so disappointing, but it was well received by everyone. Because we don't have katsuobushi, I increased the amount of seasoning to make it tasty. I also haven't raised a yuzu yet. The previous world was blessed. I'm still on the research phase with regards to mushrooms, so I was not able to put a shiitake on the dashi. TN, Manga Chapter 19. Chapter 39. Expressing gratitude to God and reservoir improvement. As usual, when the spring came, Zubaton's spiderlings will depart, so I see them off. The Kuro's horn shedding also started. After that, they will look for partners. Great. I finally got used to it. I'll try improving the reservoir. The water from the waterfall presently goes straight to the reservoir. Because of that, when garbage enters the waterway, it will go straight to the reservoir. Though I can simply pick up garbage, it will be troublesome if a living creature enters it. In order to prevent that from happening, I made another reservoir before the main reservoir as a cushion against infiltration. The main reservoir is an inverted pyramid with a depth of 5 meters in the center, while the cushioning reservoir is only 50 centimeters deep. With this, even if garbage or living things comes in, the possibility of them being blocked before the main reservoir increases. Of course, there should be a divider between the cushioning reservoir and the main reservoir. A wire net would be perfect, but I don't have that kind of things, so I made a filter made of bamboo. Garbage will surely be filtered by it. I should also similarly improve the waterway for drainage. I made a drainage pool at the drainage of the bath and put slimes there to purify water. I also connected it to the drainage from the main reservoir. This is a measure to make sure that only clean water will fall into the river. I also installed bamboo filters into the newly built drainage pool similar to the cushioning reservoir. This is not to prevent the reverse entry of garbage but to keep the slimes in the drainage pool. That said, the slimes had increased their numbers before I noticed it. Now I often see slimes moving freely around. Although I panicked the first time I saw them moving freely around, I let them be because they are harmless and are only moving towards places necessary for them to live in. I occasionally see a slime of different color, but I don't think there's a problem with that. When I was doing all of those things, the Kuro's partner searching time has come, but most of them did not go on a journey this year. It seems that couples have formed to those who are presently here. It's probably a good thing. Let's assume it's good. As a substitute for that event, I dispatched to invite the wandering high elves in the forest, like Ryu and the others, to migrate here. Along with 10 Kuros, Ihadrif and Razugo. No matter what happens, they must return by winter. At the same time, we'll make new log houses for new residents in advance. Things will gonna get busy. The harvest time of the grapes for wine came in a blink of an eye. Now that we harvested them, it's time to challenge winemaking. I remember that the people from the past used to step on them to mash them, but I am personally against stepping on food. So I mashed them by using a mortar and pestle. After mashing, I kept them in a barrel and stored them. It's done. It was easy, but since it's too easy, I'm somewhat uneasy if I would be able to make wine with that. Though it is easy, because of the amount, it can be called a difficult job. I was able to make 16 large barrels. Those barrels are large enough to store a person in it. If I make them in the same method, I'll be frustrated if I fail. Because of that, I try changing the mashing method for each barrel. That way, at least one will probably be okay. Problem: what will I do now to the vineyard? If it's the usual, I'll plow it again and plant the same thing. Should I continue planting grapes even though I am uncertain if I'll be able to make wine? If you think about the preservation time, wheat, soybean, rice, or corn might be better. Because I was troubled, I decided to consult everyone. They are unified to let it stay as vineyard for wine. Eto, I'm looking forward to the wine. I want to drink it quickly. Please call me for wine tasting. Wine? That's very nice. Fufafu. I can drink a considerable amount of wine. Please leave the barrel making to me. Everyone seems to really want wine. Though I don't know what will become of it, I decided to keep it being a vineyard. The vineyard is not the only field. We still need to harvest wheat, soybean, rice, corn, and other grains. We also have to harvest root crops like carrots, potatoes, radish, garlic, and onions. The distribution of harvesting work is based on whether the spiderlings can harvest them or not. The spiderlings can harvest crops that need to be picked or cut, but it is impossible for them to harvest things that need force. Because of that, I had the spiderlings harvest tomato, cabbage, pumpkin, cucumber, eggplants, and fruits. Those that need to be picked by human hands like spinach, sugarcane, and tea were harvested by us. We also harvested rapeseed and processed them secure oil. I am truly grateful for the increase of helping hands. Though the food consumption increased, with the AFT, crops grow faster and we don't have to worry about starvation. My gratitude. That said, I experimented with crops in a variety of ways. I wonder if the crops I planted will grow elsewhere. I tested it with onion. The result? They grow in the place I plowed but rotted in other places. I tried cultivating the onion in water, but it also did not go well. It rotted as soon as the bud comes out. Is that method bad or is the water bad? Anyway, it is great to know that even without the AFT, crops can grow in the places I plowed. However, the growth rate is slow. Though I say slow, its growth rate is the normal growth rate of that crop. In other words, it's all thanks to the AFT that crops' growth rate is fast. I express my gratitude to God again. By the way, the fruit trees I planted with the AFT grows fast, but after producing their first fruit, their growth rate slows down to normal. TN, Manga Chapter 19 page 3, Chapter 40, Additional Elves. This year's number of Kuro's birth halves. There were some of them who did not get pregnant. I was surprised because I was sure that everything will be like the previous years. Can they control their pregnancy? Yuki did not bear this year too. Even then, I still need to increase their tenement-type sheds along with the expansion of the dog area. The dog area is on the east of my residence and is currently at the size of 4x4 fields. Because the Kuro's population is now quite big, it feels crowded since a while ago. However, they don't really mind because the dog area is just a place to sleep for them. I expanded the dog area on the east side. The expanded area is the same size as the original area. With this, the dog area is now 4x8 fields in size. It will be okay for a while. When the Kuro's birthing period was over, at the time when the new pups began to grow horns, Rif and Raza, who went out together with some of the Kuros to invite other high elves who are wandering in the forest, came back. The number they brought back were more than what I expected. 8 groups. A total of 42 high elves. Every one of them seems to be of the same age as Ria's group. Is high elf a female-only race? When the village was attacked, the males fought while the females evacuated. I see. Still, there should be boys at least. Among those who evacuated, the elderly and children migrated to other tribes. HNN, if you have some place to go, why didn't you go there? Going to other tribes other than the tribe of your origin means you'll be a servant. When that happens, there is no guarantee that females of our age will be treated nicely. So that's the reason why the wandering high elves are only young she-elves. Rather than being servant to other tribes, they chose the vagrant life in the forest. Thank you for permitting us to settle here. No, I just did what I had to do. Don't be so modest. Also, although we already prepared additional houses, they are still insufficient. Help me build them. I only expected about 10, 15 at most. Now the number of house is completely not enough. We constructed houses in a hurry. I wonder if those 42 will visit my bedroom after settling down. Ria, if you know any high elf male, please bring them here. Village chief. If you're talking about those high elf boys who emigrated to other tribes, it will be difficult. HNN, what do you mean? The villages they emigrated to were also destroyed by humans. Is that so? I apologize for inquiring such a thing. No, we met some members of those tribes and we heard that they also protected our tribe's males. Males are valuable for them too. If we ask them to return them to us, there will be a dispute and a fight will break. Because the atmosphere became heavy, I changed the topic. Since your number has increased, please choose a representative for high elves. That will be my job. If it is Ria, then I am relieved. By the way, did the newcomers consented? Don't worry. The ranking has already ended. Ranking. Let's not ask in detail. Is that so? Anyway, please teach the newcomer to make them familiar to this place. Affirmative. TN. Manga Chapter 19 Page 6. Chapter 41. Third bowl of tendon, flora, animaids, and cow. With the newly arrived residents, I thought that we're already lively, but the liveliness increases more. The reason? By the end of the spring, just when the stomach of the Kuros who got pregnant started to noticeably swell, one woman came. Fufafu. What an interesting place. That night, we noticed a woman who's floating about 1 meter in the air and is being followed by bats. She looks like she's in her late 20s. She is quite beautiful. She's wearing a kind of dress that perfectly fits her body. You'll know her figure with one look. Her chest and butt seem to be small. She has a neck-long silver hair. No matter how you look at her, she's related to Lu. Lu's an Ain or Haruka-san? Anyway, let's call Lu to meet her. However, the Kuros began beating her up. I recall the first time I met Lu. I wonder if they were aggressive because they are pregnant. The woman became an elementary schooler from her late 20s in no time. She's naked now. It became difficult for her to maintain the clothes she wore with magical power. And she's also weeping. I recall the first time I met Tia. I got in between her and the Kuros for the time being and maintain the status quo until Lu arrives. Although she's crying, I did not avert my gaze from her because I'm scared that she'll bite my neck. However, I also want her to recover. But I did not give her blood. I will be in trouble if she's Lu's enemy. When Lu arrived, diplomacy was finally established. Flora? Anisama. So she's Lu's Imto. Hearing the details, she seems to be her cousin. Her name is Flora Sakuto. It seems like she came here to search for Lu because you never came back. I thought that you were done in by that evil angel. I went out to search for you to see what truly happened. I see. By the way, when Lu introduced me, my husband, this human is Anisama's husband? He doesn't look convincing. He's the master of the Inferno Wolves and the boss of this place. I said a very impolite thing. Please forgive me. I was stunned by her sudden change of attitude. However, there is something I'm more concerned about. I would never miss that line. Inferno Wolf? Is it the Kuros? That's right. Inferno Wolf. That's a stern name. They are wolf. Wolf, TN. Just a reminder. Italicized words are written on English. Eh? They are not dogs? Well, they have horns. It doesn't matter whether they are wolves or not. By the way, the pure white Fubuki seems to be a mutated species called Cositus wolf, since she's Lu's cousin. I gave her blood. No matter how many times I see something like this, seeing a girl grow older is a mysterious scene. When she saw me, Lu blocked my eyes. She doesn't mind Tyr or the elves, but she minds it when it comes to her younger cousin. I see. When we took Flora to our house, we met Tyr and caused some commotion. Like everyone, she fainted upon seeing Zabuton and her spiderlings. She was perplexed when she saw Lu harvesting in the field, but she's extremely happy when she ate the crops and the dishes using them as ingredients. She's very lively. After that, Flora stayed in a vacant room of my house for about 10 days before going back home. She did not get tired of this place and seemed to earnestly want to live here. However, there are various things she left in the place she was living in, so she left to arrange them. She looks like she terribly doesn't want to leave. I thought that she would come back as soon as possible, but she unexpectedly returned before winter. She also brought not just one but a number of people. The vampire, Flora Sakuta, came back along with 20 maids. It seems like they are those who were working for her in her previous residence. They are all from the Una race. If you look at them closely, you'll notice small horns on their head. They are on their forehead. Some have one. The others have two, but they are all located before their hairlines. The size is about as big as a thumb. The head maid's name is Anne. My lord, I will now be in your care. She recognized me as the head. Did Flora ask them so? No. It seems like Flora and the maids will be staying at my house. So that's why I'm the head. The chain of command is somewhat confusing. It looks like Lu, Flora, and Anne arrange it in that order. Although there are only 2 vampires, Lu and Flora, Lu will be their representative. The representative of the Unas is Anne. By the way, The maids will prioritize my needs first, then Lou and Flora after me. I asked them why should I be the priority, but they told me that ranking is important. Okay. For the animaids, that is a serious matter and they will postpone whatever they are doing to do something for the one with higher rank. The cow. Anne's group brought 4 cows with them. When Flora stayed here, I remember telling her things that this place lacks. Cow. All of them are female and 3 of them are pregnant. She thought about milk too. I made a large cow area, about 8 by 8 fields, on the north side of the dog area and east of the fruit area. I plowed it in a dash. I tried planting grass. It will be winter soon, so I asked Ria's group to make a barn. Though the animaids also have a problem with their sleeping space, we prioritized building the barn. It is because I thought that the cow will be more vulnerable to winter than the Annies. Regarding the cow care, I'm relieved that Anne's group knows about it. It seems like Flora's late return was due to the cows. She only came back when they properly learned the method of taking care of the cows. I appreciate it. And the most important thing was to tell the Kuros and the spiders to absolutely not lay their hands on the cow. The cows were frightened with the Kuros and the spiders, but they got used to them after a while. All right. With this, milk is secured. I heard that you should not milk a cow for a certain period of time after giving birth. Right. Cows also need to breastfeed. It is for the sake of the calf. Let's decide the distribution later. Let's not be greedy. In any case, the number of residents increased a lot. TN. Manga Chapter 20 page 6. Chapter 42. Tear goes out and winter arrives. The number of high elves increased by 42, so they are now 54. 2 vampires, 20 Annies. Kuros. A lot. Zubaton. A lot. Bees. 4 hives. Slimes. Increasing, unable to count. Cows. 4. And don't forget the angel. 1. Tear was thinking, because of the vampire Flora and the animaids, her influence weakened. I'm alone here. Should I also invite someone? In addition, I was overjoyed with the cows the animaids presented me. Now I've done it. I will bring my subordinates too. Furthermore, I'll bring chickens that husband wanted, so please expect it by all means. Tia said that and left. It is almost winter. She's scheduled to come back around spring. Winter arrived. We emphasized interaction with the newly arrived residents. I had Ria's group take care of the newly arrived high elves. The problem is the Annies. I wouldn't mind it that much if they are living in a separate house in the southwest area, but their house hasn't been built yet. All of them are living in my house. I intended to improve considerably in this world, but I am not really that sociable. I'm thinking of working hard on that part, but not too hard. The Annies are also very good at keeping distance. Our work-related conversations compose of bare minimum words and there is only a little idle chat. Moreover, they don't forget their standing. Every one of them is like an excellent receptionist of a big company. I learned from our conversations that they have been hired as maids by Lou and Flora's family and has several hundreds of years of experience already. Perhaps them keeping distance from me is not really a problem. They are perfectly good at cleaning and washing. The only housework they are not good at is cooking. Why? Lack of knowledge. It seems like the only cooking method they know of is throwing all the ingredients on the pot and boil them. So I taught them all the cooking method I know during winter. Perhaps they'll be better than me in spring. With the Annies around, the liveliness of my house increased a lot. Until now, the lights at night were lit and extinguished by either Lou or Tia to the point that it became a matter of concern. However, now that the Annies are here, they are now taking care of that. Them cleaning and washing every day became the norm. Thus, the bedsheet is clean every day. TN, I guess you probably already know why the bedsheet needs to be clean every day. Right. The grass I insert in bed was all thrown away after they no longer felt good, but Ria's group taught me about the most suitable grass for bed, so we changed all of them. Thanks to that, we will only need to change the grass inside every 6 months. We also add an additional sheet in order to prevent dirt on the bed. Cultured. In regards to the fire, we're greatly managing it. We spent time considerably warm this winter. Yup, it's great. I feel like I've been irresponsible and negligent until now. Let's not think about it. Thinking about it, even with Lou and I, Tia had been the one doing most house-related things, but now we let the Anis do all of it. Because of that, I concentrate on making small things while Lou and Flora are getting absorbed with their medicine research. It's a little bit lonely without Tia. That reminds me. The Anis were surprised with the spiders and the Kuros, but they did not faint. Have they heard of them before? But they panicked when they saw the bees in the fruit area. Did they not hear about them? By the way, all the newly arrived high elves fainted on the spot when they saw Zabuton. She's not that much scary though. Chapter 43, Additional 3 Angels. With chickens and lizardmen, Tia arrived the same time as Spring. She came back with 3 angels and 15 lizard-face humanoid beings whose bodies are covered with hard scales. Their upper bodies are naked and they cover their lower bodies with an apron. Most of them have big physique and are carrying big backpacks. According to Tia, they're called Lizardman race. The angels that she brought seems to be her subordinates. I'm Gran Maria. I'm Kudel. I'm Coron. Please take care of us from now on. The 3 angels are wearing armor and are equipped with lance. That moment, the word Valkyrie emerged in my head. So, they are Tia's underlings. Underlings? But looking at them together with Tia, they looked like a high school girl idol group. Every one of them has blonde hair and wings on their back. I thought that these girls wanted to live together with Tia in the same house, but it seems like they want a house of their own. The lizardmen they brought along will also live there. Because of that, construction begins in the southwest area where the elves' houses are. Since we are already used to it, together with the high elves, we built it in about 5 days. It looks like everyone is improving. It was a good house. Should we remodel Ria's group's house since it was the first one we built? Their toilet is outside, so it is inconvenient in various ways. Since Ria's group declined, we just remodel it a little. I'm Dagger. Please take care of me from now on. The representative of the lizardmen is Dagger. My apologies, but I can distinguish the individuality of lizardmen. Every one of them looks the same. Even after hearing that 5 out of 15 of them are females, I still can't distinguish them. It seems like Tia and the others also can't distinguish them, so that can't be considered as a problem. However, I want to at least know who is the representative. I intended Dagger to wear clothes, but it seems like lizardmen are embarrassed when they are wearing clothes. Because of that, I decided to wrap a scarf around his right arm. Within the baggages that Dagger's group brought are the chickens that Tia promised. Now that we have hens, we can secure eggs. It seems like they even lay eggs on the way here, so we can expect a steady supply in the future. But there are only a few of them. There are only around 40 of them. There are 5 roosters and 35 hens. I thought that chicken lays eggs every day, but Dagger said they don't. I don't know if my knowledge is wrong or if it's just the chickens of this world, but healthy chickens lay eggs every other day. In short, we can expect 10 pieces per day. I'm not sure if it is a lot or a few. Personally, I think it's a few because there are more than 10 residents. Let's increase their number for now. So, how do you distinguish the fertile one to the infertile? I'll let the rooster decide. I thought of making a chicken area, but collecting the eggs in the future will be troublesome. I'll raise them near our house first. I'll place them on the north side of the big tree. We made a hen house with nests. As for their feeds, I plowed the ground. Chicken feeds are grains, so I guess corn or wheat. Should I increase the number of fields? For the time being, I planted something like a grass on the ground. That will be the chicken feed for now. I also informed the Kuros and Zabuton about them. A new building, or should I say a new dormitory, was built near our house. It is for the maids. In addition to me, Lou, Tia, and Flora, our house can't accommodate Anne's group of 20. Until now, they are using the warehouses as their bedrooms. Lou, Tia, Flora, and Anne will live in my house, and the new house will be for the other maids. I asked the high elves to build it. They're quite fast and finished it in 3 days. As for the interior, it is not that great, but the 19 of them have a room of their own. The common facilities of their house are the toilet, a simple kitchen, and a living room with a fireplace. Each private room has 1 bed and 1 cabinet. It is their call if they want tables and chairs in their room. With just a bed and a cabinet, it is obviously only a place to sleep in. However, it seems like the maids have requested Zabuton and her spiderlings to create curtains and bed sheets on their own taste. The three newly arrived angel came in front of me when they are already accustomed to the new life and new house. Your orders. Please leave the front line to me. I will do my best in gathering information. No, what's with this atmosphere? I'm just a villager who works hard in farming. No, I'm the village chief. These three are obviously warriors. Well, it is obvious since they are wearing almost and have weapons, but Tyr? I wanted to know Tyr's intention for bringing them here. I intended to have these girls patrol the forest in the sky as a mobile unit. Mobile unit? Yes. That time when the wyvern attacked, it managed to breathe fire because we reacted too late. On that basis, I called the three of them here. I see. If it is the wyvern from that time, although they probably can't beat it, they can lure it so it won't be able to inflict damage this place. The three of them nods confidently. So they are guards. I see. Until now, we are depending on Zabuton's alarm and the Kuros, but if something similar to that wyvern comes out, it might be necessary to have security personnel. They have wide range too. I understand. Please do so. The three of them replied strongly. I am consulting you about something. Kuro, Zabuton, Lu, Tyr, Rhea, Anne, and Dagger. The slimes, bees, cows, and chickens can't participate, so they don't have representatives here. I gathered all the representative of various races in the hall of my house to talk about something. Let's decide the name of this place. This place? At first, there is only my house, but after building various things, it has now become a village. In fact, the High Elves are calling me village chief already. Because of that, I'm thinking of giving this village a name. Do you have a good name in mind? I don't know the name of the villages here, so I consulted them. How about the village chief's name? I think of what Rhea said. My name is Michio Hiraku. Michio Village, Hiraku Village. Not good. How about naming it after this forest? Anne suggested. Name of this forest? That reminds me, what is the name of this forest? Thinking about it, it must be normal to name the village to where it is located. What is the name of this forest? Forest of Death. I never thought that this forest has such a frightening name. How about something closer to that? Land of Death, and the one living in that place is me. But despite being called Forest of Death, this place is pretty rich. Though I still don't want this place to be called Land of Death. In any case, if we really use it as reference, it will be called Village of Death. As expected, I don't want it. Naming it after me is better. After that, various opinions were voiced out and there are also heated discussions, but we didn't come up with a good name. When everyone ran out of idea, Zabuton called me and pointed out at the large tree from the window. Big Tree Village. It came out to me suddenly, and it was selected. From now on, this place will be called Big Tree Village. Chapter 44. Wine and Guest. Demon King's Envoy. Wine was produced. Lu and Tyr suggested a taste test event, but when it was announced, it became a drinking event and eventually became a party. Though I have made much wine, the amount of consumption of the residents is enormous. 4 barrels were emptied in that party. I'll just continue to make wine as much as I harvest, but the evaluation was too good. This is the first time I taste wine as good as this. Delicious. Was wine supposed to be this good? One more cup. You drink too much. Show some modesty. I'll drink my share though. It's not bad and it really tastes like wine, but I don't think it is enough to be praised that much. I think it is not fermented that much. It tastes sweet. Husband, let's increase the vineyard. My liege, I'm inexperienced, but let me do what I can to help you. Village chief, leave the barrel making to me. Thus, the number of vineyards for wine increased. That's probably a good thing. By the way, the wine was popular with the Kuros too. Of the 4 barrels of wine, the Kuros drank 1. Dogs. This is the first time I saw one getting drunk and stagger while walking. Afterwards, I noticed that the Kuros concentrated on guarding the vineyards. I want to think that it's just my imagination. Wine was not something to be consumed regularly. It was supposed to be served at an event or something. Though there are some objections, they consented in the end. Probably because everyone thought that the supply won't last if it is consumed regularly. I don't dislike wine and I'm not craving for it, but something inside me considers wine as a luxury good. In my previous world, wine was consumed in medieval time casually because drinkable water is hard to come by, but we can draw clean water from the well here, so we don't need to rely on wine. The requests of the citizens to bring out wine increases as they thought of several reasons to demand for it, but that is another story. Side story, the village's wine rebellion. Now that we're breeding cows and chickens, milk and egg supply are now secured. As a result, the number of dishes we can cook has increased. I need to increase the number of chickens, so I did not use them all for cooking. Only those eggs that are not laid in the hen house are to be consumed. I tried cooking using it. The first dish I cook is a plain omelette seasoned with salt and pepper. Delicious. A nostalgic taste. Suddenly, I saw Kuro's head lying on the table. I gave him some. Kuro ate it with satisfaction. Next. Pudding. Ingredients are milk, eggs, and sugar. Since I extracted sugar from sugar cane, I have enough on hands. I cooked it and poured it into a wooden glass. That felt good. Now, I'll have to put it somewhere to cool it down. Should I put it in the cellar? While waiting for it to cool down, I experimented on making caramel sauce. Caramel sauce is made by heating a mixture of sugar and water, but it is not as simple as I thought. I burned it many times before I succeeded. However, everything I've done was in vain. The smell of burnt caramel sauce is very sweet. Lou, Tia, Flora, and the Unis who are supposed to be doing their respective job are unexpectedly standing by the door. Because of the low supply of eggs, I only managed to make 5 puddings. Thus, a battle has occurred. Even if the Unis were up against Flora and Lou, they did not back out. Seeing that, I abandoned the thought of winning a pudding myself. After that, the elves and the angels heard about the pudding. The result, the eggs are now exclusively for pudding making. I want to hasten the increase of the number of chickens. A guest came to the village. This was the first time seeing his fine clothes. He's probably a noble, but he's not flashy enough, so he's probably a bureaucrat. He came here alone while being guided by Gran Maria's group. The guest is not human. If my senses are correct, he might be someone from the demon race. Therefore, I met him with a moderate number of people who can fight. Lou, Tia, and Flora. The Kuros are hiding behind the scene. The High Elves and Lizardmen are also there while holding their respective weapons. The Unis are also in that place and are all behind me. Gran Maria brought him alone. Kudel and Coron are not here. It is because it is dangerous if all of us gather in one place. Because of that, Zabaton is not here too. I am the Demon King's envoy. I would like to meet the representative of this place. Demon King's envoy. He looks like a normal human being, but he's a demon after all. Anyway, since he's looking for me, I stepped forward. That would be me. You? The other party was stunned for a moment but managed to calm down after a bit. I probably am too far from what a legitimate village chief looks like. How impolite of me. My name is Bezel. I am the Demon King's envoy. I'm Hiraku. Because the other party did not say his last name, I did not say mine too. He probably only cares about first names. The man who introduced himself as Bezel showed various things as proof that he really is the Demon King's envoy. After the confirmation, he gave me some presents. It is a token of our acquaintanceship. Thank you very much. I don't really know what other things he gave me, but seeing Lou's pleased expression, these are probably good things. Normally, I should have a few more exchanges of pleasantries, but I want to move to the main subject. So what does Demon King Sama wants? For this occasion, I had Sama to the Demon King. I don't want things to go bad and be in trouble. We want to discuss about our relationship with this place. That's the only message? No, I have a certain level of authority. I have enough power to decide our relationship with this place. Ah, I see. He wants to discuss their relationship with this place. I recalled the Demon King's sphere of influence. In other words, do they want us to pay tax? Or do they want us to leave? I previously heard that I don't need to worry anything about the Demon King since he never helped us with anything. Should I consult this matter with Lou and Tia? When I turned my gaze to them, they returned my gaze as if saying they leave everything to me. I see. They entrusted this to me. This negotiation. The basics of negotiation. First, you need to be resolute with your proposal. If you recognize us living here, I am willing to pay 10% of our harvested goods as tax. 10%. I tried presenting tax, which is basically profit. It is necessary to propose a cheap tax first, since he will definitely propose a heavy tax later. And since we volunteered to pay tax, it's a good point for them. By paying taxes, we are basically saying that we recognize and has no plan to defy the Demon King. However, since I don't know much about the economy of this world, I said a bullish percentage first. That is, 10% of the harvest. Are you sure? The other party is totally surprised. Does it mean that the tax I proposed is not too low? Since he's surprised, let's continue. Please come and get it before winter every year. If you want our tax, get it yourself. I understand. We will follow that arrangement. After that, we finalize the details. The tax is 10% of the harvested goods. However, it is limited to field crops. Milk, eggs, honey, and wine are not included. In addition, crops with low yield are not included too. They are crops that do not fill one large barrel per harvest. If there are things that the Demon King's party wanted, we must agree first and they have to purchase it from us. After summarizing all of those things and writing it in the document, Beazle returned. Though I gave him souvenirs, I reflected, as expected, I might have been too aggressive for him to agree to all those clauses. He gave me presents too. Did I do just fine? Everyone looks troubled upon hearing me. Then, Lou says, I think it was not bad at all. By paying tax, we will be under the other party's protection. I agree. Even so. Fufu, 10%? Tia laughs as if something is funny. It seems like the normal tax rate for harvested goods is from 50% to 60%. Depending on the place, it might even rise up to 90%. It was also nice to let him get it. It is indirectly saying that we don't want them to take up residence here. Anne nods. I don't have such intention. We can harvest many times a year. Since they will only come once before winter, they won't be able to accurately measure our production volume. To gain the protection of the Demon King's army with less than 10% tax. As expected of the village chief, Ria puts together her opinion. I never planned such a thing. I plan to properly calculate our tax and pay our share with the right amount. Maybe this is the common sense of this world. In any case, case closed. Let's go back to work, everyone. By the way, the souvenirs we gave Beazle are valuable medicinal herbs. They are all around medicine that can be made as a medicine or as an ointment. Demon King's castle. Beazle, how was it? What was the other side's demand? They said that they will pay tax. What? They are willing to be under us? Yeah, but they have enough power to exterminate that wyvern. You're right, but that was the other party's proposal. There might be something behind this. I also thought so, but we have no choice but to accept it. Why? The blood-sucking princess and the angel of annihilation are there. Not only that, there were countless inferno wolves and high elves. Lizardmen and unners too. TN. Blood-sucking princess equals Lu, angel of annihilation equals Tyr, angels of holocaust equals Gran Maria, Kudel, and Coron, snipers of the forest of death equals high elves. You probably have the idea of how powerful they are now. No way. That's not possible. It was one of the angels of holocaust that acted as my guide. That time, I thought my life will be over. Unbelievable. But with that war potential, they can really exterminate that wyvern. I know what you mean. With that war potential, how can I not adhere to their proposal? It is impossible to refuse. The moment I refuse, they will turn hostile. Moo. Then, what did you? I agreed, but we need to do something. Fortunately, their representative is someone easy to talk with. Is that so? Yeah, he even gave me souvenirs. What did you get? I haven't checked yet. Let's check. I'll show it to Demon King Salmon, otherwise, it will look like I received some bribe. It will be a problem if it is something dangerous. Let me check. Moo. You're right. Let's check a little. Oh, this fabric inside are fruits. It looks like a po but with better shape and color. Yes, don't eat it without permission. I'm poison tasting it. Delicious. No. It's pretty good. This is amazing. Really? You really are. What happened? This sack where you get that fruit. Oh. What a beautiful fabric. Something wrong? This fabric is made from the thread of a demon spider. Moreover, judging from the size of this fabric, it is made by the great demon spider. Demon spider, you mean the overseer of death? Ah, great, the one that fought with the demon king 100 years ago and ended with a draw. Considering the size of the fabric, there is no mistake. Did he intentionally give something this important to you? I want to think so, but it was used as a fruit trap? Then he did not give it as a gift. Then that means the great demon spider is there. I will resign today. Please wait. You are the top of the 4 heavenly kings, the number 1 on the list. Are you really going to escape? Wait, I'm still talking. Let me come with you. Chapter 45, Dragon Guest. When I thought that our usual everyday life has returned after the guest left, another guest arrived. Similarly to what happened earlier, the citizens of my village has gathered at the entrance of the village. My name is Dream. I am a noble dragon. The guest was a dragon. He's a western dragon that you usually see in fantasy manga and anime. He's about 30 meters in length, far bigger than the wyvern before. He looks very powerful, if he properly stands. The dragon who introduced himself as Dream is in a bowing posture. Here is our present. Please accept it. Is this Dream's follower? A man wearing a butler suit presented me a big box respectfully. Thank you very much. Anyway, when I was about to receive it, Dagger stepped forward and received, but he showed it to Anne instead of me. Afterwards, Anne checked the content and brought the box in front of me. It is a beautifully decorated sword and its sheath. What a marvelous present. No. This present, is it a token of friendship? I can only give him foodstuff in return. By the way, what is your business here? Right, my lord. Dream-sama has a nest on that mountain south of here. Is that so? Though it is a bit distant. You can consider us as your neighbor. We might have been slow, but we want to greet our neighbors. You are very polite. But what is the reason your lord looks like he's apologizing? Excuse me, master, please raise your head. Why yeah, if they didn't introduce themselves earlier, I would probably think that the butler is the master. My master is not good at talking with people he met for the first time, so I apologize on his behalf. If we have offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize. No, I don't mind. Since you have come, I would like to welcome you, but it is a bit troublesome with your size. I understand. Master, please get smaller. After the dragon replied, smoke popped out and a weak-looking, tall, middle-aged man showed up. He looks like a noble. Please excuse us. Master, please introduce yourself again. My name is Dream. I am a noble dragon. Could he possibly practice that line to avoid making mistake? In any case, though he's tall, he's at a human size now. I invited him to our house for a banquet. This wine is delicious. This food is also delicious. I will not go home. I'll live here. That's not good. If you don't get back to the nest to protect it, I'll get yelled at by various people. It will be fine. I can intercept even if I'm here. Yes, you can, but you'll be an inconvenience here. Moo. Inconvenience? Yes, inconvenience. If battle starts here, you basically can't do anything. How rude. I'm a noble dragon. I was impolite. I'll rephrase. You can't do anything productive here. Moo. Let's return while you are still being treated as a guest. They also wrapped various souvenirs for us. Apple. Is apple included? Please be relieved. I received large quantity of it. I understand. Let's return. Yes. Please go back to your original size. And the dragon left, though they left with a large quantity of crops. I think it's still insufficient compared to the value of the sword. In any case, I reflected on many things. This village is not prepared to entertain guests. I never considered welcoming guests before, so it can't be helped since I'm too unsociable. I think that's not good. It's not really good, right? First of all, even if we need some time to prepare to receive the guest, I can't leave them standing on the ground outside. However, I can't invite them in the house immediately since they'll exactly know what we've been doing. I should make a fine waiting room for guests. Okay, let's build a house for guests' use. Next, the welcoming ceremony. It is not good for having almost everyone together every time there is a guest. Though it is important to receive guests, each one has their own respective job. Our current system, once Gran Maria, Kudel, or Coron discovers a guest, she will guide that person around. Since she will directly guide them, we won't receive any report of their initial contact. After that, Zabuton will notice that someone unknown is approaching the village and will sound the alarm. Because of Zabuton's alarm, everyone will gather. Therefore, I decided to have a new signaling system for Zabuton. Danger alarms will be the same as before. The new signal for visitor is ringing a bell. That bell is personally crafted by the elves, though I thought that hitting an iron is already a good idea, but that seems not to be the case. The sound of hitting an iron is awful, so the bell was made. That became the standard now. The role of greeting guests will be taken by only 3 people, me, Lu, and Tia. However, Anne, Ria, and Dagu opposed my suggestion. So, in addition to the 3 of us, several high elves, Unna and Lizardman will accompany us. Flora wanted to take part in it, so I asked her to look out at the guests during the night if they will stay overnight. Like Lu and Tia, Ria and Anne are also fine doing an all-night vigil if there is a guest, but I want them to sleep properly, so I asked Flora to do it. This arrangement is probably all right now. Well, we might fail in some things later, but let's take that an opportunity to learn and improve. I don't think that we'll have guests that often. I just raised a flag, and a guest showed up. Chapter 46. Beastkin guests. After the envoy of the Demon King and the Dragon, the next guests are a group of beastmen wearing armor. Because of the terrain on the way here, it is impossible to use wagons, though not as much as Dagger's group when they arrived. The beastmen are carrying big baggage. There are 10 of them. Looking at their ragged equipments, they are definitely experienced warriors, though their faces look like human. They have ears on their heads, and tails on their butts. The hairiness of their arm varies individually. There are some who has animal-like arms, but there are some who has human-like arms too. I am Gulf. We came from the Howling Village, which is located in the middle of the mountain in the east. We want to establish friendly relation with this village. A representative from the group stepped forward. By the way, Kudel was the one who guides them. When I was about to step forward too, Lu appeared before me. Welcome. The Big Tree Village welcome you. Something's wrong. Lu seems sarcastic. Thank you. I would like to guide you to a place to rest, but... Is this all of you? Yes. Is there a problem? Really? Then, we will consider the rest as enemies. Lu said that forcefully. What do you mean? While I was thinking about it, 2 beastmen came out of the forest. It seems that they are wearing camouflage clothes. When I was thinking about what had happened, the Kuros showed up behind the 2. I'm sorry. It seems like they were separated from us. That's dangerous. You should have checked before entering the village. Also, refrain from doing anything unruly in the village. Any citizen of the village can take care of you if anything happens. I understand. We will not do anything unruly, we promise. With Lu on the lead, the beastman entered the recently built guest house. That guest house, I proposed that it should be enough for it to house 4 individuals luxuriously. However, it was rejected because the others said that it was too small. To come to this village, one needs to cross the mountain and pass through the forest. Unlike the Demon King envoy and the dragon, normal people will need to travel in a group. Depending on the circumstances, it is said that to travel here, a group of 30 is the minimum. Thinking about it, I was convinced, so we built a big one. There are 12 visitors this time. It is more than enough for them. The guest house was built at the south side extension of the southwest area where the houses of Ria and Flora was built. Though it is only a 1-story house, it is as large as my house. Since it will be used by guests, we made the furnitures more showy and the facilities have good functionalities. In fact, the decorations are far more elaborate than those in my house. It might seem that this is only a slightly good inn, but this is the best we can provide in our village. Therefore, I decided to call it an inn rather than a guest house. That name fits it the best. The inn has a backyard and it is fully enclosed by a fence. What is the purpose of the fence? Purpose, you ask? Well, You can't cross this fence unless you have permission. What kind of purpose is that? Though it was actually used at a later time, the fence is not a simple log fence. It is a high-quality fence with elaborate design. Since we don't have paint, it is of wooden color, but if I manage to get paint, I'll paint it white. After building the inn, I looked around and noticed something crude. I see Ria's group's house from a distance. It is an open area I plowed without any obstacle. I don't necessarily need significant obstacle, but I want to have some cover, at least something like a tree. So I decided to plant a fruit tree near Ria's house. I want to be a little practical, so it's a fruit tree. I planted apples, pears, and persimmons. How many cherries should I plant? It will be covered with trees after a while. After that, I made a field like a home garden and planted strawberries and watermelon. I made the same thing to the other houses too, in the vicinity of the inn. I put importance on appearance. I thought of cherry blossom, so I planted cherries. And I also planted fence-like plants inside the fence that surrounds the inn. I don't know the name of that plant, but I imagined how they look like in my previous world. It will become another fence. Probably similar to this. How do I trim them? Let's think about it after they grow up. After that, I also planted trees in each area. The fruits outside the fields are free for all. Moreover, I planted fruit trees they requested. Everyone loves it. When I expanded the southwest area for the construction of the inn, the name changed to residential area. I didn't think much about it, but since that name was recognized by the ones living there, everyone called it such. By the way, the place where my house and the big tree are located is called Big Tree Area. Are we really welcoming our guests, or are we confining them? I feel doubtful of Lou's action. Tyr answered my question. Husband, usually, an ambassador who seeks friendship will prepare some present. Even that dragon brought one. So their purpose is not friendship? That might be the case, so we should not do the usual procedure that we should have followed. Indeed, that's true. Besides, they obviously hid two soldiers. Lu-san is already being courteous. Is that so? Kyudel guide them here. She did not notice those who were hiding. She noticed them, but let them be because they are not a threat. I'll scold her later. Be gentle. They are certainly not a threat. Right. I'll keep that in mind. That night, we invited our beastman guest to a welcome banquet. The venue is the inn. Lu, Tyr, and I participated in that banquet. Though Ryu and Anne came with us, they dedicated their time monitoring things behind the scenes. The dishes served were the thing we normally eat. We just made them look a little luxurious. The fruits are displayed as they are and are neither peeled nor cut. During the banquet for Doraemon, we had a big party and the fruits were all garnished. It is not realistic to make the same reception to everyone who comes. When a king comes, when a noble comes, when a merchant comes, when a friend comes, and when a stranger comes, it is natural for the reception to change. I fully understand that, but since this is our first meeting, I will serve them wine. Though I'm like the outcast of this group, I have to blend in. I don't know their purpose for coming here. I'll be humble until the time it is clear whether they are an enemy or not. My apologies for this poor meal. I brought the wine out, but only a limited amount, about 2 glasses per person. After drinking all the wine, the drinks become water. It is already a plus alpha that I served them wine and regular food. Even so, Lou still looks dissatisfied. In the middle of the banquet, I already planned to hear what is their purpose by questioning them. That time, they probably already have their guards down. That is my goal, so when he began eating, I received them hospitably. Let's begin. My apologies for my ignorance, but what kind of place is Howling Village? I already asked the citizen of my village, but none of them know. Howling Village is located at the mountain east from here. It is said to have been founded 1,000 years ago, but in reality, it is probably about 500 years ago. The elderly loves to boast in the strangest things. Gulf speaks nonchalantly. Could it be the effect of wine? The population of the Howling Village is about 500 people. It is a gathering of 5 settlements that have 100 people each. So it is basically a coalition of mountain settlements. A mountain settlement needs your help, village chief. I'll mark it on your map. All of them are beastkins and most of them are dogkin. They make a living by hunting, mining, and trading with a human village on the other side of the mountain. However, there has been trouble with the human village, so their trade stopped. They took a hard hit because of it and has no choice but to look for another place to trade with. They recently learned the existence of our village. It seems like it is because of the subordination notice from the Demon King. The Howling Village and the human village they are trading with are both parts of the Demon King's territory, so they are also subjects of the Demon King. I see. I roughly understood their purpose. Afterwards, I listened to the hardship Gulf's group faced to come here. The others are making agreeable responses while eating. Looking around, it seems like the other beastkins are enjoying their food. I'm relieved. If we kept hiding, I might have never had the chance of eating this. It's a good thing we were found out. By the way, why did you hide? Well, it is the first time we come to this village. It is necessary to be vigilant, and if something happens, they will go back to the village to report. Lou and Deer seem to be focused on information gathering. How reliable? TN. Manga Chapter 24 Page 1. Chapter 47. Howling Village. Gulf's group has returned. Their said purpose of having a friendly relationship with us is no lie. The reason why they didn't bring any present is that there is no such custom in Howling Village. I heard that it is because they are poor. When I asked Lou and Tia, I groaned because there is certainly such custom, but it is practiced by nobles and wealthy people. Different type of people has different values. I should have thought so from the start. I acknowledged our friendship, but I need to clarify several things first when it comes to trade. From what I heard from Gulf, the form of trade is barter. Like this village, Howling Village doesn't seem to have the circulated currency of this region. Besides, it seems like both villages have the things the other one wants. The problem now is the difficulty of conducting trade. Though both villages consider what the other village possesses is of great value, bringing the goods to the other village and bringing it back on their own is highly difficult. That's what they thought, but on our end, I think this place is relatively safe. Either Lou or Tia can travel alone and the Kuros can accompany them in carrying luggage. In addition, we can discontinue trading with them anytime we want if there is anything we dislike. This arrangement is not bad. Next topic: what to trade. Howling Village specialized in various ores and products that uses them. Though I heard various things from Gulf, the thing I am most interested in is the paint. It seems like it was made by crushed colored rocks. I can finally paint the fence of the inn. There are also silver products. It seems like they mainly make tablewares. I yearn for it a little because all the tableware in this village is made of woods. Glass products. Though they don't have the transparent type of glass, there are still various small and big products like bottles. Lou and Flora are interested in those. It seems like glass bottles are good for preserving medicine. It will also be suitable for storing honey. Iron products. They have things like pot and frying pan. Before Ann and Dagger's group came, we've been using cooking utensils made of rocks compared to those. Cooking utensils made of iron are easier to use. I want them. Howling Village wants food. In short, our crops. Because they are located halfway up the mountain, food security is a problem. The fruits we served them are quite popular and they even lowered their head to ask for it. And the wine too. It wouldn't be a problem if we trade some crops. No. The population of the village is also increasing. Because of that, we should stock more food. It will be good to expand the field extensively. At any rate, the village-to-village barter will be held on autumn, and aside from the Howling Village, several other villages will also participate. I'll consult everyone regarding this matter first. The result of the consultation: large-scale expansion of the field. It is presently 8 by 8 fields. It increased 4 folds and the size now is 16 by 16. As expected, there is a limit to how much I could plow. Though there is a limit, I'm the only one who can use the AFT. I have to persevere. I have to break that limit. Actually, I even feel that my plowing speed increases. Did I get used to it? I'll do the plowing while the others take care of the crops and harvesting. The elves, lizardmen, and spiderlings worked hard. By the way, out of the 256 fields, 64 are vineyards. 1/4 of the field is dedicated for wine. Is that all right? Anyway, except from me. Everyone agreed with that arrangement. After that meeting of what to plant on the other fields, I mainly planted grains like corn, rice, wheat, barley, and soybean. The amount of carrots, potatoes, cabbages, tomatoes, pumpkins, cucumbers, radishes, spinach, onions, and garlics are the same as before. Sugar cane and rapeseed are surprisingly popular too. Rapeseed for oil and sugar cane for sugar. Those and several seasonings. Since it has been discussed that we can sell pepper and sesame seeds, it has been decided to plant more of them. That reminds me. I challenged wasabi because it needs to be planted on a paddy field. I plowed near the reservoir using the AFT. I succeed. I acquired wasabi. Though I have wasabi now, there is no dish where I can use it. I handed the miso and soy sauce production to Flora. Flora is way better than me on that aspect. I told her the theory and process, so it is up to her to know the right quantity by using trial and error method. Oh yeah, I discovered something about koji. I transformed the AFD to shamoji and used it to mixed crops while wishing it to be koji. It fermented in a good way and became koji. In short, I can make as much as koji as I want as long as I use the shamoji form of the AFT. I built an exclusive hut for fermentation purposes and continue my experiment regarding it. All of it to realize the hope of my tongue. TN. Manga Chapter 24 page 9. Chapter 48. Reaffirming roles. Because the population increased, I reconfirmed everyone's role. The high elves are the carpenters and are also helps with harvesting and hunting. During winter, they have more free time, so they enter the forest and engage in mining work to collect iron. I don't know how to build anything at first, but with their help, there are a lot of buildings in our village now. Before I know it, the elves' skills are wonderful. They are reliable citizens. The Unis are maids of all the houses here. They greatly improved our living conditions. Their main job is cooking and cleaning. They are also taking care of the inn even if there is no guest. Presently, they are researching on how to process the crops we harvest and new dish to cook. Though there is a minimal result, the result of their research is quite popular. There are savior. The lizardmen are doing all the heavy labor. The high elves and the Unis are also powerful, but they can't match the lizardmen. They are cooperating with the Unis on various parts of the village. They also volunteered to take care of the chickens and cows, so I leave it to them. I am thankful. Though they are a race that is always in the reservoir, when it is time to sleep, they go to their residences. Amu. The Kuros secure meat by hunting, and they also patrol the inside and outside of the village. They are the oldest resident of this village, but they cannot talk. We can communicate with them to a certain extent, but it is obvious that they still need to rely on others. I was shocked when I found out that one high elf is able to identify the Kuros individually. Zabuton and her spiderlings are the seamstresses of the village. No, they are the weaver spiders. TN. Seamstresses here refers to a person who sews. The weaver is obviously referring to spiders. Not a single citizen has complained about the fabric or the clothes made by Zabuton and her spiderlings. In addition, because she's living in the highest point of the village, she has the role of alarming us if there is trouble. I can't thank her enough. I'll plant more potatoes for her. The angels Gran Maria, Cudel, and Coron, the fly through the forest to check the surroundings. They are also excellent guide considering all of our previous guests. At first, there is at least one of them flying non-stop, but I persuade them to calm down a little bit and even gave them a day off. It is because that is something that can't be done by 3 people alone. Lou, Tia, and Flora. They are like my secretary and consultant. Basically, the 3 of them has their own individual researches, and they are also directing the high elves, the Unis and the lizardmen on some things. Lou and Flora are researching medicine-related things. Tia researches magic. Also, because of my personal request, Flora is researching on how to make miso and soy sauce. Aside from the miso and soy sauce, because of their research, they are treated as the village doctors. Now, the slims, bees, chickens, and cows. Let's just say they are working hard on their individual activities. The bees produce honey this year too. It is a whole lot compared to last year, so it is very helpful. Thinking about it, the things I have to do has increased too, in regards to the night activities. At first, there are only Lou and Tia. After that, 7 high elves, then another 5 high elves joined. There are things that I want to say but I'm not sure if I really have to say it. Let's just think that everything is alright. After that, the high elves suddenly increased by 42, 20 animaids also joined, and there's also Flora. Every one of them is female. It is already too much, so I rejected them. My inner limit was reached. Since I'm the only one who can satisfy their desire, I'm also surprised by Anne. She always kept some distance, but who would have thought that she's so aggressive? When the spring came, I was delighted to meet Dagger's group that came together with Gran Maria, Kudel, and Coron. Male. I want to monopolize the females, but thinking about the responsibility scares me. Currently, I'm the only target of all the females here, so I want some comrades at arms. Though I received healthy body from God and my body can withstand them, my mind can't keep up. Finally, there's hope. Dagger. However, there is no hope. We lay eggs. Male transfers semen to the female in a specific time to bear the egg. It seems that I won't be able to make it out easily. By the way, Masayuki's batch, Kuro's grandpop, found their partners but no longer increase their numbers. In any case, I am never free at night. A certain news has reached me. Lou is pregnant. Whose child is it? Ha 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 ha. Mine. You woo. I tried to calm down but I can't. Well, it is natural considering all the things we've done, but I still panic a little. Of course, I am very pleased. Everyone in the village is also in a festive mood. That evening, the number of who wants to do it increased. Yes, I understand how you feel. However, if all of you became pregnant now, things will be troublesome. I did my best. At that same time, a permission application to lay eggs at the reservoir was issued. It seems that the lizardmen plan to lay eggs. I don't mind them laying eggs, but they can't directly use the reservoir. So I made an egg-laying space at the side of the reservoir. One individual only bears one egg. 5 lizard women lay eggs this time, so there are 5 eggs. They basically leave them alone in the water, but they also need to watch them in turn until they hatch in case a foreign enemy shows up. Because the Kuros and the spiders are there, the lizardmen were pleased since their eggs are much safer now. They will give birth to healthy children. Wait, they gave birth already, right? I hope healthy children hatch. Anisama, congratulations on your pregnancy. Fufafu, thank you. It's just, I have one question. Nani? We are vampires. Don't we increase our numbers with blood contract? You are right, but I'm already pregnant. I guess this method works too. Chapter 49. Reputable Bartering Village. This year, visitors continue to arrive since spring, but the spiderlings are still leaving as usual. The pups did not go out to find partners this year. Did they all find their rightful partners here, or did they reach a certain population limit? Though it is breeding season, some of them did not get pregnant this year. It is good that they have some sort of birth control. While thinking about it, a group of Kuros went out. About 30 of them. I don't know what they are planning to do, but they are giving an atmosphere that they will not come back after a while. I hope they won't get hurt. Summer passed and it is now autumn. The day to barter with the Howling Village has come. I thought that it is only natural for me to go, but I was stopped by everyone. They say that it is a sign of weakness and we might get underestimated if the village chief himself go. Never thought that there is something like that. In any case, it is said that the chief should not easily move. After that, after an intense Jankan battle, Tyr was the winner. I didn't mean to bring the Jankan culture here since the hands of the other tribes are completely incapable of playing. However, they managed to play so by shouting. It became a new rule for the all-race Jankan. As for the other members, 5 lizardmen including Dagger. At first, I thought of sending all the lizardmen, but it was reduced to that number since they need to watch the eggs. It seems like they will hatch soon. 10 high elves will compensate for their reduced number. It was decided by draw lot. As a result, a total of 16 people will carry the baggage. It will take 10 days for them to arrive there, 2 days to stay, and another 10 to return. That was the supposed schedule, but it was suddenly changed. The dragon Dirame came to play, so I asked him to transport things with 1 barrel of wine as compensation. This Dirame, every time he came to this village, he'll eat so much food and drink wine while grumbling to the point of vomiting. Like the template, his butler will pick him up the next day. Did he think that our village is a pub or something? Even so, It is hard to refuse him since he brings a present every time he came here. Well, I think him doing that seems profitable. I'm not that familiar with jewels and armors, but seeing Lu and Tia not saying anything, they must be very valuable. Well, though I'm not sure if that is an acceptable excuse for letting him drink. There is a banquet every time he came. Daraim obediently accepted my proposal. In addition to being the transport service, he'll also stay there to keep them company. I heard that the reason he wanted wine was after bragging our wine to other dragons. He was threatened that his dark history will be exposed if he didn't bring them some. So there are those kind of dragons too. In any case, since Daraim will give them a lift, travel time is almost negligible. It seems like Daraim can go to that place in an hour while carrying the baggage. On the contrary, he told me that it will take time to load the baggage on his back. Indeed, but how can loading time can be compared to 10 days traveling? We prepared several same-sized wooden boxes as much as possible to lay in our goods. I'm glad that Daraim can carry a lot of them. There is no change on the bartering team. We talked several times in a meeting about what crops are necessary for the village. What if there was leftover? It will be troublesome if the value of the crops will bring there would be too low there. There are several things they talked about that I didn't understand, but since none of us has been there and we don't know the demand of the village, we let Tia decide after seeing the place. I have no problem with that arrangement, but I want to avoid dispute. Let's hope nothing will go wrong. They brought fruits like apple, pear, persimmon and orange. For grain, they brought wheat, barley, soybean, and corn. After that, hard crops that will be able to endure transport like carrot and radish. Strawberries and tomatoes are not good for now. This is our first raid, so we have as much as type as possible. Apart from crops, they also brought 10 barrels of wines and some seasoning. 10 barrels of wine might be too much, but since Daraim is with them, we'll allow him to drink there. I only hope that he doesn't drink too much and met an accident while going back. Howling Village. Do you think the people of Big Tree Village will really come? Don't worry. We made sure they know when to arrive. But I haven't seen anyone entering the vicinity of this mountain yet. HNN. Something wrong? What is that? Air? That. Which? That one flying in the sky. Dragon? Air? It's going here. After sending off Tia, we returned to our daily activities. Taking care of the fields, playing with the Kuros. After that, consulting the villagers. Though I say consultation, it's just asking what they want to add or change in this village. I want this type of facility here. I want another waterway there. Let's plant this kind of crops more next time. Can I drink wine? I spent my time hearing those kinds of requests. Of course. I never forget to spend time with Lu, whose tummy is getting bigger. By the way, it seems like I don't need to worry about childbirth. Several high elves and Unners have witnessed and are knowledgeable about delivery. Everyone told me that there is no need to worry. I decided not to listen to the voice inside me. Tia's group came back as scheduled. I immediately checked the luggage at Daraim's back and checked for leftovers. Everything was bartered. I left the unloading to Dagger's group and listened to Tia's report. All the crops are well received. At first, they were cautious of me, the high elves, and the lizardmen. They're scared to approach us. People started to gather with the free-tasting husband suggested. People started to gather and everything was bartered. Free tasting was something I suggested before Tia left. I want them to know that we're not deceiving them, so I have them had the taste of our crops. Well, the free taste is mainly the fruits since they are the only ones that can be readily eaten. I was glad that it was popular. No wine left. It seems like Daraim's expression was getting darker and darker every time wine was bartered. He's still sulky even now. Tia, let's hear the rest of your report while eating. Daraim, we'll serve wine there, as expected of the village chief. You know how to break others' pain, as expected of you. To think that you'll turn that way after seeing 10 barrels of wine bartered. Chapter 50, Meeting while drinking wine and new residents. A banquet happened in the name of a meeting. Since Daraim is also here, we decided to do it at the inn. I had Tia summarize their experience and report it. It starts at the time they arrive there. It seems like the village panicked when they saw Daraim in his dragon form. They managed to calm them down and unload the luggage on that day, then spend the night there. Food on that village is really scarce, so the emergency ration that Tier's group brought are consumed by them earlier than they thought. The next day, as soon as the sun rises, they open shop for business, but no one approached them for a while. Because of that, they tried attracting the customer by free tasting products. Before they noticed it, all of the luggage they brought were traded. The most popular are the fruits and wine. Though all the grain-type products were traded, we're not sure what among it they really want, since the one who bought them are the village chief, the village heads, and those who have big houses that can stock them. TN. Remember, Howling Village is 5 villages combined. The thing we obtained by bartering are, as expected, paints, iron products, silver products, and glass products. The barter trade continued until the sun was about to set. Because they were able to trade them all earlier than usual, they had thought of returning as soon as possible, but they were stopped by the village chief and the village heads and asked them to stay until the next day. The reason? They want to continue our trade relations because they can't trade grains unless they go to a city. Their dinner is the crops and wine the villagers bartered from them, and no one seems to be dissatisfied. The next day, they reconfirmed what they have discussed during the night. They brought the luggage to Dramesback and came home during the afternoon. I see. Let's move on to the next topic. Next is the state of the village. That village can neither be considered as poor nor rich. Thought village moves every time they changed their mining site. It is clean. The children hunt and forage while the adults mine. However, since the ore they obtained from the mine and the products they made from them can no longer be traded to the human village, they are in a quite perilous state. Just like what Gulf previously said, even though this place is far, they came here to look for food. Unfortunately, even though Big Tree Village has the food they need, they can't go frequently because of the danger, even though the things they can carry per trip is limited. Therefore, they will be saved if we can trade like this in the future. They are even willing to trade even outside their village. They also said that if there is anything that we want, we just need to say a word and they will prepare it as much as possible. That seems to be the state of their village. Why do I feel like the last one is some sort of appeal? Because the drunk Daram is now sleeping happily. We end the meeting. I thank the group who went to Howling Village, then leave. Husband. Is it all right? Is there anything you didn't tell me during the meeting? No, I honestly forgot it during the meeting. HNN, the village chief there asked us if we could migrate some of their villagers here. I did not answer immediately and said that I still need to think about it. Migrate? Yes. It seems like the Howling Village is trying to decrease the mouth to feed. Ah, is that so? They want to hit 2 birds on 1 stone. They will be able to decrease the mouth to feed while increasing the food each of them can eat. I don't mind increasing our population further, but I wonder why Tyr did not immediately reply to them. Because all the immigration applicants are young beast women. They cannot let beastmen migrate since they are their labor force. They can't also send the elderly since we can't use any of their wisdom and it will worsen the image of their immigration plan. So the only choice a young beast woman. How nice of Tyr to not reply immediately. But what they're up to is really obvious. Fortunately, the Big Tree Village has room to spare. The more helping hands, the happier I am. Will they do the same if we are the ones in trouble? As for me, if I can help, I would help. However, how many will migrate? Maximum of 22. However, if we are going to accept them, we need to dedicate 1 or 2 people to educate them. Let's accept all of them under one condition. Condition R. Tell them to add a few young men. We don't have a good relationship, so I can't accept one-sided help. I would like them to help with my trouble too. Male shortage. That's the condition? Yes. At least 2 young males, but the more the better. I understand. Also, if one whole family wants to migrate, tell them we'll accept them. You want a whole family to migrate? If they are to send their daughter to an unknown place, it is not strange for them to worry. I'm not sure if anyone will think of it that way, but I understand. Not everyone will think that way. So it is only a common sense of my previous world. The next day, Tyr alone went to Howling Village to finalize the migration. 10 days later, I asked Darain to carry them here. One request to a dragon cost 1 barrel of wine. Is it cheap or expensive? New residents arrived at the village. 25 beastkins, 22 beast women. 3 males. My long-awaited males. Male. Ha 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 ha. Dot. The 3 males are kindergarten children. These are the young men. Was it intentional? I don't think so. Ma. They followed my condition, but no, I won't give up. Even if they are useless now, they will be breakwater in several years. In addition, even if they are young, I can use them to avoid being a seed bag eventually. Not bad. Not that bad. Now, I just need to train them slowly. Good luck being men raised by carnivorous women. I am Senna. I am grateful for accepting our migration. Senna is the representative of the migrants. Among those who came, she the eldest, and she has dog ears. She seems to be a daughter of the village chief of Howling Village. We will endure anything you'll do to us, but please do not abandon us. Ah. Don't be afraid. You're a migrant now, but you'll be a citizen of Big Tree Village. In the future, you'll be one of us. To treat us like that. Thank you very much. Honestly, I am prepared to be treated less than a slave. I apologize for wasting your sorrowful resolution. For now, we've prepared a place for you. All of you will live there for a while. For a while? Once you get accustomed to life here, I will listen to your request, like where do you want to live or what kind of house do you want. I understand. I called one of the animaids. I am Ramurias. I was appointed to be your caretaker. Please take care of me. If there is something you don't understand, just ask her. Yes, thank you very much.